Chapter 14 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heidi Preuss. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 14. Inventing a Complete System of Lighting. In Berlin, on December 11, 1908, with notable eclat, the 70th birthday was celebrated of Emil Rathenau, the founder of the great Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft. This distinguished German, creator of a splendid industry, then received the congratulations of his fellow countrymen, headed by Emperor William, who spoke enthusiastically of his services to electrotechniques and to Germany. In his interesting acknowledgment, Mr. Rathenau told how he went to Paris in 1881, and, at the electrical exhibition there, saw the display of Edison's inventions in electric lighting, which have met with as little proper appreciation as his countless innovations in the connection with telegraphy and telephony and the entire electrical industry. He saw the Edison dynamo, and he saw the incandescent lamp, of which millions have been manufactured since that day without the great master being paid the tribute to his invention. But what impressed the observant, thoroughgoing German was the breadth with which the whole lighting art had been elaborated and perfected, even at that early day. The Edison system of lighting was as beautifully conceived, down to the very details, and as thoroughly worked out, as if it had been tested for decades in various towns. Neither sockets, switches, fuses, lamp holders, nor any of the other accessories necessary to complete the installation were wanting, and the generating of current, the regulation, the wiring with distributing boxes, house connections, meters, etc., all showed signs of astonishing skill and incomparable genius. Such praise, on such an occasion, from the man who introduced incandescent electric lighting to Germany, is significant as to the continued appreciation abroad of Mr. Edison's work. If there is one thing modern Germany is proud and jealous of, it is her leadership in electrical engineering and investigation. But with characteristic insight, Mr. Rathenau here placed his finger on the great merit that has often been forgotten. Edison was not simply the inventor of a new lamp and a new dynamo. They were invaluable elements, but far from all that was necessary. His was the mighty achievement of conceiving and executing in all its details an art and an industry absolutely new to the world. Within 2 years this man completed and made that art available in its essential fundamental facts, which remain unchanged after 30 years of rapid improvement and widening application. Such a stupendous feat, whose equal is far to seek anywhere in history of invention, is worth studying, especially as the task will take us over much new ground and over very little of the territory already covered. Notwithstanding the enormous amount of thought and labor expended on the incandescent lamp problem from the autumn of 1878 to the winter of 1879, it must not be supposed for one moment that Edison's whole endeavor and entire inventive skill had been given to the lamp alone, or the dynamo alone. We have sat through the long watches of the night while Edison brooded on the real solution of the swarming problems. We have gazed anxiously at the steady fingers of the deft and cautious Bachelor, as one fragile filament after another refused to stay intact until it could be sealed into its crystal prison and there glow with light that never was before on land or sea. We have calculated armatures and field coils for the new dynamo with Upton, and held the stakes for Gale and his fellows at the winding bees. We have seen the mineral and vegetable kingdoms rifled and ransacked for substances that would yield the best filament. We have had the vague consciousness of assisting at the great development whose evidences today on every hand attest its magnitude. We have felt the fierce play of volcanic effort lifting new continents of opportunity from the infertile sea, without any devastation of pre-existing fields of human toil and harvest. But it still remains to elucidate the actual thing done, to reduce it to concrete data, and, in reducing, to unfold its colossal dimensions. The lighting system that Edison contemplated in this entirely new departure from antecedent methods included the generation of electrical energy, or current, on a very large scale, its distribution throughout extended areas, and its division and subdivision into small units converted into light at innumerable points in every direction from the source of supply, each unit to be independent of every other and susceptible to immediate control by the user. This was truly an altogether prodigious undertaking. We need not wonder that Professor Tyndall, in words implying grave doubt as to the possibility of any solution of the various problems, said publicly that he would much rather have the matter in Edison's hands than in his own. There were no precedents, nothing upon which to build or improve. The problems could only be answered by the creation of new devices and methods expressly worked out for their solution. An electric lamp answering certain specific requirements would, indeed, be the key to the situation, but its commercial adaptation required a multifarious variety of apparatus and devices. The word system is much abused in invention, and during the early days of electric lighting, its use applied to a mere freakish lamp or dynamo was often ludicrous. But after all, nothing short of a complete system could give real value to the lamp as an invention. Nothing short of a system could body forth the new art to the public. Let us therefore set down briefly a few of the leading items needed for perfect illumination by electricity, all of which were part of the Edison program. First, to conceive a broad and fundamentally correct method of distributing the current, satisfactory in a scientific sense, and practical commercially in its efficiency and economy. This meant, ready-made, a comprehensive plan analogous to illumination by gas, with a network of conductors all connected together, so that in any given city area the lights could be fed with electricity from several directions, thus eliminating any interruption due to the disturbance of any particular section. Second, to devise an electric lamp that would give about the same amount of light as a gas jet, which custom had proven to be a suitable and useful unit. This lamp must possess the quality of requiring only a small investment in the copper conductors reaching it. Each lamp must be independent of every other lamp. Each and all the lights must be produced and operated with sufficient economy to compete on a commercial basis with gas. The lamp must be durable, capable of being easily and safely handled by the public, and one that would remain capable of burning at full incandescence and candle power a great length of time. Third, to devise means whereby the amount of electrical energy furnished to each and every customer could be determined, as in the case of gas, and so that this could be done cheaply and reliably by a meter at the customer's premises. Fourth, to elaborate a system or network of conductors capable of being placed underground or overhead, which would allow of being tapped at any intervals, so that service wires could be run from the main conductors in the street into each building. Where these mains went below the surface of the thoroughfare, as in large cities, there must be protective conduit or pipe for the copper conductors, and these pipes must allow of being tapped wherever necessary. With these conductors and pipes must also be furnished manholes, junction boxes, connections, and a host of varied paraphernalia ensuring perfect general distribution. Fifth, to devise means for maintaining at all points in an extended area of distribution a practically even pressure of current, so that all the lamps, wherever located, near or far away from the central station, should give an equal light at all times, independent of the number that might be turned on, and safeguarding the lamps against rupture by sudden and violent fluctuations of current. There must also be means for thus regulating at the point where the current was generated the quality or pressure of the current throughout the whole lighting area, with devices for indicating what such pressure might actually be at various points in the area. Sixth, to design efficient dynamos, such not being in existence at the time, that would convert economically the steam power of high-speed engines into electrical energy, together with means for connecting and disconnecting them with the exterior consumption circuits, means for regulating, equalizing their loads, and adjusting the number of dynamos to be used according to the fluctuating demands on the electrical station. Also, the arrangement of complete stations with steam and electric apparatus and auxiliary devices for ensuring their efficient and continuous operation. Seventh, to invent devices that would prevent the current from becoming excessive upon any conductors, causing fire or other injuries. Also switches for turning the current on and off, lamp holders, fixtures, and the like. Also means and methods for establishing the interior circuits that were to carry current to chandeliers and fixtures in buildings. Here was the outline of the program laid down in the autumn of 1878, and pursued through all its difficulties to definite accomplishment in about 18 months, some of the steps being made immediately, others being taken as the art evolved. It is not to be imagined for one moment that Edison performed all the experiments with his own hands. The method of working at Menlo Park has already been described in these pages by those who participated. It would not only have been physically impossible for one man to have done all this work himself, in view of the time and labor required, and the endless detail, but most of the apparatus and devices invented or suggested by him as the art took shape required the handiwork of skilled mechanics and artisans of a high order and ability. Toward the end of 1879, the laboratory force thus numbered at least 100 earnest men. In this respect of collaboration, Edison has always adopted a policy that must in part be taken to explain his many successes. Some inventors of the greatest abilities, dealing with ideas and conceptions of importance, have found it impossible to organize or even to tolerate a staff of co-workers, preferring solitary and secret toil, incapable of teamwork, or jealous of any intrusion that could possibly bar them from a full and complete claim to the results when obtained. Edison always stood shoulder to shoulder with his associates, but no one ever questioned the leadership, nor was it ever in doubt where the inspiration originated. The real truth is that Edison has always been so ceaselessly fertile of ideas himself, he has had more than his whole staff could ever do to try them all out. He has thought cooperation, but no exterior suggestion. As a matter of fact, a great many of the Edison men have made notable inventions of their own, which their names are imperishably associated. But while they were with Edison, it was with his work that they were and must be busied. It was during this period of inventing a system that so much of systematic and continuous work with good results was done by Edison in the design and perfection of dynamos. The value of his contributions to the art of lighting comprised in this work has never been fully understood or appreciated, having been so greatly overshadowed by his invention of the incandescent lamp, and of a complete system of distribution. It is a fact, however, that the principal improvements he made in dynamo electric generators were of a radical nature and remain in the art. 30 years bring about great changes, especially in a field so notably progressive as that of the generation of electricity. But different as are the dynamos of today from those of the earlier period, they embody essential principles and elements that Edison then marked out and elaborated as the conditions of success. There was indeed prompt appreciation in some well-informed quarters of what Edison was doing, evidenced by the sensation caused in the summer of 1881, when he designed, built, and shipped to Paris, for the first electrical exposition ever held, the largest dynamo that had been built up to that time. It was capable of lighting 1,200 incandescent lamps, and weighed with its engine 27 tons, the armature alone weighing 6 tons. It was then, and for a long time after, the eighth wonder of the scientific world, and its arrival and installation in Paris were eagerly watched by some of the most famous physicists and electricians of Europe. Edison's amusing description of his experience in shipping the dynamo to Paris when built may appropriately be given here. I built a very large dynamo with the engine directly connected, which I intended for the Paris Exposition of 1881. It was 1 or 2 sizes larger than those I had previously built. I had only a very short period in which to get it ready and put it on a steamer to reach the Exposition in time. After the machine was completed, we found the voltage was too low. I had to devise a way of raising the voltage without changing the machine, which I did by adding extra magnets. After this was done, we tested the machine, and the crankshaft of the engine broke and flew clear across the shop. By working night and day, a new crankshaft was put in, and we only had 3 days left from that time to get it on board the steamer, and had also to run a test. So we made arrangements with the Timnani leader, and through him with the police, to clear the streets, one of the New York crosstown streets, and line it with policemen, as we proposed to make a quick passage and didn't know how much time it would take. About 4 hours before the steamer had to get it, the machine was shut down after the test, and a schedule was made out in advance of what each man had to do. 60 men were put on top of the dynamo to get it ready, and each man had written orders as to what he was to perform. We got it all taken apart and put on trucks and started off. They drove the horses with a fire bell in front of them to the French pier, the policemen lining the streets. 50 men were ready to help the stevedores get it on the steamer, and we were 1 hour ahead of time. This exposition brings us, indeed, to a dramatic and rather pathetic parting of ways. The hour had come for the old laboratory force that had done such brilliant and memorable work to disband, never again to assemble under like conditions for like effort. Although its members all remained active in the field, and many have ever since become associated prominently with some department of electrical enterprise, the fact was they had done their work so well they must now disperse to show the world what it was, and assist in its industrial exploitation. In reality, they were too few for the demands that reached Edison from all parts of the world for the introduction of his system, and in the emergency the men nearest to him and most trusted were those upon whom he could best depend for such missionary work as was now required. The disciples, full of fire and enthusiasm, as well as of knowledge and experience, were soon scattered into the 4 winds, and the rapidity with which the Edison system was everywhere successfully introduced is testimony to the good judgment with which their leader had originally selected them as his colleagues. No one can say exactly just how this process of disintegration began, but Mr. E. H. Johnson had already been sent to England in the Edison interests, And now the question arose as to what should be done with the French demands and the Paris Electrical Exposition, whose importance as a point of new departure in electrical industry was speedily recognized on both sides of the Atlantic. It is very interesting to note that as the earlier staff broke up, Edison became the center of another large body, equally devoted, but more particularly concerned with the commercial development of his ideas. Mr. E.G. Acheson mentions in his personal notes on work at the laboratory that in December of 1880, while on some experimental work, he was called to the new lamp factory started recently at Menlo Park, and there found Edison, Johnson, and Batchelor, and Upton in conference. And Edison informed me that Mr. Batchelor, who was in charge of the construction, development, and operation of the lamp factory, was soon to sail to Europe to prepare for the exhibit to be made at the Electrical Exposition, to be held in Paris during the coming summer. These preparations overlap the reinforcement of the staff with some notable additions, chief among them being Mr. Samuel Insull, whose interesting narrative of events fits admirably into the story at this stage, and gives a vivid idea of the intense activity and excitement with which the whole atmosphere around Edison was then surcharged. I first met Edison on March 1, 1881. I arrived in New York on the city of Chester about 5 or 6 in the evening, and went direct to 65 Fifth Avenue. I had come over to act as Edison's private secretary, the position having been obtained for me through the good services of Mr. E. H. Johnson, whom I had known in London, and who wrote to Mr. U. H. Painter of Washington about me in the fall of 1880. Mr. Painter sent the letter on to Mr. Batchelor, who turned it over to Edison. Johnson returned to America late in the fall of 1880, and in January 1881 cabled me to come to this country. At the time he cabled for me, Edison was still at Menlo Park, but when I arrived in New York, the famous offices of the Edison Electric Light Company had been opened at 65 Fifth Avenue, and Edison had moved into New York with the idea of assisting in the exploitation of the light company business. I was taken by Johnson direct from the Inman steamship pier to 65 Fifth Avenue, and met Edison for the first time. There were 3 rooms on the ground floor at that time. The front one was used as a kind of reception room. The room immediately behind it was used as the offices of the president of the Edison Electric Light Company, Major S.B. Eaton. The rear room, which was directly back of the front entrance hall, was Edison's office, and there I first saw him. There was very little in the room except a couple of walnut roller-top desks, which were very generally used in American offices at that time. Edison received me with great cordiality. I think he was possibly disappointed at my being such a young man. I had only just turned 21, and had a very boyish appearance. The picture of Edison is as vivid to me now as if the incident occurred yesterday, although it is now more than 29 years since that first meeting. I had been connected with Edison's affairs in England as a private secretary to his London agent for about 2 years, and had been taught by Johnson to look on Edison as the greatest electrical inventor of the day, a view of him, by the way, which has been greatly strengthened as the years have rolled by. Owing to this, and to the fact that I felt highly flattered at the appointment as his private secretary, I was naturally prepared to accept him as a hero. With my strict English ideas as to the class of clothes to be worn by prominent men, there was nothing in Edison's dress to impress me. He wore a rather seedy black diagonal Prince Albert coat and waistcoat, with trousers of a dark material, and a white silk handkerchief around his neck, tied in a careless knot, falling over the stiff bosom of a white shirt, somewhat the worse for wear. He had a large wide-awake hat of the sombrero pattern then generally used in this country, and a rough brown overcoat cut somewhat similarly to his Prince Albert coat. His hair was worn quite long, and hanging carelessly over his fine forehead. His face was at that time, as it is now, clean-shaven. He was full in face and figure, although by no means as stout as he has grown in recent years. What struck me above everything else was the wonderful intelligence and magnetism of his expression, and the extreme brightness of his eyes. He was far more modest than in my youthful picture of him. I had expected to find a man of distinction. His appearance, as a whole, was not what you would call slovenly. It is best expressed by the word careless. Mr. Insull supplements this pen picture by another, bearing upon the hustle and bustle of the moment. After a short conversation, Johnson hurried me off to meet his family, and later in the evening, about 8 o'clock, he and I returned to Edison's office, and I found myself launched without further ceremony into Edison's business affairs. Johnson had already explained to me that he was sailing the next morning, March 2nd, on the SS Arizona, and that Mr. Edison wanted to spend the evening discussing matters in connection with his European affairs. It was assumed, inasmuch as I had just arrived from London, that I would be able to give more or less information on this subject. As Johnson was to sail the next morning at 5 o'clock, Edison explained that it would be necessary for him to have an understanding of European matters. Edison started out by drawing from his desk a cheque-book and stating how much money he had in the bank, and he wanted to know what European telephone securities were most saleable, as he wished to raise the necessary funds to put on their feet the incandescent lamp factory, the electric tube works, and the necessary shops to build dynamos. All through the interview I was tremendously impressed with Edison's wonderful resourcefulness and grasp, and his immediate appreciation of any suggestion of consequence bearing on the subject under discussion. He spoke with very great enthusiasm of the work before him, namely, the development of his electric lighting system, and his one idea seemed to be to raise all the money he could, with the object of pouring it into the manufacturing side of the lighting business. I remember how extraordinarily I was impressed with him on this account, as I had just come from a circle of people in London, who not only questioned the possibility of the success of Edison's invention, but often expressed doubt as to whether the work he had done could be called an invention at all. After discussing affairs with Johnson, who was receiving his final instructions from Edison, far into the night, and going down to the steamer to see Johnson aboard, I finished my first night's business with Edison somewhere between 4 and 5 in the morning, feeling thoroughly imbued with the idea that I had met one of the great master minds of the world. You must allow for my youthful enthusiasm, but you must also bear in mind Edison's particular gift of magnetism, which has enabled him during his career to attach so many men to him. I fell a victim to the spell at the first interview. Events moved rapidly in those days. The next morning, Tuesday, Edison took his new Fidus Achates with him to a conference with John Roach, the famous old shipbuilder, and Added agreed to take the Etna Iron Works, where Roach had laid the foundations of his fame and fortune. These works were not in use at the time. They were situated on Gurrick Street, New York, north of Grand Street, on the east side of the city, and there, very soon after, was established the first Edison dynamo manufacturing establishment, known for many years as the Edison Machine Works. The same night, Insull made his first visit to Menlo Park. Up to that time he had seen very little incandescent lighting, for the simple reason that there was very little to see. Johnson had had a few Edison lamps in London, lit up from primary batteries, as a demonstration, and in the summer of 1880 Swan had had a few series of lamps burning in London. In New York, a small gas engine plant was being started at the Edison offices on Fifth Avenue, but out at Menlo Park there was the first actual electric lighting central station, supplying distributed incandescent lamps and some electric motors by means of underground conductors, embedded in asphalt and surrounded by a wooden box. Mr. Insull says, "The system employed was naturally the 2-wire, as at that time the 3-wire had not been thought of. The lamps were partly of the horseshoe filament paper carbon type, and partly bamboo filament lamps, and were of an efficiency of 95 to 100 watts per 16 cp. I can never forget the impression that this first view of the electric lighting industry produced on me. Menlo Park must always be looked upon as the birthplace of the electric light and power industry. At that time it was the only place where could be seen an electric light and power multiple arc distribution system, the operation of which seemed such successful to my youthful mind as the operation of one of the large metropolitan systems today. I well remember about 10 o'clock that night going down to the Menlo Park depot and getting the station agent, who was also the telegraph operator, to send some cable messages for me to my London friends, announcing that I had seen Edison's incandescent lighting system in actual operation, and that, so far as I could tell, it was an accomplished fact. A few weeks afterwards I received a letter from one of my London friends, who was a doubting Thomas, upbraiding me for coming so soon under the spell of the Yankee inventor. It was to confront and deal with just this element of doubt in London and in Europe generally that the dispatch of Johnson to England and of Bachelor to France was intended. Throughout the Edison staff there was a mingled feeling of pride in the work, resentment at the doubts expressed about it, and keen desire to show how excellent it was. Bachelor left for Paris in July 1881, on his second trip to Europe that year, and the exhibit was made which brought such an instantaneous recognition of the incalculable value of Edison's lighting inventions, as evidenced by the awards and rewards immediately bestowed upon him. He was made an officer of the Legion of Honor, and Professor George F. Barker cabled as follows from Paris, announcing the decision of the expert jury which passed upon the exhibits: "Accept my congratulations. You have distanced all competitors, and obtained a diploma of honor, the highest award given in the exposition. No person in any class in which you were an exhibitor received a like award." Nor was this all. Eminent men in science, who had previously expressed their disbelief in the statements made as to the Edison system, were now foremost in generous praise of his notable achievements, and accorded him full credit for his completion. A typical instance was Mr. Du Moncel, a distinguished electrician who had written cynically about Edison's work and denied its practicability. He now recanted publicly in this language, which in itself shows the state of the art when Edison came to the front. All these experiments achieved but moderate success, and when in 1879 the new Edison incandescent carbon lamp was announced, many of the scientists, and I particularly, doubted the accuracy of the reports which came from America. This horseshoe of carbonized paper seemed incapable to resist mechanical shocks and to maintain incandescence for any considerable length of time. Nevertheless, Mr. Edison was not discouraged, and despite the active opposition made to his lamp, despite the polemic acerbity of which he was the object, he did not cease to perfect it, and he succeeded in producing the lamps which we now behold exhibited at the Exposition, and are admired by all for their perfect steadiness. The competitive lamps exhibited and tested at this time comprised those of Edison, Maxim, Swan, and Lane Fox. The demonstration of Edison's success stimulated the faith of his French supporters, and rendered easier the completion of plans for the Société Edison Continentale of Paris, formed to operate the Edison patents on the continent of Europe. Mr. Bachelor, with Messrs. Acheson and Hippel, and one or two other assistants, at the close of the exposition, transferred their energies to the construction and equipment of machine shops and lamp factories at Ivry-sur-Seine for the company, and in a very short time the installation of plants began in various countries, France, Italy, Holland, and Belgium, etc. All through 1881, Johnson was very busy for his part in England. The first jumbo Edison dynamo had gone to Paris. The second and third went to London, where they were installed in 1881 by Mr. Johnson and his assistant, Mr. W. J. Hammer, in the 3,000 light central station on Holborn Viaduct, the plant going into operation on January 12, 1882. Outside of Menlo Park, this was the first regular station for incandescent lighting in the world, as the Pearl Street station in New York did not go into operation until September of the same year. This historic plant was hurriedly thrown together on Crown land, and would doubtless have been the nucleus of a great system, but for the passage of the English Electric Lighting Act of 1882, which at once throttled the industry by its absurd restrictive provisions, and which, though greatly modified, has left England ever since in a condition of serious inferiority as to the development in electric light and power. The streets and bridges of Holborn Viaduct were lighted by lamps turned on and off from the station, as well as the famous city temple of Dr. Joseph Parker, the first church in the world to be lighted by incandescent lamps. Indeed, so far as can be ascertained, the first church to be illuminated by electricity in any form. Mr. W. J. Hammer, who supplies some very interesting notes on the installation, says, "I well remember the astonishment of Dr. Parker and his associates when they noted the difference of temperature as compared with gas. I was informed that the people would not go into the gallery in warm weather, owing to the great heat caused by the many gas jets, whereas on the introduction of the incandescent lamp there was no complaint." The telegraph operating room of the General Post Office at St. Martin le Grand and Newgate Street near by was supplied with 400 lamps through the instrumentality of Mr. Sir W. H. Preece, who, having been seriously skeptical as to Mr. Edison's results, became one of his most ardent advocates, and did much to facilitate the introduction of the light. This station supplied its customers by a network of feeders and mains of the standard underground 2-wire Edison tubing conductors in sections of iron pipes, such as was used subsequently in New York, Milan, and other cities. It also had a measuring system for the current, employing the Edison electrolytic meter. Arc lamps were operated from its circuits, and one of the first sets of practical storage batteries was used experimentally at this station. In connection with these batteries, Mr. Hammer tells a characteristic anecdote of Edison. A careless boy, passing through the station, whistling a tune and swinging carelessly a hammer in his hand, rapped a carboy of sulphuric acid, which happened to be on the floor above the jumbo dynamo. The blow broke the glass carboy, and the acid ran down upon the field magnet of the dynamo, destroying the windings of one of the 12 magnets. This accident happened while I was taking a vacation in Germany, and a prominent scientific man connected with the company cabled Mr. Edison to know whether the machine would work if the coil was cut out. Mr. Edison sent the laconic reply, "Why doesn't he try it and see?" Mr. E. H. Johnson was kept busy, not only with the cares and responsibilities of his pioneer English plant, but by negotiations as to company formations, hearings before parliamentary committees, and particularly by distinguished visitors, including all the foremost scientific men in England, and a great many well-known members of the peerage. Edison was fortunate in being represented by a man with so much address, intimate knowledge of the subject, and powers of explanation. As one of the leading English papers said at the time, with equal humor and truth, "There is but one Edison, and Johnson is his prophet." As the plant continued in operation, various details and ideas of improvement emerged, and Mr. Hammer says, "Up to the time of the construction of this plant, it had been customary to place a single pole switch on one wire and a safety fuse on the other, and the practice of putting fuses on both sides of a lighting circuit was first used here. Some of the first, if not the very first, of the insulated fixtures were used in this plant, and many of the fixtures were equipped with ball insulating joints, enabling chandeliers, or electroliers, to be turned around, as was common with the gas chandeliers. This particular device was invented by Mr. John B. Verity, whose firm built many of the fixtures for the Edison Company, and constructed the notable electroliers shown at the Crystal Palace Exposition of 1882. We have made a swift survey of developments from the time when the system of lighting was ready for use, and when the staff scattered to introduce it. It will be readily understood that Edison did not sit with folded hands, or drop into complacent satisfaction the moment he had reached the practical stage of commercial exploitation. He was not willing to say, "Let us rest and be thankful," as was one of England's great liberal leaders after a long period of reform. On the contrary, he was never more active than immediately after the work we have summed up at the beginning of this chapter. While he had been pursuing his investigations of the generator in conjunction with the experiments on the incandescent lamp, he gave much thought to the question of distribution of the current over large areas, revolving in his mind various plans for the accomplishment of this purpose, and keeping his mathematicians very busy working on the various schemes that suggested themselves from time to time. The idea of a complete system had been in his mind in broad outline for a long time, but it did not crystallize into commercial form until the incandescent lamp was an accomplished fact. Thus, in January 1880, his first patent application for a system of electrical distribution was signed. It was filed in the Patent Office a few days later, but was not issued as a patent until August 30, 1887. It covered fundamentally multiple arc distribution. How broadly will be understood from the following extracts from the New York Electrical Review of September 10, 1887. It would appear as if the entire field of multiple distribution were now in the hands of the owners of this patent. The patent is about as broad as a patent can be, being regardless of specific devices and laying a powerful grasp on the fundamental idea of multiple distribution from a number of generators throughout a metallic circuit. Mr. Edison made a number of other applications for patents on electrical distribution during the year 1880. Among these was the one covering the celebrated feeder invention, which has been of very great commercial importance in the art, its object being to obviate the drop in pressure, rendering lights dim in those portions of an electric light system that were remote from the central station. Footnote 10. For further explanation of feeder patent, see Appendix. From these two patents alone, which were absolutely basic and fundamental in effect, and both of which were, and still are, put into actual use wherever central station lighting is practiced, the reader will see that Mr. Edison's patient and thorough study, aided by his keen foresight and unerring judgment, had enabled him to grasp in advance with a master hand the chief and underlying principles of a true system. That system, which has since been put into practical use all over the world, and whose elements do not need the touch or change of more modern scientific knowledge. These patents were not by any means all he applied for in the year 1880, which it will be remembered was the year in which he was perfecting the incandescent electric lamp and methods, to put into market for competition with gas. It was an extraordinarily busy year for Mr. Edison and his whole force, which from time to time was increased in number. Improvement upon improvement was the order of the day. That which was considered good today was superseded by something better and more serviceable tomorrow. Device after device, relating to some part of the entire system, was designed, built, and tried, only to be rejected ruthlessly as being unsuitable. But the pursuit was not abandoned. It was renewed over and over again, in innumerable ways, until success had been attained. During the year 1880, Edison had made application for 60 patents, of which 32 were in relation to incandescent lamps, 7 covered inventions relating to distributing systems, including the 2 above particularized, 5 had reference to inventions of parts, such as motors, sockets, etc., 6 covered inventions relating to dynamo-electric machines, 3 related to electric railways, and 7 to miscellaneous apparatus, such as telegraph relays, magnetic ore separators, magneto-signaling apparatus, etc. The list of Mr. Edison's patents, see Appendices, is not only a monument to his life's work, but serves to show what subjects he was working on from year to year since 1868. The reader will see from an examination of this list that the years 1880, 1881, 1882, and 1883 were the most prolific periods of invention. It is worthwhile to scrutinize this list closely to appreciate the wide range of his activities. Not that his patents cover his entire range of work by any means, for his notebooks reveal a great number of major and minor inventions for which he has not seen fit to take out patents. Moreover, at the period now described, Edison was the victim of a dishonest patent solicitor, who deprived him of a number of patents in the following manner. Around 1881-82, I had several solicitors attending to different classes of work. One of these did me most serious injury. It was during the time that I was developing my electric lighting system, and I was working and thinking very hard in order to cover all the numerous parts, in order that it would be complete in every detail. I filed a great many applications for patents at that time, but there were 78 of the inventions I made in that period that were entirely lost to me and my company by reason of the dishonesty of this patent solicitor. Specifications had been drawn, and I had signed and sworn to the application for patents for these 78 inventions, and naturally I supposed they had been filed in the regular way. As time passed, I was looking for some action of the Patent Office, as usual, but none came. I thought it very strange, but had no suspicions until I began to see my inventions recorded in the Patent Office Gazette as being patented by others. Of course I ordered an investigation, and found that the patent solicitor had drawn from the company the fees for filing all these applications, but had never filed them. All the papers had disappeared. However, and what he had evidently done, was to sell them to others, who had signed new applications and proceeded to take out patents themselves on my inventions. I afterwards found that he had been previously mixed up with a somewhat similar crooked job in connection with telephone patents. I am free to confess that the loss of these 78 inventions has left a sore spot in me that has never healed. They were important, useful, and valuable, and represented a whole lot of tremendous work and mental effort, and I had had a feeling of pride in having overcome through them a great many serious obstacles. One of these inventions covered the multipolar dynamo. It was an elaborated form of the type covered by my patent number 219393, which had a ring armature. I modified and improved on this form, and had a number of pole pieces placed all around the ring, with a modified form of armature winding. I built one of these machines and ran it successfully in our early days at the Gurrick Street shop. It is of no practical use to mention the man's name. I believe he is dead, but he may have left a family. The occurrence is a matter of the old Edison Company records. It will be seen from an examination of the list of patents in the appendix that Mr. Edison has continued year after year adding to his contributions to the art of electric lighting, and in the last 28 years, 1880 through 1908, has taken out no fewer than 375 patents in this branch of industry alone. These patents may be roughly tabulated as follows: incandescent lamps and their manufacturer, 149. Distributing systems and their control and regulation, 77. Dynamo electric machines and accessories, 106. Minor parts such as sockets, switches, safety catches, meters, underground conductors and parts, etc., 43. Quite naturally, most of these patents cover inventions that are in the nature of improvements or based upon devices which he had already created, but there are a number that relate to inventions absolutely fundamental and original in their nature. Some of these have already been alluded to, but among the others there is one which is worthy of special mention in connection with the present consideration of a complete system. This is patent number 274290, applied for November 27, 1882. It is known as the 3-wire patent. It is described more fully in the appendix. The great importance of the feeder and the 3-wire inventions will be apparent when it is realized that without them it is a question whether electric light could be sold to compete with low-priced gas, on account of the large investment in conductors that would be necessary. If a large city area were to be lighted from a central lighting station by means of copper conductors running directly therefrom to all parts of the district, it would be necessary to install large conductors, or suffer such a drop of pressure at the ends most remote from the station as to cause the lights there to burn with a noticeable diminution of candle power. The feeder invention overcame this trouble, and made it possible to use conductors only 1/8 the size that would otherwise have been necessary to produce the same results. Still further economy in cost of conductors was effected by the 3-wire invention, by the use of which the already diminished conductors could still further be reduced to 1/3 of this smaller size, and at the same time allow for the successful operation of the station with far better results than if it were operated exactly as at first conceived. The feeder and 3-wire systems are at this day used in all parts of the world, not only in central station work, but in the installation and operation of isolated electric light plants in large buildings. No sensible or efficient station manager or electric contractor would ever think of an installation made upon any other plan. Thus, Mr. Edison's early conceptions of the necessities of a complete system, one of them made even in advance of practice, have stood firm, unimproved, and unchanged during the past 28 years, a period of time which has witnessed more wonderful and rapid progress in electrical science and art than has been known during any similar art or period of time since the world began. It must be remembered that the complete system in all its parts is not comprised in the few of Mr. Edison's patents, of which specific mention is here made. In order to comprehend the magnitude and extent of his work, and the quality of his genius, it is necessary to examine minutely the list of patents issued for the various elements which go to make up such a system. To attempt any relation in detail of the conception and working out of each part or element, to enter into any description of the almost innumerable experiments and investigations that were made, would entail the writing of several volumes, for Mr. Edison's close-written notebooks covering these subjects number nearly 200. It is believed that enough evidence has been given in this chapter to lead to an appreciation of the assiduous work and practical skill involved in inventing a system of lighting that would surpass, and to great extent, in one single quarter of a century, supersede all the other methods of illumination developed during long centuries. But it will be appropriate, before passing on, to note that on January 17, 1908, while this biography was being written, Mr. Edison became the 4th recipient of the John Fritz Gold Medal for Achievement in Industrial Progress. This medal was founded in 1902 by the professional friends and associates of the veteran American ironmaster and metallurgical inventor, in honor of his 80th birthday. Awards are made by a board of 16 engineers, appointed in equal number from the 4 great national engineering societies: the American Society of Civil Engineers, the American Institute of Mining Engineers, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, whose membership embraces the very pick and flower of professional engineering talent in America. Up to the time of the Edison Award, 3 others had been made. The first was to Lord Kelvin, the Nestor of physics in Europe, for his work in submarine cable telegraphy and other scientific achievement. The second was to George Westinghouse for the air brake. The third was to Alexander Graham Bell for the invention and introduction of the telephone. The award to Edison was not only for his inventions in duplex and quadruplex telegraphy and for the phonograph, but for the development of a commercially practical incandescent lamp, and the developments of a complete system of electric lighting, including dynamos, regulating devices, underground system, protective devices, and meters. Great has been the genius brought to bear on electrical development. There is no other man to whom such a comprehensive tribute could be paid. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nellie. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Louis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 15. Introduction of the Edison electric light. In the previous chapter on the invention of a system, the narrative has been carried along for several years of activity after the verge of successful and commercial application of Edison's ideas and devices for incandescent electric lighting. The story of any one year in this period, if treated chronologically, would branch off in a great many directions, some going back to early works, others forward to arts not within the general survey. And the effect of such treatment would be confusing. In like manner, the development of the Edison lighting system followed several concurrent, simultaneous lines of events, and an effort was therefore made in the last chapter to give a rapid glance over the whole movement, embracing a term of near 5 years, and including in its scope both the old world and the new. What is necessary to the completeness of the story at this stage is not to recapitulate, but to take up some of the loose ends of the threads, woven in, and follow them through until the clear and comprehensive picture of the events can be seen. Some things it would be difficult to reproduce in any picture of the art and times. One of the greatest delusions of the public in regard to any notable invention is the belief that the world is waiting for it with open arms and an eager welcome. The exact contrary is the truth. There is not a single new art or device the world has ever enjoyed of which it can be said that it was given immediate enthusiastic reception. The way of the inventor is hard. He can sometimes raise capital to help him in working out his crude conceptions, but even then it is frequently done at a distressful cost of personal surrender. When the result is achieved, the invention makes its appeal on the score of economy of material or of effort, and then labor often waits with crushing and tyrannical spirit to smash the apparatus or forbid its very use. Where both capital and labor are agreed that the object is worthy of encouragement, there is the superior indifference of the public to overcome, and the stubborn resistance of the pre-existing devices to combat. The years of hardship and struggle are thus prolonged. The tar-green poverty and neglect too frequently embitters the inventor's scanty bread, and one great spirit after another has succumbed to the defeat beyond which lay the procrastinated triumph, so dearly earned. Even in America, where the adoption of improvements and innovations is regarded as so prompt and sure, and where the huge toils of the patent office and the court bear witness to the ceaseless efforts of the inventor, it is impossible to deny that the sad truth that, unconsciously, society discourages invention rather than invites it. Possibly, our national optimism, as reviewed in invention, the seeking a higher good, needs some check. Possibly, the leaders would travel too fast and too far on the road to perfection if conservatism did not also play its salutary part in insisting that the procession move forward as a whole. Edison and his electric light were happily more fortunate than other men and inventions in the relative cordiality of the reception given them. The merit was too obvious to remain unrecognized. Nevertheless, it was through intense hostility and opposition that the young art made its way, pushed forward by Edison's strong personality, and by his unbounded, unwavering faith in the ultimate success of his system. It may seem strange that great effort was required to introduce a life so manifestly inconvenient, safe, agreeable, and advantageous, but the facts are a matter of record, and today the recollection of some of the episodes brings a fierce glitter into the eye, and keen indignation into the voice of the man who has come so victoriously through the door. It was not a fact at any time that the public was opposed to the idea of the electric light. On the contrary, the conditions for its acceptance have been ripening fast. Yet, the very vogue of the electric art light made harder the arrival of the incandescent. As a new illuminant for the streets, the art became familiar, either as a direct substitute for the low gas lamp along the sidewalk curb, or as a novel form of moonlight raised in groups at the top of lofty towers, often 150 feet high. Some of these lights were already in use for large indoor spaces, although the size of the unit, the deadly pressure of the current, and the sputtering sparks from the carbons made them highly objectionable for such purposes. A number of parent arc lighting companies were in existence, and a great many local companies had been called into being under franchise for commercial business, and to execute regular city contracts for the street lighting. In this manner, a great deal of capital and the energies of many prominent men in politics and business have been rallied distinctively to support of arc lighting, under the inventive leaderships of such brilliant men as Bruce, Thomson, Weston, and Van Depoeler. There were scores of others. The industry had made considerable progress, and the art has been firmly established. Here lurked, however, very rigorous elements of opposition, for Edison predicted from the start the superiority of the small electric unit of light, and devoted himself exclusively to its perfection and introduction. It can be readily seen that this situation made it all the more difficult for the Edison system to secure the large sums of money needed for its exploitation, and to obtain new franchises of city ordinance as a public utility. Thus, in a curious manner, the modern art of electric lighting was in a very true sense divided against itself, with intense rivalries and jealousies which were none the less real, because they were but temporary and occurred in fact where ultimate union of the force was inevitable. For a long period of time, the arc was dominant and superior in the lighting branch of the electric industries in all respects, whether as to investment, employees, income, and profits, or in the respect to the manufacturing side. When the great National Electric Light Association was formed in 1885, its organizers were the captains of arc lighting, and not a single Edison company or licensee could be found in its ranks, or dare to solicit membership. The Edison company, soon numbering about 300, formed their own association, still maintained as a separate and useful body, and the lines were tensely drawn in a way that made it none too easy for the Edison service to advance, or for an impartial man to remain friendly with both sides. But the growing popularity of incandescent lighting, the flexibility and safety of the system, the ease with which other electric devices for heat, power, etc., could be put indiscriminately on the same circuits with the lamps, in due course rendered the old attitude of opposition obviously foolish and unattainable. The United States Census Office statistics of 1902 show that the income from incandescent lighting by central stations had by that time become over 52% of the total, while that from arc lighting was less than 29%, and electric power surfaced due to the ease with which models could be introduced on incandescent circuits, brought in 15% more. Hence, 20 years after the first Edison station were established, the methods they involved could be fairly credited with no less than 67% of all central station income in the country, and the proportion has grown ever since then. It will be readily understood that, under these conditions, the modern lighting company supplies to its customers both incandescent and arc lighting, frequently from the same dynamo electric machinery as a source of current, and that the old feud as between the rival systems has died out. In fact, for some years past, the presidents of the National Electric Light Association have been chosen almost exclusively from among the managers of the great Edison lighting companies in the leading cities. The other strong opposition to the incandescent light came from the gas industry. There also the most bitter feeling was shown. The gas manager did not like arc light, but it interfered only with his street service, which was not his largest source of income by any means. What did arouse his ire and indignation was to find this new opponent, the little incandescent lamp, pushing boldly into the field of interior lighting, claiming it on a great variety of grounds of superiority, and calmly ignoring the question of price because it was so much better. Newspaper records and the pages of the technical papers of the day show to what extent prejudice and passion were stirred up, and the astounding degree to which the opposition to the new light was carried. Here again was given the most convincing demonstration of the truth that such an addition to the resources of mankind always carries with it unsuspected benefits, even for its enemies. In two distinct directions, the gas art was immediately helped by Edison's work. The competition was almost salutary in the stimulus it gave to improvements in processes for making, distributing, and using gas, so that while vast economies have been effected at the gas works, the customers has had infinitely better light for less money. In the second place, the coming of the incandescent light raised the standard of illumination in such a manner that more gas than ever was wanted in order to satisfy the popular demand for brightness and brilliancy, both indoors and on the street. The result of the operation of these two forces acting upon it, wholly from without, and from a rival it was desired to crush, has been to increase enormously the production and use of the gas in the last 25 years. It is true that the income of the central station is now over $300 million a year, and that isolated plant lighting represents also a large amount of diverted business. But, just as shown, it would obviously be unfair to regard all this as a loss from the standpoint of gas. It is, in a great measure, due to new sources of income developed by electricity for itself. A retrospective survey shows that, had the man in control of the American gas lighting art in 1880 been sufficiently far-sighted, and had they not taken a broader view of the situation, they might easily have remained dominant in the whole field of artificial lighting by securing the ownership of the patents and devices of the new industry. Apparently, not a single step of that kind was undertaken. No probably was there a gas manager who would have agreed with Edison in the opinion written down by him at the time in Little Notebook number 184, that gas properties were having conferred on them an enhanced earning capacity. It was doubtless fortunate and providential for the electric lighting art that, in its state of immature development, it did not fall into hands of men who were opposed to its growth, and would not have sought its technical perfection. It was allowed to carve out its own career, and thus escaped the fate that is supposed to have attended other great inventions, of being bought up merely for purposes of suppression. There is a vague popular notion that this happens to the public laws, but the truth is that no discovery of any real value is ever entirely lost. It may be retarded, but that is all. In the case of the gas companies and the incandescent light, many of them to whom it was in the early days as great an irritant as a red flag to a bow, emulated the performance of that animal, and spent a great deal of money and energy in billowing and throwing up dirt in the effort to destroy the hated enemy. This was not long nor universally the spirit shown, and today, in hundreds of cities, the electric and gas properties are united under the one management, which does not find it impossible to push in a friendly and progressive way the use of both illuminants. The most conspicuous example of this identity of interest is given in New York itself. So much for the early opposition, of which there was plenty. But it may be questioned whether inertia is not equally to be dreaded with active ill will. Nothing is more difficult in the world than to get a good many hundreds of thousands or millions of people to do something they have never done before. A very real difficulty in the introduction of his lamp and lighting system by Edison lay in the absolute ignorance of the public at large, not only as to its merits, but as to the very appearance of the light. Some few thousand people had gone out to Menlo Park, and had there seen the lamps in operation at the laboratory or on the hillsides, but they were an insignificant proportion of the inhabitants of the United States. Of course, a great many accounts were written and read, but while genuine interest was aroused, it was necessarily apathetic. A newspaper description of a magazine article may be admirably complete in itself, with illustrations, but until some personal experience is had of the thing described, it does not convey a perfect mental picture, nor can it always make the desire active and insistent. Generally, people wait to have the new thing brought to them, and hence, as in the case of the Edison light, an educational campaign of a practical nature is a fundamental condition of success. After a serious difficulty confronting Edison and his associates was that nowhere in the world were there to be purchased any of the appliances necessary for the use of lighting system. Edison has resolved from the very first that the initial central station, embodying his various ideas, should be installed in New York City, where he could superintend the installation personally and then watch the operation. Plans to that end were now rapidly maturing, but there would be needed, among many other things, every one of them new and novel, dynamos, switchboards, regulators, pressure and current indicators, fixture in great variety, incandescent lamp, meters, sockets, small switches, underground conductors, junction boxes, service boxes, manhole boxes, connectors, and even specially made wire. Now, not one of these childish things were in existence, not any outsider was sufficiently informed about such devices to make them in order, except perhaps the special wire. Edison therefore started the first of all a lamp factory in one of the buildings in Menlo Park, equipped it with novel machinery and apparatus, and began to instruct men, boys and girls, as they could be enlisted, in the absolutely new art, putting Mr. Upton in charge. With regard to the condition attendant upon the manufacture of the lamps, Edison says, "When we first started the electric light, we had to have a factory for manufacturing lamps. As the Edison Light Company did not seem disposed to go into manufacturing, we started a small lamp factory in Menlo Park, with what money I could raise from my other inventions or royalties, and some assistance. The lamps at that time were costing about $1.25 each to make. So I said to the company, 'If you will give me a contract during the life of the patents, I will make all the lamps required by the company and deliver them for 40 cents. The company jumped at the chance of this offer, and a contract was drawn up. We then bought at a receiver's sale at Harrison, New Jersey, a very large brick factory building which had been used as an oil-cloth works. We got it at a great bargain, and only paid a small sum down, and the balance to mortgage. We moved the lamp works from Menlo Park to Harrison. The first year, lamps cost us about $1.10 each. We sold them for 40 cents, but there were only about 20 or 30,000 of them. The next year, they cost us about 70 cents, and we sold them for 40 cents. There were a good many, and we lost more money the second year than in the first. The third year, I succeeded in getting our machinery and in changing processes until it got down so that it cost somewhere around 50 cents. I still sold them for 40 cents, and lost more money that year than any other because the sales were increasingly rapidly. The fourth year, I got it down to 37 cents, and I made all the money up in 1 year that I had lost previously. I finally got it down to 22 cents, and sold them for 40 cents, and they were made by the million. Whereupon the Wall Street people thought it was a very lucrative business, so they concluded that they would like to have it, and bought us out. One of the incidents which caused a very great cheapening was that, when we started, one of the important processes had to be done by experts. This was the selling of the part carrying the filament into the globe, which was rather a delicate operation in those days, and required several months of training before anyone could sell a fair number of parts in a day. When we got to the point where we employed 80 of these experts, they formed a union, and knowing it was impossible to manufacture lamps without them, they became very insolent. One instance was that the son of one of these experts was employed in the office, and when he was told to do anything, would not do it, and or would give an insolent reply. He was discharged, whereupon the union notified us that, unless the boy was taken back, the whole body would go out. It got so bad that the manager came to me and said he could not stand any longer. Something had got to be done. They were not only more surly, they were diminishing the output, and it became impossible to manage the works. He got me enthused on the subject, so I started in to see if it were not possible to do that operation by machinery. After feeling around for some days, I got a clue how to do it. I then put men on it I could trust, and made the preliminary machinery. It seemed to work pretty well. I then made another machine which did the work nicely, and then made a third machine, and would bring in yardmen, ordinary laborers, etc., and when I could get these men to put the parts together, as well as the trained experts, in an hour, I considered the machine complete. I then went secretly to work, and made 30 of the machines. Up in the top loft of the factory, we stored these machines, and at night we put up the benches and got everything all ready. Then we discharged the office boy. Then the union went out. It has been out ever since. When we formed the works at Harrison, we divided the interest into 100 shares or parts at $100 par. One of the boys were hard up after a time, and sold 2 shares to Bob Cutting. Up to that time, We had never paid anything, but we got around to the point where the board declared a dividend every Saturday night. We had never declared a dividend when Cutting bought his shares, and after getting his dividends for 3 weeks in succession, I called up on the telephone and wanted to know what kind of a concern this was that paid a weekly dividend. The work sold for $1,085,000. Incidentally, it may be noted, as illustrative of the problem brought to Edison, that while he had the factory at Harrison, an importer and a Chinese trader went to him and wanted a dynamo to be run by hand power. The importer explained that in China, human labor was cheaper than steam power. Edison devised a machine to answer the purpose and put long spokes on it, fitted it up, and shipped it to China. He has not, however, heard of it since. For making the dynamos, Edison secured, as noted in the preceding chapter, the Roach Iron Works on Goldwork Street, New York, and this was also equipped. A building was rented on Washington Street, where machinery tours were put in specially designed for making the underground tube conductor and the various paraphernalia. And the faithful John Cruiasy was given charge of that branch of production. To Sigmund Bergman, who had worked previously with Edison on telephone apparatus and phonographs, and was already making Edison specialities in a small way in a loft on Wooster Street, New York, was assigned the task of constructing sockets, fixtures, meters, safety fuses, and numerous other details. Thus, broadly, the manufacturing end of the problem of introduction was carried off. In the early part of 1881, the Edison Electric Light Company leased the old Bishop mansion at 65 Fifth Avenue, close to 14th Street, for its headquarters and showrooms. This was one of the finest homes in the city of that period, and its acquisition was a premonitory sign of the surrender of the famous residential avenue to commerce. The company needed not only offices, but even more, such as an interior as would display to advantage the new light in everyday use, and this house, with its liberal lines, spacious halls, lofty salons, wide parlors, and graceful winding stairway, was ideal for the purpose. In fact, in undergoing this violent change, it did not cease to be a home in the real sense, for to this day, many an Edison veteran's pulse is quickened by some chance reference to 65, where through many years the work of development by a loyal and devoted band of workers was centered. Here, Edison and a few of his assistants from Menlo Park installed immediately in the basement a small generating plant, at first with the gas engine, which was not successful, and then with the Hampson high-speed engine and boiler, constituting a complete isolated plant. The building was wired from top to bottom, and equipped with all the appliances of the art. The experience with the little gas engine was rather startling. At an early period at 65, we decided, says Edison, to light it up with the Edison system and put a gas engine in the cellar, using city gas. One day it was not going very well, and I went down to the man in charge and got exploring around. Finally, I opened the pedestal, a storehouse for tools, etc. We had an open lamp, and when we opened the pedestal, it blew the doors off and blew out the windows and knocked me down and the other man. For the next 4 or 5 years, 65 was a veritable beehive, day and night. The routine was very much the same as that at the laboratory, in its utter neglect of the clock. The evenings were not only devoted to the continuance of the regular business, but the house were thrown open to the public until late at night, never closing before 10 o'clock, so as to give everybody who wished an opportunity to see that great novelty of the time, the incandescent light, whose fame had meanwhile been spreading all over the globe. The first year, 1881, was naturally that which witnessed the greatest rush of visitors, and the building hardly ever closed its doors till midnight. During the day business was carried on under great stress, and Mr. Inzau has described how Edison was to be found there trying to lead the life of a man of affairs in the conventional garb of polite society, instead of pursuing inventions and researches in his laboratory. But the disagreeable ordeal could not be dodged. After the experience, Edison could never again be tempted to quit his laboratory and work for any length of time. But in this instance, there were some advantages attached to the sacrifice, for the crowds of lion hunters and people seeking business arrangements would only have gone out to Menlo Park, while, on the other hand, the great plans for light in New York demanded very close personal attention on the sport. As it was, not only Edison but all the company's directors, officers, and employees were kept busy exhibiting and explaining light to the public of that day, when the highest known form of the house illuminant was gas. The incandescent lamp, with its ability to burn in any precision, its lack of heat so that you can put your hand on the brilliant glass globe, the absence of any vitiating effect on the atmosphere, the obvious safety from fire, the curious fact that you needed no matches to light it, and that it was under absolute control from a distance. These and many other features came as a distinct revelation and marvel, while promising so much additional comfort, convenience, and beauty in the house, that inspection was almost invariably followed by request for installation. The camaraderie that existed at this time was very democratic, for all were workers in a common cause. All were enthusiastic believers in the doctrine they proclaimed, and hoped to profit by the opening up of the new art. Often at night, in the small hours, all would adjourn for refreshments to a famous resort nearby, and to discuss the events of the today and tomorrow, full of instant excitement. The easy relationship of the time is neatly sketched by Edison in humorous complaint as to his inability to keep his own secrets. When at 65, I used to have in my desk a box of cigarettes. I would go to the box 4 or 5 times a day to get a cigarette, but after it got circulated about the building, everybody would come to get my cigarettes, so the box would only last about a day and a half. I was telling a gentleman one day that I could not keep a secret. Even if I locked them up in my desk, they would break it open. He suggested to me that he had a friend over on 8th Avenue who made a superior grade of cigarettes, and who would show them a trick. He said that he would have some of them made up with hair and old paper, and I could put them in without a word and see the result. I thought no more about the matter. He came in 2 or 3 months after and said, "How did that cigarette business work?" I didn't remember anything about it, and coming to investigate, it appeared that the box of cigarettes had been delivered and had been put in my desk, and I had smoked them all. I was too busy on other things to notice. It was not uncommon sight to see in the parlors in the evening of John Pierre Morgan, Norvin Prain, Grosvenor P. Laurie, Henry Wheeler, Robert L. Cotton, Edward D. Adams, J. Hood Wright, E. G. Fabry, Armand Galloway, and other men prominent in the city life, many of them stockholders and directors, all interested in doing this educational work. Thousands of persons thus came, bankers, brokers, lawyers, editors, and reporters, prominent businessmen, electricians, insurance experts, under whose searching and intelligent inquiries the fact was elicited, and general admiration was soon won for the system, which in advance had solved so many new problems. Edison himself was in universal request, and the subject of much adulation, but altogether too busy and modest to be spoiled by it. Once in a while he felt in his duty to go over the ground with scientific visitors, many of whom were formed abroad, and discuss questions which were not simply those of technique, but related to newer phenomena, such as the action of carbon, the nature and effect of high vacuum, the principles of electrical subdivision, the value of insulation, and many others which, unfortunate to say, remain as esoteric now as they were then, even fruitful themes of controversy. Speaking of those days of nights, Edison says, "Years ago, one of the great violinists was Ramani. After his performances were over, he used to come down to 65 and talk economics, philosophy, moral science, and everything else. He was highly educated and had a great mental capacity. He would talk with me, but I never asked him to bring his violin. One night he came with his violin, about 12 o'clock. I had a library at the top of the house, and Ramney came up there. He was in a genial humor, and played the violin for me for about 2 hours, $2,000 worth. The front door were closed, and he walked up and down the room as he played. After that, every time he came to New York, he used to call at 65 late at night with his violin. If we were not there, he would come down to the slums on Gower Street and would play for an hour or two and talk philosophy. I would talk for the benefit of his music. Henry E. Dixie, then at the height of his Adonis popularity, would come in those days after theater hours and would entertain us with stories. 1882 to 1884. Another visitor who used to give us a good deal of amusement and pleasure was Captain Shaw, the head of the London Fire Brigade. He was good company. He would go out among the fire ladies and have a great time. One time, Robert Lincoln, ensign stager of the Western Union, interested in the electric light, came on to make some arrangement with Major Eaton, president of the Edison Electric Light Company. They came to 65 in the afternoon, and Lincoln commenced telling stories, like his father. They told stories all the afternoon, and that night they left for Chicago. When they got to Cleveland, it dawned upon them that they had not done any business, so they had to come back on the next train to New York and transact it. They were interested in the Chicago Edison Company, now one of the largest of the systems in the world. Speaking of telling stories, I once got telling a man stories at the Harrisonland factory in the yard as he was leaving. It was winter, and he was all in furs. I had nothing on to protect me against the cold. I told him one story after the other, 6 of all. Then I got pleurisy and had to be shipped to Florida for cure. The organization of the Edison Electric Light Company went back to 1868, but up to the time of leasing 65 Fifth Avenue, I had not been engaged in actual business. He had merely enjoyed the delights of anxious anticipation and the perilous pleasure of backing Edison's experiments. Now active exploitation was required. Dr. Norman Green, the well-known president of the Western Union Telegraph Company, was president also of the Edison Company, but the pressing nature of his regular duties left him no leisure for such close responsible management as was now required. Early in 1881, Mr. Gross Venner P. Lowry, after consultation with Mr. Edison, prevailed upon Major S. B. Eaton, the leading member of a very prominent law firm in New York, to accept the position of vice president and general manager of the company, in which, as also in some of the subsidiary Edison companies, and as president he continued actively and energetically for nearly 4 years, a critical formative period in which the solidity of the foundation laid is attested by the magnitude and splendor of the superstructure. The fact that Edison conferred at this point with Mr. Lowry should perhaps be explained in justice to the distinguished lawyer, who for so many years was the close friend of the inventor, and the chief concern in all the tremendous litigation that followed the effort to enforce and validate Edison patents. As in England, Mr. Edison was fortunate in securing the legal assistance of Sir Richard Webster, afterward Lord Chief Justice of England. So in America, it counted greatly in his favor to enjoy the advocacy of such a man as Lowry. Prominent among the famous leaders of the New York bar, born in Massachusetts, Mr. Lowry in his earlier days of straitened circumstances was accustomed to defray some portion of his educational expenses by teaching music in Berkshire villages, and by a curious coincidence, one of his pupils, F. L. Pope, later Edison partner for a time. Lowry went west to bleeding Kansas with the first Governor Reeder, and both were active participants in the exciting scenes of the Free State War until driven away in 1856, like many other Free Soilers, by the acts of the broader Ruffin legislature. Returning east, Mr. Lowry took up practice in New York, soon becoming eminent in his profession, and upon the accession of William Ogden to the presidency of the Western Union Telegraph Company in 1866, he was appointed its general counsel, the duties of which post he discharged for 15 years. One of the great cases in which he thus took a leading and distinguished art was that of the quadruplex telegraph, and later he acted as a legal adviser to Henry Villard in his numerous grandiose enterprises. Lowry thus came to know Edison, to conceive an intense admiration for him, and to believe in his ability at the time when others could not detect the fire of genius smoldering beneath the modest exterior of a gaunt young operator slowly finding himself. It will be seen that Mr. Lorry was in a peculiarly advantageous position to make his convictions about Edison felt, so that it was he and his friends who rallied quickly to the new barn of discovery, and lent to the inventor the aid that came as a critical period. In this connection, it may be well to quote an article that appeared at the time of Mr. Lorry's death, in 1893. One of the most important services which Mr. Lorry has ever performed was in furnishing and procuring the necessary financial backing for Thomas A. Edison, and bringing out and perfecting his system of incandescent lighting. With characteristic pertinacity, Mr. Lorry stood by the inventor through thick and thin, in spite of doubt, discouragement, and ridicule, until at last success crowned his efforts, and all the litigation which had resulted from the widespread infringements of Edison patents. Mr. Lorry has ever borne the burden and heat of the day, and perhaps in no other field has he so personally distinguished himself as in the successful advocacy of the claims of Edison to the invention of the incandescent lamp and everything hereon pertaining. This was the man of whom Edison had necessarily to make a confidant and adviser, and who supplied other things beside the legal direction and financial alliance by his knowledge of the world and of affairs. There were many vital things to be done in the exploitation of the system that Edison simply could not and would not do. But Lorry's savoir-faire, ready wit and humor, chivalry and devotion, graceful eloquence, and admirable equipoise of judgment were all the qualities that the occasion demanded, and that met the exigencies. We are indebted to Mr. Ingersoll for a graphic sketch of Edison at this period, and of the conditions under which work was done and progress was made. I do not think I had any understanding with Edison when I first went with him. As to my duties, I did whatever he told me, and looked after all kinds of affairs, from buying his clothes to financing his business. I used to open the correspondence and answer it all, sometimes signing Edison's name with my initial, and sometimes signing my own name. If the latter course were pursued, I was addressing a stranger. I was signing as Edison's private secretary. I had his power of attorney, and signed his checks. It was seldom that Edison signed a letter or check at that time. If he wanted personally to send a communication to anybody, if it was one of his close associates, it would probably be a pencil memo signed Edison. It was a shorthand writer, but seldom took down from Edison's dictation, unless it was one on some technical subject that I did not understand. I would go over the correspondence with Edison, sometimes making the marginal note in shorthand, and sometimes Edison would make his own notes on letters, and I would be expected to clear up the correspondence with Edison laconic comments as a guide as to the character of answer to make. It was a very common thing for Edison to write the words yes or no, and this would be all I had on which to base my answer. Edison marginalized documents extensively. He had a wonderful ability in pointing out the weak points of agreement or balance sheet, all the while protesting he was no lawyer or accountant, and his views were expressed in a very few words, but in characteristic and emphatic manner. The first few months I was with Edison, he spent most of the time in the office at 65 Fifth Avenue. Then there was a great deal of trouble with the light of lamps there, and he disappeared from the office and spent his time largely at Menlo Park. At another time there were a great deal of trouble with some of the details and construction of dynamos, and Edison spent a lot of time at Gower Street, which had been rapidly equipped with the idea of turning out bipolar dynamo electric machines, direct connected to the engine, the first of which went to Paris and London, while the next were installed in the old Pearl Street station of Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York, just south of Fulton Street, and the west side of the street. Edison devoted a great deal of his time to the engineering work in connection with the laying out of the first incandescent electric lighting system in New York. Apparently at that time, between the end of 1881 and spring of 1882, the most serious work was the manufacture and installation of underground conductors in this territory. These conductors were manufactured by Electric Tube Company, which Edison controlled in the shop at 65 Washington Street, run by John Cruiasy. Half-round copper conductors were used, kept in place relatively to each other, and in the tube, first of all by a heavy piece of cardboard, and later on by a rope, and then put in a 20-foot iron pipe, and a combination of asphaltone and linseed oil was forced into the pipe for insulation. I remember as a coincidence that the building was only 20 feet wide. These lengths of conductors were 20 feet 6 inches long, as the half-round coppers extended to 3 inches beyond the drag ends of the length of the pipe. And in one of the operations we used to take the length of tubing out of the window in order to turn it around. I was elected secretary of the Electric Tube Company, and was expected to look after its finances. And it was in this position that my long intimacy with John Curiasi started. At this juncture, a large part of the correspondence referred very naturally to electric lighting, embodying requests for all kinds of information, catalogues, prices, terms, etc., and all these letters were turned over to the lighting company by Edison for attention. The company was soon swamped with the proposition for sale of territorial rights and with other negotiations, and some of these were accompanied by the offer of very large sums of money. It was the beginning of the electric light forward, which soon rose to sensational heights. Had the company accepted this cash offer from various localities, it could have gathered several millions of dollars at once in its treasury, but this was not at all in accord with Mr. Edison's idea, which was to prove by actual experience the commercial value of the system, and then to license a central station companies in large cities and towns. The parent company taking the percentage of their capital for the license under the Edison patents, and contracting also for the supply of apparatus, lamps, etc. This left the remainder of the country open for the cash sale of plants wherever requested. His counsels prevailed, and the wisdom of the policy adopted was seen in the swift establishment of Edison companies in centers of population both great and small, whose business has ever been a constant and growing source of income for the parent manufacturing interest. From first to last, Edison has been an exponent and advocate of the central station idea of distribution, now so familiar to the public mind, but still very far from being carried out to its logical conclusions. In this instance, demands for isolated plans for lighting factories, mills, mines, hotels, etc., began to pour in, and something had to be done with them. This was a class of plant which the inquirers desired to purchase outright and operate themselves, usually because of remoteness for any possible source of general supply for Concord. It had not been Edison's intention to cater to this class of customer until his broad central station plan had been worked out, and he has also discouraged this isolated plant within the limits of urban circuits. But these demands were so insistent it could not be denied, and it was deemed desirable to comply with it at once, especially as it was seen that the steady cure for supplies and renewals would benefit the new Edison manufacturing plants. After a very short trial, it was found necessary to create a separate organization for this branch of the industry, leaving the Edison Electric Light Company to continue under the original plan of operation as a parent, patent holding and licensing company. Accordingly, a new and distinct corporation was formed called the Edison Company for Isolated Lighting, to which was issued a special license to sell and operate plants of a self-contained character. As a matter of fact, such work began in advance of almost every other kind. A small plant using the paper carbon filament lamps were furnished by Edison at the earnest solicitation of Mr. Henry Villard for the steamship Columbia in 1879, and it is amusing to note that Mr. Upton carried the lamps himself to the ship, very tenderly and jealously, like fresh eggs, a market garden basket. The installation was almost successful. Another pioneer plant was that equipped and started in January 1881 for Hinks and Ketchum, a new firm of lithographers and color printers, who had previously been able to work only by day, owing to the difficulties in coloring printing by artificial light. A year later they said, "It is best substitute for daylight we have ever known, and almost as cheap." Mr. Edison himself described various instances in which the demands for isolated plants had to be met. One night at 65, he says, James Gordon Bennett came in. We were very anxious to get into a printing establishment. I had caused a printer's composing case to be set up with the idea that if we could get editors and publishers in to see it, we should show them the advantages of the electric light. So ultimately, Mr. Bennet came, and after seeing the whole operation of everything, he ordered Mr. Holland, general manager of the Herald, to light the newspaper office up at once with electricity. Another incident of the same kind deals with the introduction of the light for purely social purposes. While at 65th Avenue, remarked Mr. Edison, I got to know Christian Haller, then the largest decorator of the United States. He was a highly electoral man, and I loved to talk to him. He was always railing against the rich people for whom he did work, for their poor taste. One day Mr. W.H. Vanderbilt, who came to 65, saw the light and decided that he would have his new house lighted with it. This was one of the big box houses on Upper Fifth Avenue. He put the whole matter in the hands of his son-in-law, Mr. H. Mike Tombley, who was then in charge of the telephone department of the Western Union. Tombley closed a contract with us for a plant. Mr. Hurdle was doing the decoration, and it was extraordinarily fine. After a while, we got the engines and boilers and wires all done, and the lights in position before the house was quite finished, and thought we could have an exhibit of the light. About 8 o'clock in the evening, we lit it up, and it was very good. Mr. Vanderbilt and his wife and some of his daughters came in, and were there a few minutes when the fire occurred. The large picture gallery was lined with silk cloth, interwoven with fine metallic thread. In some manner 2 wires had got crossed with this tinsel, which became red hot, and then the whole mass was soon afire. I knew what was the matter, and ordered them to run down and shut off. It had not burst into flame, and died out immediately. Mr. Vanderbilt became hysterical and wanted to know where it came from. We told her we had the plant in the cellar, and then she learned we had a boiler there. She said she would not occupy the house. She would not leave over a boiler. We had to take the whole installation out. The houses afterward went on to the New York Edison system. The art was, however, very crude and raw, and as there were no artisans in existence, as mechanics or electricians who had had any knowledge of the practice, there was inconceivable difficulty in getting such isolated plants installed, as well as wiring the buildings in the district to be covered by the first Central Station, New York. A night school was therefore founded at Fifth Avenue, and was put in charge of Mr. E. H. Johnson, fresh from his success in England. The most available men for the purpose were, of course, those who had been accustomed to wiring for the simpler electrical system then the vulgar, telephones, district messengers' calls, burglar alarms, house annunciators, etc., and a number of these wire men were engaged and instructed patiently in the rudiments of the new arts by means of a blackboard and hour lessons. Students from the technical schools and colleges were also eager recruits, for here was something that promised a career, and one that was especially alluring to young youth because of its novelty. These beginners were also instructed in general engineering problems under the guidance of Mr. C. L. Clark, who was brought in from the Menlo Park laboratory to assume charge of the engineering part of the company's affairs. Many of these pioneer students and workmen became afterward large and successful contractors, or have held positions of distinction as managers and superintendents of central stations. Possibly the electrical industry may not now attract as much adventurous genius as it did then, for automobiles, aeronautics, and other new arts had come to the front in a quarter of the century to enlist in the enthusiasm of a young generation of mercurial spirits. But it is certain that at the period at which we write, Edison himself, still under 35, was the center of an extraordinary group of men, full of ever-rising and aspiring talent, to which he gave glorious opportunity. A very novel literary feature of the work was the issuance of a bulletin devoted entirely to the Edison Lighting propaganda. Nowadays, the house organ, as it is called, has become a very hackneyed feature of industrial development, confusing in its variety and volume, and a somewhat doubtful adjunct to a highly perfected, widely circulating periodic panicle press. But at that time, 1882, the bulletin of the Edison Electric Light Company, published in ordinary 12mo form, was distinctly new in advertising and possibly unique. As it is difficult to find anything that compared with it, the bulletin was carried on for some years, until its necessary was removed by a development of other opportunities for reaching the public, and its pages serve now as a vivid and lively picture of the period to which its record applies. The first issue of January 12, 1882, was only 4 pages, but it dealt with the question of insurance. Plants at San Diego, Chile, and Rio de Janeiro, and the European company with 3,500,000 francs described. The works in Paris, London, Strasbourg, and Moscow. The laying of over 6 miles street mains in New York, a patent decision in favor of Edison, and the size of a safety catch wire. By April of 1882, the bulletin had attained the respectable size of 16 pages, and in December it was a partly magazine for 48. Every item it bears testimony to the rapid progress being made, and by the end of 1882, it is seen that no fewer than 153 isolated Edison plants had been started in the United States alone, with a capacity of 29,192 lamps. Moreover, the New York Central Station had gone into operation starting at 3 p.m. on September 4th, and at the close of 1882, it was lighting 225 houses wide for about 5,000 lamps. This epochal story will be told in next chapter. The most interesting are the bulletin notes from England, especially in regard to the brilliant exhibition given by Mr. E. H. Johnson at the Crystal Palace, Sydenham, visited by the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, twice by the Dukes of Westminster and Sutherland, by 300 members of the Gas Institute, and by innumerable delegations from cities, bards, etc. Describing this before the Royal Society of Arts, Sir W. H. Pearce, F.R.S., remarked, "Many unkind things have been said of Mr. Edison and his promises. Perhaps no one has been severer in this direction than myself. It is some gratification for me to announce my belief that he has at last solved the problem he set himself to solve, and to be able to describe to the Society the way in which he has solved it." Before the exhibition closed, it was visited by the Prince and Princess of Wales, now the deceased Edward VII, and the Dowager Queen Alexandra, and the princesses received from Mr. Johnson as a souvenir a tiny electric chandelier fashioned like a banquet of fern leaves and flowers, the butts being some of the first miniature incandescent lamps ever made. The first item in the first bulletin board dealt with the fire question, and all through the successive issues runs a series of significant items on the same subject. Many of them are aimed at gas, and there are several green summaries of death and fires due to gas leakers' exploitation. A tendency existed at the time to assume that electricity was altogether safe, while its opponents, predicting their attacks on arc lighting casualties, insisted it was most dangerous. Edison's problem educating the public was rather difficult, for while his low-pressure, direct current system has always been absolutely without danger to life, there has also been the undeniable fact that escaping electricity might cause a fire just as a leaky water pipe can flood a house. The important question had arisen, therefore, of satisfying the fire underwriters as to the safety of their system. He had foreseen that there would be an absolute necessity for special devices to prevent fires from occurring by reason of any excessive current flowing in any circuits, and several of his earliest detailed lighting inventions deal with this subject. The insurance underwriters of New York and other parts of the country gave a great deal of time and study to the question through their most expert representatives, with the aid of Edison and his associates. Other electric light companies are cooperating, and the knowledge of thus gained was embodied in insurance rules to govern wiring for electric lighting, formulated during the later part of 1881, adopted by the New York Board of Fire Underwriters January 12, 1882, and subsequently endorsed by the other boards in the various insurance districts. Under temporary rulings, however, a vast amount of work had already been done, but it was obviously that the industry grew there would be less and less possibility of supervision except through such regulations, insisting upon the use of the best devices and methods. Indeed, the direct superintendence soon became unnecessary, owing to the increasing knowledge and greater skill acquired by the installing staff, and this system of education was notably improved by a manual written by Mr. Edison himself. Copies of this brochure are as scarce today as first folio Shakespeare's, and common prices equal to those of the other American first editions. The little book is the only known incursion of its authors into literature, if we accept the brief articles he has written for technical papers and for the magazines. It contained what was at once a full, elaborate, and terse explanation of a complete isolated plant, with diagrams of various methods of connection and operation, and a carefully detailed description of every individual part, its function, its characteristics. The remarkable success of those early years was indeed only achieved by following up with the Chinese exactness the minute and intimate methods insisted upon by Edison, as to the use of the apparatus and devices employed. It was a curious example of establishing standard practice, while changing with kaleidoscopic rapidity all the elements involved. He was true to ideal as to the polar star, but was incessantly making improvements in every direction. With an ironclasm that has often seemed ruthless and brutal, he did not hesitate to sacrifice older devices the moment a new one came in sight that embodied real advance in securing effective results. The process is periodic but costly. Nobody ever had a bigger scrap heap than Edison. But who dare proclaim the process intrinsically wasteful if the losses occur in the initial stages, and economies in all the later ones? With Edison in this introduction of his lighting system, the method was ruthless but not reckless. At an early stage of commercial development, a standardizing committee was formed, consisting of the heads of all the departments, and this body was instructed in the task of testing and criticizing all existing and proposed devices, as well as of considering the suggestions and complaints of workmen offered from time to time. This procedure was fruitful in two principal results: the education of the whole executive force in the technical details of the system, and a constant improvement in the quality of the Edison installations, both contributing to the rapid growth of the industry. For many years, Gower Street played an important part in Edison fairs, being the center of all its manufacture of heavy machinery. But it was not in a desirable neighborhood, and owing to the rapid growth of the business soon became disadvantageous for other reasons. Edison tells of his frequent visits to the shops at night with the escort of James Russell, a well-known detective who knew all the denizens of the places. We used to go out at night, a little low place, an old lighthouse, 8 feet wide and 20 feet long, where we got a lunch at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It was the toughest kind of restaurant ever seen. For the clam chowder they used to sing 4 clams during the whole season, and the average number of flies per pie was 7. That was by actual count. As to the shops and the locality, the street was lined with rather old buildings and poor tenements. We had no much frontage. As our business increased enormously, our quarters became too small, so we saw the district tailor leader and asked him if we could not store castings and other things on the sidewalk. He gave us permission, told us to go ahead, and he would see it was all right. The only thing he required for this was that when the man was sent with a note from him, asking us to give him a job, he has to be put on. We had a hand labourer foreman, Big Jim, a very powerful Irishman, who could lift above half a ton. When one of the town aspirants appeared, he was told to go right to work at $1.5 per day. The next day he was told to lift a certain piece, and if the man could not lift, he was discharged. That made the tammy men all safe. Jim could pick the piece up easily. The other man could not, and so we let him out. Finally the tammy leader caught a hot, as we were running a big engine lathe out on the sidewalk, and he was afraid that we were carrying it a little too far. The lathes were worked right out in the street, and bolted through the windows for the shop. At last it became necessary to move from Gower Street, and Mr. Edison gives a very interesting account of the incident in connection with the transfer of the plant to Schenectady, New York. After our works at Gower Street got too small, we had labor troubles also. It seems I had rather socialistic strain in me, and I raised the pay of the workmen 25 cents an hour above the prevailing rates of wages. Whereupon Howe and Company, our new neighbors, complained at our doing this. I said I thought it was all right, but the men, having got a little more wages, thought they would try coercion and get a little more, as we were considered soft marks, whereupon this struck at that time that was critical. However, we were short of money for payrolls, and we concluded it might not be so bad after all, and it would give us a couple of weeks to catch up. So when the workmen went out, they appointed a committee to meet us. But for 2 weeks they could not find us, so became somewhat more anxious than we were. Finally, they said they would like to go back. We said all right, and back they went. It was quite a novelty to the men not to be able to find us when they wanted to, and they didn't relish it at all. What with these troubles and lack of room, we decided to find a factory elsewhere, and decided to try the locomotive works at Schenectady. It seems that the people there had had a falling out among themselves, and one of the directors had started opposition works, but before he had completed all the buildings and put in machinery, some compromise was made, and the works were for sale. We bought them very reasonably and moved everything there. These works were owned by me and my assistant until sold to Edison General Electric Company. At one time we employed several thousand men, and since then the work has been greatly expanded. At these new works, our orders were far in excess of our capital to handle the business, and both Mr. Insaw and I were afraid we might get into trouble for lack of money. Mr. Insaw was then my business manager, running the whole thing, and therefore, when Mr. Henry Villard and his syndicate offered to buy us out, we concluded it was better to be sure than to be sorry, so we sold out for a large sum. Villard was a very aggressive man with big ideas, so I could never quite understand him. He had no sense of humor. I remember one time we were going out to the Hudson River boat to inspect the works, and with us was Mr. Henderson, our chief engineer, who was certainly the best raconteur of funny stories I ever known. We sat at the tail end of the boat, and he started in to tell funny stories. Villard could not see a single point, and scarcely laugh at all, and Henderson became so disconcerted he had to give it up. It was the same way with gold. In the early telegraph days, I remember going with him to see Mackay and the Impecunious country editor. It was very funny, full of amusing and absurd situation, but God never smiled once. The formation of the Edison General Electric Company involved the consolidation of the immediate Edison manufacturing interest in electric light and power, with a capitalization of $12 million. Now a relatively modest sum, but in those days the amount was large, and the combination caused a great deal of newspaper comment as to such a coinage of brain power. Next step came with the creation of the great General Electric Company of today, a combination of the Edison, Thomson Hudson, and Bruce Lightning interest in the manufacture, which to this day maintains the ever-glowing plants at Harrison, Lane, Schenectady, and there employs from 20 to 25,000 people. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Nellie, Xi'an, China.
Chapter 16 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Louis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 16. The First Edison Central Station. A noted inventor once said at the end of a lifetime of fighting to defend his rights that he found there were 3 stages in all great inventions. The first, in which people said the thing could not be done; the second, in which they said anybody could do it; and the third, in which they said it had always been done by everybody. In his central station work, Edison has had very much this kind of experience, for while many of his opponents came to acknowledge the novelty and utility of his plans, and gave him unstinted praise, there are doubtless others who to this day profess to look upon him merely as an adapter. How different the view of so eminent a scientist as Lord Kelvin was may be appreciated from his remark when in later years In reply to the question why someone else did not invent so obvious and simple a thing as the feeder system, he said, "The only answer I can think of is that no one else was Edison." Undaunted by the attitude of doubt and the predictions of impossibility, Edison had pushed on until he was now able to realize all his ideas as to the establishment of a central station in the work that culminated in New York City in 1882. After he had conceived the broad plan, his ambition was to create the initial plant on Manhattan Island, where it would be convenient of access for watching its operation, and where the demonstration of its practicability would have influence in financial circles. The first intention was to cover a district extending from Canal Street on the north to Wall Street on the south. But Edison soon realized that this territory was too extensive for the initial experiment, and he decided finally upon the district included between Wall, Nassau, Spruce, and Ferry Streets, Peck Slip, and the East River, an area nearly a square mile in extent. One of the preliminary steps taken to enable him to figure on such a station and system was to have men go through this district on various days and note the number of gas jets burning at each hour up to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The next step was to divide the region into a number of sub-districts and institute a house-to-house canvass to ascertain precisely the data and conditions pertinent to the project. When the canvass was over, Edison knew exactly how many gas jets there were in every building in the entire district, the average hours of burning, and the cost of light. Also, every consumer of power and the quantity used, every hoist-away which an electric motor could be applied, and other details too numerous to mention, such as related to the gas itself, the satisfaction of the customers, and the limitations of day and night demand. All this information was embodied graphically in large maps of the district by annotations in colored inks, and Edison thus could study the question with every detail before him. Such a reconnaissance, like that of a coming field of battle, was invaluable and may help give a further idea of the man's inveterate care for the minutiae of things. The laboratory notebooks of this period, 1878 through 1880 more particularly, show an immense amount of calculation by Edison and his chief mathematician, Mr. Upton, on conductors for the distribution of current over large areas, and then later in the district described. With the results of this canvass before them, the sizes of the main conductors to be laid throughout the street of this entire territory were figured, block by block, and the results were then placed on the map. These data revealed the fact that the quantity of copper required for the main conductors would be exceedingly large and costly, and, if ever, Edison was somewhat dismayed. But, as usual, this apparently insurmountable difficulty only spurred him on to further effort. It was but a short time thereafter that he solved the knotty problem by an invention mentioned in a previous chapter. This is known as the feeder and main system, for which he signed the application for a patent on August 4, 1880. As this invention effected a saving of 7/8 of the cost of the chief conductors in a straight multiple arc system, the mains for the first district were refigured and enormous new maps were made, which became the final basis of actual installation, as they were subsequently enlarged by the addition of every proposed junction box, bridge safety catch box, and street intersection box in the whole area. When this patent, after protracted fighting, was sustained by Judge Green in 1893, the electrical engineer remarked that the General Electric Company must certainly feel elated, because of its importance. And the journal expressed its fear that, although the specifications and claims related only to the maintenance of uniform pressure of current on lighting circuits, the owners might naturally seek to apply it also to feeders used in the electric railway work already so extensive. At this time, however, the patent had only about a year of life left, owing to the expiration of the corresponding English patent. The fact that 13 years had elapsed gives a vivid idea of the ordeal involved in sustaining a patent and the injustice to the inventor, while there is obviously hardship to those who cannot tell from any decision of the court whether they are infringing or not. It is interesting to note that the preparation for hearing this case in New Jersey was accompanied by models to show the court exactly the method and its economy as worked out in comparison with what is known as the tree system of circuits. the older alternative way of doing it. As a basis of comparison, a district of 36 city blocks in the form of a square was assumed. The power station was placed at the center of the square. Each block had 16 consumers using 15 lights each. Conductors were run from the station to supply each of the 4 quarters of the district with light. In one example, the feeder system was used, in the other, the tree. With these models were shown 2 cubes which represented 1/100th of the actual quantity of copper required for each quarter of the district by the 2-wire tree system, as compared with the feeder system under like conditions. The total weight of copper for the 4-quarter districts by the tree system was 803,250 pounds, but when the feeder system was used, it was only 128,739 pounds. This was a reduction from $23.24 per lamp for copper to $3.72 per lamp. Other models emphasize this extraordinary contrast. At the time Edison was doing this work on economizing in conductors, much of the criticism against him was based on the assumed extravagant use of copper implied in the obvious tree system, and it was very naturally said that there was not enough copper in the world to supply his demands. It is true that the modern electrical arts have been a great stimulator of copper production, now taking 1/4 of all made, yet evidently but for such inventions as this, such arts could not have come into existence at all, or else in growing up they would have forced copper to starvation prices. 11. Footnote 11. For description of feeder patent, see Appendix. It should be borne in mind that from the outset, Edison had determined upon installing underground conductors as the only permanent and satisfactory method for the distribution of current from central stations in cities, and that at Menlo Park he laid out and operated such a system with about 425 lamps. The underground system was limited to the immediate vicinity of the laboratory and was somewhat crude, as well as much less complicated than would be the network of over 80,000 lineal feet, which he calculated to be required for the underground circuits in the first district of New York City. At Menlo Park, no effort was made for permanency. No provision was needed in regard to occasional openings of the street for various purposes. No new customers were to be connected from time to time to the mains, and no repairs were within contemplation. In New York, the question of permanency was of paramount importance, and the other contingencies were sure to arise as well as conditions more easy to imagine than to forestall. These problems were all attacked in a resolute, thoroughgoing manner, and one by one solved by the invention of new and unprecedented devices that were adequate for the purposes of the time, and which are embodied in apparatus of slight modification in use up to the present day. Just what all this means it is hard for the present generation to imagine. New York and all the other great cities in 1882, and for some years thereafter, were burdened and darkened by hideous masses of overhead wires carried on ugly wooden poles along all the main thoroughfares. One after another rival telegraph and telephone, stock ticker, burglar alarm, and other companies had strung their circuits without any supervision or restriction, and these wires, in all conditions of sag or decay, ramified and crisscrossed in every direction, often hanging broken and loose-ended for months, there being no official compulsion to remove any dead wire. None of these circuits carried dangerous currents, but the introduction of the arc light brought an entirely new menace in the use of pressures that were even worse than the bully of the West, who kills on sight because this kindred peril was invisible, and might lurk anywhere. New poles were put up, and the lighting circuits on them, with but a slight insulation of cotton impregnated with some weatherproof compound, straggled all over the city, exposed to wind and rain and accidental contact with other wires or with the metal of buildings. So many fatalities occurred that the insulated wire used, called underwriters because approved by the insurance bodies, became jocularly known as undertakers, and efforts were made to improve its protective qualities. Then came the overhead circuits for distributing electrical energy to motors, for operating elevators, driving machinery, etc., and these, while using a lower, safer potential, were proportionately larger. There were no wires underground. Morse had tried that at the very beginning of electrical application in telegraphy, and all agreed that renewals of the experiment were at once costly and foolish. At last, in cities like New York, what may be styled generically the overhead system of wires broke down under its own weight, and various methods of underground conductors were tried, hastened in many places by the chopping down of poles and wires as the result of some accident that stirred the public indignation. One typical tragic scene was that in New York, where within sight of the City Hall, a lineman was killed at his work on the arc light pole, and his body slowly roasted before the gaze of the excited populace, which for days afterward dropped its silver and copper coin into the alms box nailed to the fatal pole for the benefit of his family. Out of all this in New York came a board of electrical control, a conduit system, and in the final analysis the Public Service Commission, that is credited to Governor Hughes as the furthest development of utility corporation control. The road to yesterday, back to Edison and his insistence on underground wires, is a long one, but the preceding paragraph traces it. Even admitting that the size and weight of his low-tension conductors necessitated putting them underground, this argues nothing against the propriety and sanity of his methods. He believed deeply and firmly in the analogy between electrical supply and that for water and gas, and pointed to the trite fact that nobody hoisted the water and gas mains into the air on stilts, and that none of the pressures were inimical to human safety. The arc lighting methods were unconsciously and unwittingly prophetic of the latter-day long-distance transmissions at high pressure that, electrically, have placed the energy of Niagara at the command of Syracuse and Utica, and have put the power of the falling waters of the Sierras at the disposal of San Francisco, 200 miles away. But within city limits, overhead wires with such space-consuming potentials are as fraught with mischievous peril to the public as the dynamite stored by a nonchalant contractor in the cellar of a schoolhouse. As an offset, then, to any tendency to depreciate the intrinsic value of Edison's lighting work, let the claim be here set forth modestly and subject to interference that he was the father of underground wires in America, and by his example outlined the policy now dominant in every city of the first rank. Even the comment of a cynic in regard to electrical development may be accepted. Some electrical companies wanted all the air, others apparently had use for all the water. Edison only asked for the earth. The late Jacob Hess, a famous New York Republican politician, was a member of the commission appointed to put the wires underground in New York City in the 80s. He stated that when the commission was struggling with the problem and examining all kinds of devices and plans, patented and unpatented, for which fabulous sums were often asked, the body turned to Edison in its perplexity and asked for advice. Edison said, "All you have to do, gentlemen, is to insulate your wires, draw them through the cheapest thing on earth, iron pipe, run your pipes through channels or galleries under the street, and you've got the whole thing done." This was practically the system adopted and in use to this day. What puzzled the old politician was that Edison would accept nothing for his advice. Another story may also be interpolated here as to the underground work done in New York for the first Edison station. It refers to the man higher up, although the phrase had not been coined in those days of lower public morality. That a corporation should be held up was accepted philosophically by the corporation as one of the unavoidable incidents of its business, and if the corporation got back by securing some privilege without paying for it, the public was ready to condone if not applaud. Public utilities were in the making, and no one in particular had a keen sense of what was right or what was wrong in the hard practical details of their development. Edison tells this illuminating story. "When I was laying tubes in the streets of New York, the office received notice from the Commissioner of Public Works to appear at his office at a certain hour. I went up there with a gentleman to see the Commissioner, H.O. Thompson. On arrival he said to me, 'You are putting down these tubes. The Department of Public Works requires that you should have 5 inspectors to look after this work, and that their salary shall be $5 per day, payable at the end of each week. Good morning.' I went out very much crestfallen, thinking I would be delayed and harassed in the work which I was anxious to finish, and was doing night and day. We watched patiently for those inspectors to appear. The only appearance they made was to draw their pay Saturday afternoon. Just before Christmas in 1880, December 17th, as an item for the silk stocking of Father Knickerbocker, the Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York was organized. In pursuance of the policy adhered to by Edison, a license was issued to it for the exclusive use of the system in that territory, Manhattan Island, in consideration of a certain sum of money and a fixed percentage of its capital and stock for the patent rights. Early in 1881 it was altogether a paper enterprise, but events moved swiftly as narrated already, and on June 25, 1881, the first jumbo prototype of the dynamo electric machines to generate current at the Pearl Street station was put through its paces before being shipped to Paris to furnish new sensations to the flaneurs of the boulevards. A number of the Edison officers and employees assembled at Girk Street to see this gigantic machine go into action, and watched its performance with due reverence all through the night until 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, when it respected the conventionalities by breaking a shaft and suspending further tests. After this dynamo was shipped to France and its successors to England for the Holborn Viaduct plant, Edison made still further improvements in design, increasing capacity and economy, and then proceeded vigorously with 6 machines for Pearl Street. An ideal location for any central station is at the very center of the district served. It may be questioned whether it often goes there. In the New York 1st District, the nearest property available was a double building at numbers 255 and 257 Pearl Street, occupying a lot so by 100 feet. It was 4 stories high, with a firewall dividing it into 2 equal parts. One of these parts was converted for the uses of the station proper, and the other was used as a tube shop by the underground construction department, as well as for repair shops, storage, etc. Those were the days when no one built a new office for station purposes. That would have been deemed a fantastic extravagance. One early station in New York for arc lighting was an old soapworks whose well-soaked floors did not need much additional grease to render them choice fuel for the inevitable flames. In this Pearl Street instance, the building erected originally for commercial uses was quite incapable of sustaining the weight of the heavy dynamos and steam engines to be installed on the 2nd floor, so the old flooring was torn out and new one of heavy girders supported by stiff columns was substituted. This heavy construction, more familiar nowadays and not unlike the supporting metal structure of the Manhattan Elevated Road, was erected independent of the enclosing walls and occupied the full width of 257 Pearl Street and about 3/4 of its depth. This change in the internal arrangements did not at all affect the ugly external appearance, which did little to suggest the stately and ornate stations since put up by the New York Edison Company, the latest occupying whole city blocks. Of this episode, Edison gives the following account. While planning for my first New York station, Pearl Street, of course, I had no real estate, and from lack of experience had very little knowledge of its cost in New York, so I assumed a rather large, liberal amount of it to plan my station on. It occurred to me one day that before I went too far with my plans, I had better find out what real estate was worth. In my original plan I had 200 by 200 feet. I thought that by going down on a slum street near the waterfront, I would get some pretty cheap property. So I picked out the worst dilapidated street there was, and found I could only get 2 buildings, each 25 feet front, one 100 feet deep, and the other 85 feet deep. I thought about $10,000 each would cover it, but when I got the price I found that they wanted $75,000 for one and $80,000 for the other. Then I was compelled to change my plans and go upward in the air where real estate was cheap. I cleared out the building entirely to the walls and built my station of structural ironwork, running it up high. Into this converted structure was put the most complete steam plant obtainable, together with all the mechanical and engineering adjuncts bearing upon economical and successful operation. Being in a narrow street and a congested district, the plant needed special facilities for the handling of coal and ashes, as well as for ventilation and forced draught. All of these details received Mr. Edison's personal care and consideration on the spot, in addition to the multitude of other affairs demanding his thought. Although not a steam or mechanical engineer, his quick grasp of principles and omnivorous reading soon supplied the lack of training, nor had he forgotten the practical experience picked up as a boy on the locomotives of the Grand Trunk Road. It is to be noticed as a feature of the plant, in common with many of later construction, that it was placed well away from the water's edge and equipped with non-condensing engines, whereas the modern plant invariably seeks the bank of a river or lake for the purpose of a generous supply of water for its condensing engines or steam turbines. These are among the refinements of practice coincidental with the advance of the art. At the award of the John Fritz Gold Medal in April 1909 to Charles T. Porter for his work in advancing the knowledge of steam engineering and for improvements in engine construction, Mr. Frank J. Sprague spoke on behalf of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers of the debt of electricity to the high-speed steam engine. He recalled the fact that at the French Exposition of 1867, Mr. Porter installed 2 Porter Allen engines to drive electric alternating current generators for supplying current to primitive lighthouse apparatus. While the engines were not directly coupled to the dynamos, it was a curious fact that the piston speeds and number of revolutions were what is common today in isolated direct-coupled plants. In the dozen years following, Mr. Porter built many engines with certain common characteristics, i.e. high piston speed and revolutions, solid engine bed, and Babbitt metal bearings. But there was no electric driving until 1880, when Mr. Porter installed a high-speed engine for Edison at his laboratory in Menlo Park. Shortly after this, he was invited to construct for the Edison Pearl Street station the first of a series of engines for so-called steam dynamos, each independently driven by a direct-coupled engine. Mr. Sprague compared the relations thus established between electricity and the high-speed engine not to those of debtor and creditor, but rather to those of partners, an industrial marriage, one of the most important in the engineering world. Here were 2 machines destined to be joined together, economizing space, enhancing economy, augmenting capacity, reducing investment, and increasing dividends. While rapid progress was being made in this and other directions, the wheels of industry were humming merrily at the Edison Tube Works, for over 15 miles of tube conductors were required for the district, besides the boxes to connect the network at the street intersections and the hundreds of junction boxes for taking the service conductors into each of the hundreds of buildings. In addition to the immense amount of money involved, this specialized industry required an enormous amount of experiment, as it called for the development of an entirely new art. But with Edison's inventive fertility, if ever there was a cross-fertilizer of mechanical ideas, it is he, and with Mr. Crusoe's never-failing patience and perseverance applied to experiment and evolution, rapid progress was made. A franchise having been obtained from the city, the work of laying the underground conductors began in the late fall of 1881, and was pushed with almost frantic energy. It is not to be supposed, however, that the Edison tube system had then reached a finality of perfection in the eyes of its inventor. In his correspondence with Crusoe, as late as 1887, we find Edison bewailing the inadequacy of the insulation of the conductors under 1200 volts pressure. As for example, "Dear Crusoe, there is nothing wrong with your present compound. It is splendid. The whole trouble is air bubbles. The hotter it is poured, the greater the amount of air bubbles. At 212 it can be put on rods and there is no bubble. I have a man experimenting and testing all the time. Until I get at the proper method of pouring and getting rid of the air bubbles, it will be waste of time to experiment with other asphalts. Resin oil distills off easily. It may answer, but paraffin or other similar substances must be put in to prevent brittleness. One thing is certain, and that is, everything must be poured in layers, not only the boxes, but the tubes. The tube itself should have a thin coating. The rope should also have a coating. The rods also. The whole lot. Rods and rope, when ready for tube, should have another coat, and then be placed in tube and filled. This will do the business. Broad and large as a continent in his ideas, if ever there was a man of finical fussiness and attention to detail, it is Edison. A letter of 7 pages of about the same date in 1887 expatiates on the vicious troubles caused by the air bubble, and remarks with fine insight into the problems of insulation and the ideas of layers of it. Thus, you have 3 separate coatings, and it is impossible an air hole in one should match the other. To a man less thorough and empirical in method than Edison, it would have been sufficient to have made his plans clear to associates or subordinates, and hold them responsible for accurate results. No such vicarious treatment would suit him, ready as he has always been to share the work where he could give his trust. In fact, he realized, as no one else did at this stage, the tremendous import of this novel and comprehensive scheme for giving the world light, and he would not let go, even if busy to the breaking point. Though plunged in a veritable maelstrom of new and important business interests, and though applying for no fewer than 89 patents in 1881, all of which were granted, he superintended on the spot all this laying of underground conductors for the first district. Nor did he merely stand around and give orders. Day and night he actually worked in the trenches with the laborers, amid the dirt and paving stones and hurry-burly of traffic, helping to lay the tubes, filling up junction boxes, and taking part in all the infinite detail. He wanted to know for himself how things went, why for some occult reason a little change was necessary, what improvement could be made in the material. His hours of work were not regulated by the clock, but lasted until he felt the need of a little rest. Then he would go off to the station building in Pearl Street, throw an overcoat on a pile of tubes, lie down and sleep for a few hours, rising to resume work with the first gang. There was a small bedroom on the 3rd floor of the station available for him, but going to bed meant delay and consumed time. It is no wonder that such impatience, such an enthusiasm, drove the work forward at a headlong pace. Edison says of this period, "When we put down the tubes in the lower part of New York, in the streets, we kept a big stock of them in the cellar of the station at Pearl Street. As I was on all the time, I would take a nap of an hour or so in the daytime, any time, and I used to sleep on those tubes in the cellar. I had 2 Germans who were testing there, and both of them died of diphtheria, caught in the cellar, which was cold and damp. It never affected me." It is worth pausing just a moment to glance at this man taking a fitful rest on a pile of iron pipe in a dingy building. His name is on the tip of the world's tongue. Distinguished scientists from every part of Europe seek him eagerly. He has just been decorated and awarded high honors by the French government. He is the inventor of wonderful new apparatus, and the exploiter of novel and successful arts. The magic of his achievements and the rumors of what is being done have caused a wild drop in gas securities and a sensational rise in his own electric light stock from $100 to $3,500 a share. Yet these things do not at all affect his slumber or his democratic simplicity, for in that, as in everything else, he is attending strictly to business, doing the thing that is next to him. Part of the rush and feverish haste was due to the approach of frost, which, as usual in New York, suspended operations in the earth. But the laying of conductors was resumed promptly in the spring of 1882, and meantime other work had been advanced. During the fall and winter months, 2 more jumbo dynamos were built and sent to London, after which the construction of 6 for New York was swiftly taken in hand. In the month of May, 3 of these machines, each with a capacity of 1,200 incandescent lamps, were delivered at Pearl Street and assembled on the 2nd floor. On July 5th, owing to the better opportunity for ceaseless toil given by a public holiday, the construction of the operative part of the station was so far completed that the first of the dynamos was operated under steam, so that 3 days later the satisfactory experiment was made of throwing the flood of electrical energy into a bank of 1,000 lamps on an upper floor. Other tests followed in due course. All was excitement. The field-regulating apparatus and the electrical pressure indicator, first of its kind, were also tested and in turn found satisfactory. Another vital test was made at this time, namely of the strength of the iron structure itself on which the plant was erected. This was done by 2 structural experts, and not till he got their report as to ample factors of safety was Edison reassured as to this detail. A remark of Edison, familiar to all who have worked with him, when it is reported to him that something new goes all right and is satisfactory from all points of view, is, "Well, boys, now let's find the bugs." And the hunt for the phylloxera begins with fiendish, remorseless zest. Before starting the plant for regular commercial service, he began personally a series of practical experiments and tests to ascertain in advance what difficulties would actually arise in practice, so that he could provide remedies or preventatives. He had several cots placed in the adjoining building, and he and a few of his most strenuous assistants worked day and night, leaving the work only for hurried meals and a snatch of sleep. These crucial tests, aiming virtually to break the plant down if possible within predetermined conditions, lasted several weeks, and, while most valuable in the information they afforded, did not hinder anything, for meantime customers' premises throughout the district were being wired and supplied with lamps and meters. On Monday, September 4th, 1882, at 3 o'clock p.m., Edison realized the consummation of his broad and original scheme. The Pearl Street station was officially started by admitting steam to the engine of one of the jumbos. Current was generated, turned into the network of underground conductors, and was transformed into light by the incandescent lamps that had thus far been installed. This date and event may properly be regarded as historical, for they mark the practical beginning of a new art, which in the intervening years has grown prodigiously and is still increasing by leaps and bounds. Everything worked satisfactorily in the main. There were a few mechanical and engineering annoyances that might naturally be expected to arise in a new and unprecedented enterprise, but nothing of sufficient moment to interfere with a steady and continuous supply of current to customers at all hours of the day and night. Indeed, once started, this station was operated uninterruptedly for 8 years, with only insignificant stoppage. It will have been noted by the reader that there was nothing to indicate rashness in starting up the station, as only one dynamo was put in operation. Within a short time, however, it was deemed desirable to supply the underground network with more current, as many additional customers had been connected, and the demand for the new light was increasing very rapidly. Although Edison had successfully operated several dynamos in multiple arc 2 years before, i.e. all feeding current together into the same circuits, there was not, at this early period of experience, any absolute certainty as to what particular results might occur upon the throwing of the current from 2 or more such massive dynamos into a great distributing system. The sequel showed the value of Edison's cautious method in starting the station by operating only a single unit at first. He decided that it would be wise to make the trial operation of a second jumbo on a Sunday, when business houses were closed in the district, thus obviating any danger of false impressions in the public mind in the event of any extraordinary manifestations. The circumstances attending the adding of a second dynamo are thus humorously described by Edison. "My heart was in my mouth at first, but everything worked all right. Then we started another engine and threw them in parallel. Of all the circuses since Adam was born, we had the worst then. One engine would stop and the other would run up to about 1,000 revolutions, and then they would seesaw. The trouble was with the governors. When the circus commenced, the gang that was standing around ran out precipitately, and I guess some of them kept running for a block or two. I grabbed the throttle of one engine, and E.H. Johnson, who was the only one present to keep his wits, caught hold of the other, and we shut them off. One of the gang, that ran, but in this case only to the end of the room, afterwards said, 'At the time it was a terrifying experience, as I didn't know what was going to happen. The engines and dynamos made a horrible racket, from loud and deep groans to a hideous shriek, and the place seemed to be filled with sparks and flames of all colors. It was as if the gates of the infernal regions had been suddenly opened.'" This trouble was at once attacked by Edison in his characteristic and strenuous way. The above experiment took place between 3 and 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, and within a few hours he had gathered his superintendent and men of the machine works and had them at work on a shafting device that he thought would remedy the trouble. He says, "Of course I discovered that what had happened was that one set was running the other as a motor. I then put up a long shaft connecting all the governors together, and thought this would certainly cure the trouble, but it didn't. The torsion of the shaft was so great that one governor still managed to get ahead of the others. Well, it was a serious state of things, and I worried over it a lot. Finally I went down to Girk Street and got a piece of shafting in a tube in which it fitted. I twisted the shafting one way and the tube the other as far as I could, and pinned them together. In this way, by straining the whole outfit up to its elastic limit in opposite directions, the torsion was practically eliminated, and after that the governors ran together all right." Edison realized, however, that in commercial practice this was only a temporary expedient, and that a satisfactory permanence of results could only be attained with more perfect engines that could be depended upon for close and simple regulation. The engines that were made part of the first 3 jumbos placed in the station were the very best that could be attained at the time, and even then had been specially designed and built for the purpose. Once more, quoting Edison on this subject, "About that time, when he was trying to run several dynamos in parallel in the Pearl Street station, I got hold of Gardner C. Sims, and he undertook to build an engine to run at 350 revolutions, and give 175 horsepower. He went back to Providence and set to work, and brought the engine back with him to the shop. It worked only a few minutes when it busted. That man sat around that shop and slept in it for 3 weeks until he got his engine right and made it work the way he wanted to. When he reached this period, I gave orders for the engine works to run night and day until we got enough engines, and when all was ready, we started the engines. Then everything worked all right. One of these engines that Sims built ran 24 hours a day, 365 days in the year, for over a year before it stopped." 12. Footnote 12. We quote the following interesting notes of Mr. Charles L. Clark on the question of seesawing, or hunting as it was afterward termed. In the Holborn Viaduct station the difficulty of hunting was not experienced. At the time the jumbos were first operated in multiple arc, April 8, 1882, one machine was driven by a Porter Allen engine, and the other by an Armington and Sims engine, and both machines were on a solid foundation. At the station in Milan, Italy, the first jumbos operated in multiple arc were driven by Porter Allen engines, and dashpots were applied to the governors. These machines were also upon a solid foundation, and no trouble was experienced. At the Pearl Street station, however, the machines were supported upon long iron floor beams, and at the high speed of 350 revolutions per minute, considerable vertical vibration was given to the engines, and the writer is inclined to the opinion that this vibration, acting in the same direction as the action of gravitation, which was one of the 2 controlling forces in the operation of the Porter Allen governor, was the primary cause of the hunting. In the Armington and Sims engine, the controlling forces in the operation of the governor were the centrifugal force of revolving weights, and the opposing force of compressed springs, and neither the action of the gravitation nor the vertical vibrations of the engine could have any sensible effect upon the governor. The Pearl Street station, as this first large plant was called, made rapid and continuous growth in its output of electric current. It started, as we have said, on September 4, 1882, supplying about 400 lights to a comparatively small number of customers. Among those first supplied was the banking firm of Drexel, Morgan and Company, corner of Broad and Wall Streets, at the outermost limits of the system. Before the end of December of the same year, the light had so grown in favor that it was being supplied to over 240 customers, whose buildings were wired for over 5,000 lamps. By this time 3 more jumbos had been added to the plant. The output from this time forward increased steadily up to the spring of 1884, when the demands of the station necessitated the installation of 2 additional jumbos in the adjoining building, which, with the Venus improvements that had been made in the meantime, gave the station a capacity of over 11,000 lamps actually in service at any one time. During the first 3 months of operating the Pearl Street station, light was supplied to customers without charge. Edison had perfect confidence in his meters, and also in the ultimate judgment of the public as to the superiority of the incandescent electric light as against other illuminants. He realized, however, that in the beginning of the operation of an entirely novel plant, there was ample opportunity for unexpected contingencies, although the greatest care had been exercised to make everything as perfect as possible. Mechanical defects or other unforeseen troubles in any part of the plant or underground system might arise and cause temporary stoppages of operation, thus giving grounds for uncertainty which would create a feeling of public distrust in the permanence of the supply of light. As to the kind of mishap that was wont to occur, Edison tells the following story. One afternoon, after our Pearl Street station started, a policeman rushed in and told us to send an electrician at once up to the corner of Ann and Nassau Streets. Some trouble. Another man and I went up. We found an immense crowd of men and boys there, and in the adjoining streets, a perfect jam. There was a leak in one of our junction boxes, and on account of the cellars extending under the street, the topsoil had become insulated. Hence, by means of this leak, powerful currents were passing through this thin layer of moist earth. When a horse went to pass over it, he would get a very severe shock. When I arrived, I saw coming along the street a ragman with a dilapidated old horse, and one of the boys told him to go over to the other side of the road, which was the place where the current leaked. When the ragman heard this, he took that side at once. The moment that horse struck the electrified soil, he stood straight up in the air, and then reared again, and the crowd yelled, the policeman yelled, and the horse started to run away. This continued until the crowd got so serious that the policeman had to clear it out, and we were notified to cut the current off. We got a gang of men, cut the current off for several junction boxes, and fixed the leak. One man, who had seen it, came to me the next day and wanted me to put in apparatus for him at a place where they sold horses. He said he could make a fortune with it, because he could get old nags in there and make them act like thoroughbreds. So well had the work been planned and executed, however, that nothing happened to hinder the continuous working of the station and the supply of light to customers. Hence it was decided in December 1882 to begin charging a price for the service, and accordingly, Edison electrolytic meters were installed on the premises of each customer then connected. The first bill for lighting, based upon the reading of one of these meters, amounted to $50.40, and was collected on January 18, 1883, from the Ansonia Brass and Copper Company, 17 and 19 Cliff Street. Generally speaking, customers found that their bills compared fairly with gas bills for corresponding months where the same amount of light was used, and they paid promptly and cheerfully, with emphatic encomiums of the new light. During November 1883, a little over 1 year after the station was started, bills for lighting amounting to over $9,000 were collected. An interesting story of meter experience in the first few months of operation of the Pearl Street station is told by one of the boys who was then in position to know the facts. Mr. J.P. Morgan, whose firm was one of the first customers, expressed to Mr. Edison some doubt as to the accuracy of the meter. The latter, firmly convinced of its correctness, suggested a strict test by having some cards printed and hung on each fixture at Mr. Morgan's place. On these cards was to be noted the number of lamps in the fixture, and the time they were turned on and off each day for a month. At the end of that time, the lamp hours were to be added together by one of the clerks, and figured on the basis of a definite amount per lamp hour, and compared with the bill that would be rendered by the station for the corresponding period. The results of the first month's test showed an apparent overcharge by the Edison Company. Mr. Morgan was exultant, while Mr. Edison was still confident and suggested a continuation of the test. Another month's trial showed somewhat similar results. Mr. Edison was a little disturbed, but insisted that there was a mistake somewhere. He went down to Drexel Morgan & Company's office to investigate, and, after looking around, asked when the office was cleaned out. He was told it was done at night by the janitor, who was sent for, and upon being interrogated as to what light he used, said that he turned on a central fixture containing about 10 lights. It came out that he had made no record of the time these lights were in use. He was told to do so in the future, and another month's test was made. On comparison with the company's bill, rendered on the meter reading, the meter came within a few cents of the amount computed from the card records, and Mr. Morgan was completely satisfied of the accuracy of the meter. It is a strange but not extraordinary commentary on the perversity of human nature and the lack of correct observation to note that even after the Pearl Street station had been in actual operation 24 hours a day for nearly 3 months, there should still remain an attitude of can't be done. That such a skepticism still obtained is evidenced by the public prints of the period. Edison's electric light system and his broad claims were freely discussed and animadverted upon at the very time he was demonstrating their successful application. To show some of the feeling at the time, we reproduce the following letter, which appeared November 29, 1882. To the Editor of the Sun. Sir, in reading the discussions relative to the Pearl Street station of the Edison light, I have noted that while it is claimed that there is scarcely any loss from leakage of current, nothing is said about the loss due to the resistance of the long circuits. I am informed that this is the secret of the failure to produce, with the power and position, a sufficient amount of current to run all the lamps that have been put up, and that while 6 and even 7 lights to the horsepower may be produced from an isolated plant, the resistance of the long underground wires reduces this result in the above case to less than 3 lights to the horsepower, thus making the cost of production greatly in excess of gas. Can the Edison Company explain this? Investigator. This was one of many anonymous letters that had been written to the newspapers on the subject, and the following reply by the Edison Company was printed December 3, 1882. To the Editor of the Sun. Sir, investigator in Wednesday's Sun says that the Edison Company is troubled at its Pearl Street station with a loss of current due to the resistance of the long circuits. Also that, whereas Edison gets 6 or even 7 lights to the horsepower in isolated plants, the resistance of the long underground wires reduces that result in the Pearl Street station to less than 3 lights to the horsepower. Both of these statements are false. As regards loss due to resistance, there is a well-known law for determining it, based on Ohm's law. By use of that law we knew in advance, that is to say, when the original plans for the station were drawn, just what this loss would be, precisely the same as a mechanical engineer when constructing a mill with long lines of shafting can forecast the loss of power due to friction. The practical result in the Pearl Street station has fully demonstrated the correctness of our estimate thus made in advance. As regards our getting only 3 lights per horsepower, our station has now been running 3 months without stopping a moment, day or night, and we invariably get over 6 lamps per horsepower, or substantially the same as we do in our isolated plants. We are now lighting 193 buildings, wired for 4,400 lamps, of which about 2/3 are in constant use, and we are adding additional houses and lamps daily. These figures can be verified at the office of the Board of Underwriters, where certificates with full details permitting the use of our light are filed by their own inspector. To light these lamps we run from 1 to 3 dynamos, according to the lamps in use at any given time, and we shall start additional dynamos as fast as we can connect more buildings. Neither as regards the loss due to resistance, nor as regards the number of lamps per horsepower, is there the slightest trouble or disappointment on the part of our company, and your correspondent is entirely in error, is assuming that there is. Let me suggest that if investigator really wishes to investigate, and is competent and willing to learn the exact facts, he can do so at this office, where there is no mystery of concealment, but, on the contrary, a strong desire to communicate facts to intelligent inquirers. Such a method of investigating must certainly be more satisfactory to one honestly seeking knowledge than that of first assuming an error as the basis of a question and then demanding an explanation. Yours very truly, S.B. Eaton, President. Viewed from the standpoint of over 27 years later, the wisdom and necessity of answering anonymous newspaper letters of this kind might be deemed questionable, but it must be remembered that, although the Pearl Street station was working successfully, and Edison's comprehensive plans were abundantly vindicated, the enterprise was absolutely new and only just stepping on the very threshold of commercial exploitation. To enter in and possess the land required the confidence of capital and the general public. Hence it was necessary to maintain a constant vigilance to defeat the insidious attacks of carping critics and others who would attempt to injure the Edison system by misleading statements. It will be interesting to the modern electrician to note that when this pioneer station was started, and in fact for some little time afterward, that there was not a single electrical instrument in the whole station, not a voltmeter or an ammeter, nor was there a central switchboard. Each dynamo had its own individual control switch. The feeder connections were all at the front of the building, and the general voltage control apparatus was on the floor above. An automatic pressure indicator had been devised and put in connection with the main circuits. It consisted, generally speaking, of an electromagnet with relays connecting with a red and blue lamp. When the electrical pressure was normal, neither lamp was lighted, but if the electromotive force rose above a predetermined amount by 1 or 2 volts, the red lamp lighted up, and the attendant at the hand wheel of the field regulator inserted resistance in the field circuit, whereas if the blue lamp lighted, resistance was cut out until the pressure was raised to normal. Later on, this primitive indicator was supplanted by the Bradley bridge, a crude form of the Howell pressure indicators, which were subsequently used for many years in the Edison stations. Much could be added to make a complete pictorial description of the historic Pearl Street station, but it is not within the scope of this narrative to enter into diffuse technical details, interesting as they may be to many persons. We cannot close this chapter, however, without mention of the fate of the Pearl Street station, which continued in successful commercial operation until January 2, 1890, when it was partially destroyed by fire. All the jumbos were ruined, excepting number 9, which is still a venerated relic, in the possession of the New York Edison Company. Luckily, the boilers were unharmed. Belt-driven generators and engines were speedily installed, and the station was again in operation in a few days. The uninjured Jumbo No. 9 again continued to perform its duty. But in the words of Mr. Charles L. Clark, the glory of the old Pearl Street station, unique in bearing the impress of Mr. Edison's personality, and, as it were, constructed with his own hands, disappeared in the flame and smoke of that Thursday morning fire. The few days' interruption of the service was the only serious one that has taken place in the history of the New York Edison Company from September 4, 1882 to the present date. The Pearl Street station was operated for some time subsequent to the fire, but increasing demands in the meantime having led to the construction of other stations, the mains of the first district were soon afterward connected to another plant. The Pearl Street station was dismantled, and the building was sold in 1895. The prophetic insight into the magnitude of central station lighting that Edison had when he was still experimenting on the incandescent lamp over 30 years ago is a little less than astounding, when it is so amply verified in the operations of the New York Edison Company, the successor of the Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York, and many others. At the end of 1909, the New York Edison Company alone was operating 28 stations and substations, having a total capacity of 159,500 kilowatts. Connected with its lines were approximately 85,000 customers, wired for 3,813,899 incandescent lamps, and nearly 225,000 horsepower through industrial electric motors connected with the underground service. A large quantity of electrical energy is also supplied for heating and cooking, charging automobiles, chemical and plating work, and various other uses. End of Chapter 16. Reading by Anthony Wilson.
Chapter 17 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mitch Leopard. Edison, His Life and Inventions, by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 17. We have now seen the Edison lighting system given a complete, convincing demonstration in Paris, London, and New York, and have noted steps taken for its introduction elsewhere on both sides of the Atlantic. The Paris plant, like that at the Crystal Palace, was a temporary exhibit. The London plant was less temporary, but not permanent, supplying, before it was torn out, no fewer than 3,000 lamps in hotels, churches, stores, and dwellings in the vicinity of Holborn Viaduct. There, Messrs. Johnson and Hammer put into practice many of the ideas now standard in the art, and secured much useful data for the work in New York, of which the story has just been told. As a matter of fact, the first Edison commercial station to be operated in this country was that at Appleton, Wisconsin. But its only serious claim to notice is that it was the initial one of the system driven by water power. It went into service August 15, 1882, about 3 weeks before the Pearl Street station. It consisted of one small dynamo of a capacity of 280 lights of 10 cp each, and was housed in an unpretentious wooden shed. The dynamo electric machine, though small, was robust, for under all the varying speeds of water power and the vicissitudes of the plant to which it belonged, it continued in active use until 1899, 17 years. Edison was from the first deeply impressed with the possibilities of water power, and, as this incident shows, was prompt to seize such a very early opportunity. But his attention was in reality concentrated closely on the supply of great centers of population, a task which he then felt might well occupy his lifetime. And except in regard to furnishing isolated plants, he did not pursue further the development of hydroelectric stations. That was left to others, and to the application of the alternating current, which has enabled engineers to harness remote powers and, within thoroughly economical limits, transmit thousands of horsepower, as much as 200 miles at pressures of 80,000 and 100,000 volts. Owing to his insistence on low pressure, direct current for use in densely populated districts as the only safe and truly universal, profitable way of delivering electrical energy to the consumers, Edison has been frequently spoken of as an opponent of the alternating current. This does him an injustice. At the time, a measure was before the Virginia legislature, in 1890, to limit the permissible pressures of current so as to render it safe. He said, quote, "You want to allow high pressure wherever the conditions are such that by no possible accident could that pressure get into the houses of the consumers. You want to give them all the latitude you can." End quote. In explaining this, he added, quote, "Suppose you want to take the falls down at Richmond, and want to put up a water power. Why, if we erect a station at the falls, it is a great economy to get it up to the city. By digging a cheap trench and putting in an insulated cable and connecting such station with the central part of Richmond, having the end of the cable come up into the station from the earth, and there connected with motors, the power of the falls would be transmitted to these motors. If now the motors were made to run dynamos conveying low-pressure currents to the public, there is no possible way whereby this high-pressure current could get to the public." End quote. In other words, Edison made the sharp, fundamental distinction between high-pressure alternating current for transmission and low-pressure direct current for distribution. And this is exactly the practice that has been adopted in all the great cities of the country today. There seems no good reason for believing that it will change. It might perhaps have been altogether better for Edison from the financial standpoint if he had not identified himself so completely with one kind of current. But that made no difference to him, as it was a matter of conviction, and Edison's convictions are granitic. Moreover, this controversy over the two currents, alternating and direct, which has become historical in the field of electricity, and is something like the, quote, irrepressible conflict, end quote, we heard of years ago in national affairs, illustrates another aspect of Edison's character. Broad as the prairies and free in thought as the winds that swept them, he is idiosyncratically opposed to loose and wasteful methods, to plans of empire that neglect the poor at the gate. Everything he has done has been aimed at the conservation of energy, the contraction of space, the intensification of culture. Burbank and his tribe represent in the vegetable world, Edison in the mechanical. Not only has he developed distinctly new species, but he has elucidated the intensive art of getting $1,200 out of an electrical acre instead of 12, a manured market garden inside London, and a 10-bushel exhausted wheat farm outside Lawrence, Kansas, being the antipodes of productivity, yet very far short of exemplifying the difference of electrical yield between an acre of territory in Edison's, quote, first New York district, end quote, and an acre in some small town. Edison's lighting work furnished an excellent basis, in fact, the only one, for the development of the alternating current now so generally employed in central station work in America, and in the McGraw Electrical Directory of April 1909. No fewer than 4,164 stations out of 5,780 reported its use. When the alternating current was introduced for practical purposes, it was not needed for arc lighting, the circuit for which from a single dynamo would often be 20 or 30 miles in length, its current having a pressure of not less than 5,000 or 6,000 volts. For some years it was not found feasible to operate motors on alternating current circuits, and that reason was often urged against it seriously. It could not be used for electroplating or deposition, nor could it charge storage batteries, all of which are easily within the ability of the direct current. But when it came to be a question of lighting a scattered suburb, a group of dwellings on the outskirts, a remote country residence, or a farmhouse, the alternating current, in all elements save its danger, was and is ideal. Its thin wires can be carried cheaply over vast areas, and at each local point of consumption, the transformer of size, exactly proportioned to its local task, takes the high-voltage transmission current and lowers its potential at a ratio of 20 or 40 to 1 for use in distribution and consumption circuits. This evolution has been quite distinct with its own inventors like Goulard and Gibbs and Stanley, but came subsequent to the work of supplying small, dense areas of population, the art thus growing from within, and using each new gain as a means for further achievement. Nor was the effect of such great advances as those made by Edison limited to the electrical field. Every department of mechanics was stimulated and benefited to an extraordinary degree. Copper for the circuits was more highly refined than ever before to secure the best conductivity, and purity was insisted on in every kind of insulation. Edison was intolerant of sham and shoddy, and nothing would satisfy him that could not stand cross-examination by microscope, test tube, and galvanometer. It was perhaps the steam engine, on which the deepest imprint for good was made, referred to already in the remarks of Mr. F. J. Sprague in the preceding chapter, but best illustrated in the perfection of the modern high-speed engine of the Armington and Sims type. Unless he could secure an engine of smoother running and more exactly governed and regulated than those available for his dynamo and lamp, Edison realized that he would find it almost impossible to give a steady light. He did not want his customers to count the heartbeats of the engine in the flicker of the lamp. Not a single engine was even within gunshot of the standard thus set up. But the emergency called forth its man in Gardner C. Sims, a talented draftsman and designer who had been engaged in locomotive construction and in the engineering department of the United States Navy. He may be quoted as to what happened. Quote, "The deep interest, financial and moral, and friendly backing I received from Mr. Edison, together with valuable suggestions, enabled me to bring out the engine, as I was quite alone in the world, poor. I had found a friend who knew what he wanted and explained it clearly. Mr. Edison was a leader far ahead of the time. He compelled the design of the successful engine." End quote. Quote, "Our first engine compelled the inventing and making of a suitable engine indicator to indicate it, the Tabor. He obtained the desired speed and load with a friction brake, also regulator of speed, but waited for an indicator to verify it. Then again, there was no known way to lubricate an engine for continuous running. And Mr. Edison informed me that as a marine engine started before the ship left New York and continued running until it reached its home port, so an engine for his purposes must produce light at all times." That was a poser for me, for a 5 hours run was about all that had been required up to that time. Quote, "A day or two later, Mr. Edison inquired, quote, 'How far is it from here to Lawrence? It is a long walk, isn't it?' End quote. Quote, 'Yes, rather,' end quote, he said. Quote, 'Of course you'll understand I meant without oil.' End quote. To say I was deeply perplexed does not express my feelings. We were at the machine works, Gork Street. I started for the oil room, when, about entering, I saw a small funnel lying on the floor. It had been stepped on and flattened. I took it up, and it had solved the engine oiling problem, and my walk to Lawrence, like a tramp actor's, was off. The eccentric strap had a round glass oil cup with a brass base that screwed into the strap. I took it off, and, making a sketch, went to Dave Cunningham, having the funnel in my hand to illustrate what I wanted made. I requested him to make a sheet brass oil cup and solder it to the base I had. He did so. I then had a standard made to hold another oil cup, so as to see and regulate the drop feed. On this combination I obtained a patent, which is now universally used." End quote. It is needless to say that in due course the engine builders of the United States developed a variety of excellent prime movers for electric light and power plants, and were grateful to the art from which such a stimulus came to their industry. But for many years one never saw an Edison installation without expecting to find one or more Armington and Sims high-speed engines part of it. Though the type had gone out of existence, like so many other things that are useful in their day and generation, it was once a very vital part of the art, and one more illustration of that intimate manner in which the advances in different fields of progress interact and cooperate. Edison had installed his historic first great central station system in New York on the multiple arc system covered by his feeder and main invention, which resulted in a notable saving in the cost of conductors as against a straight two-wire system throughout of the tree kind. He soon foresaw that still greater economy would be necessary for commercial success, not alone for the larger territory opening, but for the compact district of large cities. Being firmly convinced that there was a way out, he pushed aside a mass of other work and settled down to this problem, with the result that on November 20th, 1882, only 2 months after current had been set out from Pearl Street, he executed an application for a patent covering what is now known as the three-wire system. It has been universally recognized as one of the most valuable inventions in the history of the lighting art. See footnote 13. Its use resulted in a saving of over 60% of copper in conductors, figured on the most favorable basis previously known, inclusive of those calculated under his own feeder and main system. Such economy of outlay being effected in one of the heaviest items of expense in central station construction, it was now made possible to establish plants in towns where the large investment would otherwise have been quite prohibitive. The invention is in universal use today, alike for direct and for alternating current, and as well in the equipment of large buildings as in the distribution system of the most extensive central station networks. One cannot imagine the art without it. Footnote 13. For technical description and illustration of this invention, see the appendix. The strong position held by the Edison system under the strenuous competition that was already springing up was enormously improved by the introduction of the three-wire system, and it gave an immediate impetus to incandescent lighting. Desiring to put this new system into practical use promptly and receiving applications for license from all over the country, Edison selected Brockton, Massachusetts, and Sunbury, Pennsylvania, as the two towns for the trial. Of these two, Brockton required the larger plant, but with the conductors placed underground. It was the first to complete its arrangements and close its contract. Mr. Henry Villard, it will be remembered, had married the daughter of Garrison, the famous abolitionist, and it was through his relationship with the Garrison family that Brockton came to have the honor of exemplifying, so soon, the principles of an entirely new art. Sunbury, however, was a much smaller installation, employed overhead conductors, and hence was the first to, quote, cross the tape, end quote. It was specially suited for a trial plant also. In the early days, when a yield of 6 or 8 lamps to the horsepower was considered subject for congratulation. The town being situated in the coal region of Pennsylvania, good coal could then be obtained there at 75 cents a ton. The Sunbury generating plant consisted of an Armington and Sims engine driving 2 small Edison dynamos having a total capacity of about 400 lamps of 16 cp. The indicating instruments were of the crudest construction, consisting of 2 voltmeters connected by, quote, pressure wires, end quote, to the center of electrical distribution. 1 ammeter, for measuring the quantity of current output, was interpolated in the neutral bus, or third wire return circuit, to indicate when the load on the 2 machines was out of balance. The circuits were opened and closed by means of about half a dozen roughly made plug switches. See footnote 14. The, quote, bus bars, end quote, to receive the current from the dynamos were made of number 000 copper line wire, straightened out and fastened to the wooden sheathing of the station by iron staples without any presence to insulation. Commenting upon this, Mr. W.S. Andrews, detailed from the central staff, says, quote, the interior winding of the Sunbury station, including the running of 2 3-wire feeders the entire length of the building from back to front, the wiring up of the dynamos and switchboard and all the instruments, together with bus bars, etc., in fact all labor material used in the electrical wiring installation, amounted to the sum of $90. I received a rather sharp letter from the New York office expostulating for this extravagant expenditure and stating that great economy must be observed in future, end quote. The street conductors were of the overhead pole line construction and were installed by the construction company that had been organized by Edison to build and equip central stations. A special type of street pole had been devised by him for the 3-wire system. Footnote 14. By reason of the experience gained at this station through the use of these crude plug switches, Mr. Edison started a competition among a few of his assistants to devise something better. The result was the invention of a, quote, breakdown, end quote, switch by Mr. W.S. Andrews, which was accepted by Mr. Edison as the best of the devices suggested and was developed and used for a great many years afterward. End of footnote 14. Supplementing the story of Mr. Andrews is that of Lieutenant F.J. Sprague, who also gives a curious glimpse of the glorious uncertainties and vicissitudes of that formative period. Mr. Sprague served on the jury at the Crystal Palace exhibition with Darwin's son, the present Sir Horace, and after the tests were ended left the Navy and entered Edison's service at the suggestion of Mr. E. H. Johnson, who was Edison's shrewd recruiting sergeant in those days. Quote, I resigned sooner than Johnson expected, and he had me on his hands. Meanwhile, he had called upon me to make a report of the three-wire system, known in England as the Hopkinson, both Dr. John Hopkinson and Mr. Edison being independent inventors at practically the same time. I reported on that, left London, and landed in New York on the day of the opening of the Brooklyn Bridge in 1883, May 24th, with a year's leave of absence. Quote, I reported at the office of Mr. Edison on Fifth Avenue and told him I had seen Johnson. He looked me over and said, quote, What did he promise you? I replied, quote, $2,500 a year, end quote. He did not say much, but looked it. About that time, Mr. Andrews and I came together. On July 2nd of that year, we were ordered to Sunbury, and to be ready to start the station on the 4th. The electrical work had to be done in 48 hours. Having traveled around the world, I had cultivated an indifference to any special difficulties of that kind. Mr. Andrews and I worked in collaboration until the night of the 3rd. I think he was perhaps more appreciative that I was of the discipline of the Edison construction department, and thought it would be well for us to wait until the morning of the 4th before we started up. I said we were sent over to get going, and insisted on starting up on the night of the 3rd. We had an Armington and Sims engine with sight-feed oiler. I had never seen one, and did not know how it worked, with the result that we soon burned up the Babbitt metal in the bearings, and spent a good part of the night getting them in order. The next day Mr. Edison, Mr. Insull, and the chief engineer of the construction department appeared on the scene, and wanted to know what happened. They found an engine somewhat loose in the bearings, and there followed remarks which would not look well in print. Andrews skipped from under. He obeyed orders. I did not. But the plant ran, and it was the first three-wire station in this country. Seen from yet another angle, the worries of this early work were not merely those of the men on the, quote, firing line, end quote. Mr. Insull, in speaking of this period, says, quote, When it was found difficult to push the central station business owing to the lack of confidence in its financial success, Edison decided to go into the business of promoting and constructing central station plants, and he formed what was known as the Thomas A. Edison Construction Department, which he put me in charge of. The organization was crude, the steam engineering talent poor, and owing to the impossibility of getting any considerable capital subscribed, the plants were put in as cheaply as possible. I believe that this construction department was unkindly named the Destruction Department. It served its purpose, never made any money, and I had the unpleasant task of presiding at its obsequies. On July 4th, the Sunbury plant was put into commercial operation by Edison, and he remained a week, studying its conditions and watching for any unforeseen difficulty that might arise. Nothing happened, however, to interfere with the successful running of the station, and for 20 years thereafter the same two dynamos continued to furnish light in Sunbury. They were later used as reserve machines, and finally, with the engine, retired from service as part of the collection of Edisonia. But they remain in practically as good condition as when installed in 1883. Sunbury was also provided with the first electrochemical meters used in the United States outside New York City, so that it served also to accentuate electrical practice in a most vital respect, namely, the measurement of the electrical energy supplied to customers. At this time, and long after, all arc lighting was done on a flat-rate basis. The arc lamp installed outside a customer's premises, or in a circuit for public street lighting, burned so many hours nightly, so many nights in the month, and was paid for at that rate, subject to rebate for hours when the lamp might be out through accident. The early arc lamps were rated to require 9 to 10 amperes of current at 45 volts pressure each, receiving which they were estimated to give 2,000 CP, which was arrived at by adding together the light found at 4 different positions, so that in reality the actual light was about 500 CP. Few of these data were ever actually used, however, and it was all more or less a matter of guesswork. although the central station manager, aiming to give good service, would naturally see that the dynamos were so operated as to maintain as steadily as possible the normal potential and current. The same loose methods applied to the early attempts to use electric motors on arc lighting circuits, and contracts were made based on the size of the motor, the width of the connecting belt, or the amount of power the consumer thought he used, never on the measurement of the electrical energy furnished him. Here again Edison laid the foundation of standard practice. It is true that even down to the present time the flat rate is applied to a great deal of incandescent lighting, each lamp being charged for individually, according to its probable consumption during each month. This may answer perhaps in a small place where the manager can gauge pretty closely from actual observation what each customer does. But even then there are elements of risk and waste, and obviously in a large city such a method would soon be likely to result in financial disaster to the plant. Edison held that the electricity sold must be measured just like gas or water, and he proceeded to develop a meter. There was infinite skepticism around him on the subject, and while other inventors were also giving the subject their thought, the public took it for granted that anything so utterly intangible as electricity, that could not be seen or weighed, and only gave secondary evidence of itself at the exact point of use, could not be brought to accurate registration. The general attitude of doubt was exemplified by the incident in Mr. J.P. Morgan's office, noted in the last chapter. Edison, however, had satisfied himself that there were various ways of accomplishing the task, and had determined that the current should be measured on the premises of every consumer. His electrolytic meter was very successful, and was of widespread use in America and in Europe until the perfection of mechanical meters by Elihu Thomson and others brought that type into general acceptance. Hence the Edison electrolytic meter is no longer used, despite its excellent qualities. Houston and Kennerly, in their Electricity in Everyday Life, sum the matter up as follows. Quote, "The Edison chemical meter is capable of giving fair measurements of the amount of current passing. By reason, however, of dissatisfaction caused by the inability of customers to read the indications of the meter, it has in later years, to a great extent, been replaced by registering meters that can be read by the customer. The principle employed in the Edison electrolytic meter is that which exemplifies the power of electricity to decompose a chemical substance. In other words, it is a deposition bath, consisting of a glass cell, in which 2 plates of chemically pure zinc are dipped into a solution of zinc sulfate. When the lights or motors in the circuit are turned on, and a certain definite small portion of the current is diverted to flow through the meter from the positive plate to the negative plate, the latter increases in weight by receiving a deposit of metallic zinc. The positive plate, meantime, losing in weight by the metal thus carried away from it. This difference in weight is a very exact measure of the quantity of electricity, or number of ampere hours that have, so to speak, passed through the cell, and hence of the whole consumption in the circuit. The amount thus due from the customer is ascertained by removing the cell, washing and drying the plates, and weighing them in a chemical balance. Associated with this simple form of apparatus were various ingenious details and refinements to secure regularity of operation, freedom from inaccuracy, and immunity from such tampering as would permit theft of current or damage. As the freezing of the zinc sulfate solution in cold weather would check its operation, Edison introduced, for example, into the meter an incandescent lamp and a thermostat so arranged that when the temperature fell to a certain point, or rose above another point, it was cut in or out, and in this manner the meter would be kept from freezing. The standard Edison meter practice was to remove the cells once a month to the meter room of the Central Station Company for examination, another set being substituted. The meter was cheap to manufacture and install, and not at all liable to get out of order. In December 1888, Mr. W. J. Jenks read an interesting paper before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers on the 6 years of practical experience had up to that time with the meter, then more generally in use than any other. It appears from the paper that 23 Edison stations were then equipped with 5,187 meters, which were relied upon for billing the monthly current consumption of 87,856 lamps and 350 motors of 1,000 horsepower total. This represented about 75% of the entire lamp capacity of the stations. There was an average cost per lamp for meter operation of 22 cents a year, and each meter took care of an average of 17 lamps. It is worthy of note, as to the promptness with which the Edison stations became paying properties, that 4 of the metered stations were earning upward of 15% of their capital stock, 3 others between 8 and 10%, 8 between 5 and 8%, the others having been in operation too short a time to show definite results, although they also went quickly to a dividend basis. Reports made in the discussion at the meeting by engineers showed the simplicity and success of the meter. Mr. C. L. Edgar, of the Boston Edison system, stated that he had 800 of the meters in service, cared for by 2 men and 3 boys, the latter employed in collecting the meter cells, the total cost being perhaps $2,500 a year. Mr. J. W. Lieb wrote from Milan, Italy, that he had in use on the Edison system there 360 meters ranging from 350 ampere-hours per month up to 30,000. In this connection, it should be mentioned that the Association of Edison Illuminating Companies in the same year adopted resolutions unanimously to the effect that the Edison meter was accurate, and that its use was not expensive for stations above 1,000 lights, and that the best financial results were invariably secured in a station selling current by meter. Before the same association, at its meeting in September 1898 at Sault Ste. Marie, Mr. C. S. Shepard read a paper on the meter practice of the New York Edison Company, giving data as to the large number of Edison meters in use and the transition to other types, of which today the company has several on its circuits. Quote, "Until October 1896, the New York Edison Company metered its current in consumers' premises exclusively by the old-style chemical meters, of which there were connected on that date 8,109. It was then determined to purchase no more." End quote. Mr. Shepard went on to state that the chemical meters were gradually displaced, and that on September 1st, 1898, there were on the system 5,619 mechanical and 4,874 chemical. The meter continued in general service during 1899 and probably up to the close of the century. Mr. Andrews relates a rather humorous meter story of those early days. Quote, "The meter man at Sunbury was a firm and enthusiastic believer in the correctness of the Edison meter, having personally verified its reading many times by actual comparison of lamp hours. One day, on making out a customer's bill, his confidence received a severe shock, for the meter reading showed a consumption calling for a charge of over $200, whereas he knew that the light actually used should not cost more than 1/4 of that amount. He weighed and reweighed the meter plates, and pursued every line of investigation imaginable, but all in vain. He felt he was up against it, and that perhaps another kind of a job would suit him better. Once again he went to the customer's meter to look around, when a small piece of thick wire on the floor caught his eye. The problem was solved. He suddenly remembered that after weighing the plates, he went and put them in the customer's meter. But the wire attached to one of the plates was too long to go into the meter, and he had cut it off. He picked up the piece of wire, took it to the station, weighed it carefully, and found that it accounted for about $150 worth of electricity, which was the amount of the difference." End quote. Edison himself, however, is the best repertory of stories when it comes to the difficulties of that early period, in connection with metering the current and charging for it. He may be quoted at length as follows, quote, "When we started the station at Pearl Street in September 1882, we were not very commercial. We put many customers on, but did not make out many bills. We were more interested in the technical condition of the station than in the commercial part. We had meters in which there were 2 bottles of liquid. To prevent these electrolytes from freezing, we had in each meter a strip of metal. When it got very cold, the metal would contract and close a circuit and throw a lamp into circuit inside the meter. The heat from this lamp would prevent the liquid from freezing, so that the meter could go on doing its duty. The first cold day, after starting the station, people began to come in from their offices, especially down in Front Street and Water Street, saying the meter was on fire. We received numerous telephone messages about it. Some had poured water on it, and others said, 'Send a man right up to put it out.'" End quote. Quote, "After the station had been running several months and was technically a success, we began to look after the financial part. We started to collect some bills, but we found that our books were kept badly, and that the person in charge, who was no businessman, had neglected that part of it. In fact, he did not know anything about the station anyway. So I got the directors to permit me to hire a man to run the station. This was Mr. Chinnock, who was then superintendent of the Metropolitan Telephone Company of New York. I knew Chinnock to be square and of good business ability, and induced him to leave his job. I made him a personal guarantee that if he would take hold of the station and put it on a commercial basis and pay 5% on $600,000, I would give him $10,000 out of my own pocket. He took hold, performed the feat, and I paid him the $10,000. I might remark in this connection that years afterward I applied to the Edison Electric Light Company, asking them if they would not like to pay me this money, as it was spent when I was very hard up and made the company a success, and was the foundation of their present prosperity. They said they were sorry, that is, Wall Street sorry, and refused to pay it. This shows what a nice, genial, generous lot of people they have over in Wall Street. Quote, "Chinnock had a great deal of trouble getting the customers straightened out. I remember one man who had a saloon on Nassau Street. He had had its lights burning for 2 or 3 months. It was in June, and Chinnock put in a bill for $20, July for $20, August about $28, September about $35, July for $20, August about $28, September about $35. Of course, the nights were getting longer. October about $40, November about $45. Then the man called Chinnock up. Quote, 'I want to see you about my electric bill.' End quote. Chinnock went up to see him. He said, quote, 'Are you the manager of this electric light plant?' End quote. Chinnock said, quote, 'I have the honor.' End quote. Quote, 'Well,' he said, 'my bill has gone from $20 up to $28, $35, $45. I want you to understand, young fellow, that my limit is $60. End quote. Quote, after Chinnock had had all this trouble due to the incompetency of the previous superintendent, a man came in and said to him, quote, 'Did Mr. Blank have charge of this station?' End quote. Quote, 'Yes.' End quote. Quote, 'Did he know anything about running a station like this?' End quote. Chinnock said, quote, 'Does he know anything about running a station like this? No, sir. He doesn't even suspect anything.' End quote. Quote, one day Chinnock came to me and said, quote, 'I have a new customer.' End quote. I said, quote, 'What is it?' End quote. He said, quote, 'I have a fellow who is going to take 250 lights.' Quote, I said, quote, 'What for?' End quote. Quote, He had a place down here in a top loft and has got 250 barrels of rot-gut whiskey. He puts a light down in the barrel and lights it up, and it ages the whiskey." End quote. I met Chinook several weeks after and said, quote, "How's that whiskey man getting along?" End quote. Quote, "It's all right. He's paying his bill. It fixes the whiskey and takes the shutter right out of it." End quote. Somebody went and took out a patent on this idea later. Quote, "In the second year we put the stock exchange on the circuits of the station, but were very fearful that there would be a combination of heavy demand and a dark day, and that there would be an overloaded station. We had an index like a steam gauge, called an ampere meter, to indicate the amount of current going out. I was up at 65th Fifth Avenue one afternoon. A sudden black cloud came up, and I telephoned to Chinook and asked him about the load. He said, quote, 'We are up to the muzzle, and everything is running all right.' End quote. By and by it became so thick that we could not see across the street. I telephoned again and felt something would happen, but fortunately it did not. I said to Chinook, quote, 'How is it now?' End quote. Quote, 'Everything is red hot, and the ampere meter has made 17 revolutions.' End quote. In 1883, no such fittings as, quote, 'fixture insulators,' end quote, were known. It was the common practice to twine the electric wires around the disused gas fixtures, fasten them with tape or string, and connect them to the lamp sockets screwed into attachments under the gas burners, elaborated later into what was known as the, quote, 'combination fixture,' end quote. As a result, it was no uncommon thing to see bright sparks snapping between the chandelier and the lighting wires during a sharp thunderstorm. A startling manifestation of this kind happened at Sunbury, when the vivid display drove nervous guests of the hotel out into the street, and the providential storm led Mr. Luther Steeringer to invent the, quote, 'insulating joint,' end quote. This separated two lighting systems thoroughly, went into immediate service, and is universally used today. Returning to the more specific subject of pioneer plants of importance, that at Brockton must be considered for a moment, chiefly for the reason that the city was the first in the world to possess an Edison station distributing current through an underground three-wire network of conductors. The essentially modern, contemporaneous practice, standard 25 years later. It was proposed to employ pole line construction with overhead wires, and a party of Edison engineers drove about the town in an open barouche with a blueprint of the circuits and streets spread out on their knees to determine how much tree trimming would be necessary. When they came to some heavily shaded spots, the fine trees were marked, quote, 'T,' end quote, to indicate that the work in getting through them would be tough. Where the trees were sparse and the foliage was thin, the same cheerful band of vandals marked the spots, quote, 'E,' end quote, to indicate that it would be easy to run the wires. In those days, public opinion was not so alive as now to the desirability of preserving shade trees and of enhancing the beauty of a city instead of destroying it. Brockton had a good deal of pride in its fine trees, and a strong sentiment was very soon aroused against the mutilation proposed so thoughtlessly. The investors in the enterprise were ready and anxious to meet the extra cost of putting the wires underground. Edison's own wishes were altogether for the use of the methods he had so carefully devised, and hence that bustling home of shoe manufacture was spared this infliction of more overhead wires. The station equipment at Brockton consisted at first of 3 dynamos, one of which was so arranged as to supply both sides of the system during light loads by a breakdown switch connection. This arrangement interfered with correct meter registration, as the meters on one side of the system registered backward during the hours in which the combination was employed. Hence, after supplying an all-night customer whose lamps were on one side of the circuit, the company might be found to owe him something substantial in the morning. Soon after the station went into operation, this ingenious plan was changed, and the third dynamo was replaced by 2 others. The Edison Construction Department took entire charge of the installation of the plant, and the formal opening was attended on October 1st, 1883, by Mr. Edison, who then remained a week in ceaseless study and consultation over the conditions developed by this initial 3-wire underground plant. Some idea of the confidence inspired by the fame of Edison at this period is shown by the fact that the first theater ever lighted from a central station by incandescent lamps was designed this year and opened in 1884 at Brockton with an equipment of 300 lamps. The theater was never piped for gas. It was also from the Brockton Central Station that current was first supplied to a fire engine house, another display of remarkably early belief in the trustworthiness of the service. Under conditions where continuity of lighting was vital, the building was equipped in such a manner that the striking of the fire alarm would light every lamp in the house automatically and liberate the horses. It was at this central station that Lieutenant Sprague began his historic work on the electric motor, and here that another distinguished engineer and inventor, Mr. H. Ward Leonard, installed the meters and became meterman, in order that he might study in every intimate detail the improvements and refinements necessary in that branch of the industry. The authors are indebted for these facts and some other data embodied in this book to Mr. W. J. Jenks, who, as manager of this plant here, made his debut in the Edison ranks. He had been connected with local telephone interests, but resigned to take active charge of this plant, imbibing quickly the traditional Edison spirit, working hard all day and sleeping in the station at night on a cot brought there for that purpose. It was a time of uninterrupted watchfulness. The difficulty of obtaining engineers in those days to run the high-speed engines, 350 revolutions per minute, is well illustrated by an amusing incident in the very early history of the station. A locomotive engineer had been engaged, as it was supposed he would not be afraid of anything. One evening there came a sudden flash of fire and a sputtering, sizzling noise. There had been a short circuit on the copper mains in the station. The fireman hid behind the boiler, and the engineer jumped out the window. Mr. Sprague realized the trouble, quickly threw off the current, and stopped the engine. Mr. Jenks relates another humorous incident in connection with this plant. Quote, "One night I heard a knock at the office door, and on opening it saw 2 well-dressed ladies, who asked if they might be shown through. I invited them in, taking them first to the boiler room, where I showed them the coal pile, explaining that this was used to generate steam in the boiler. We then went to the dynamo room, where I pointed out the machines converting the steam power into electricity, appearing later in the form of light in the lamps. After that they were shown the meters, by which the consumption of current was measured. They appeared to be interested, and I proceeded to enter upon a comparison of coal made into gas or burned under a boiler to be converted into electricity. The ladies thanked me effusively, and brought their visit to a close. As they were about to go through the door, one of them turned to me and said, quote, 'We have enjoyed this visit very much, but there is one question we would like to ask. What is it that you make here?' End quote. The Brockton station was for a long time a show plant of the Edison Company, and had many distinguished visitors, among them being Professor Elihu Thomson, who was present at the opening, and Sir W. H. Preece of London. The engineering methods pursued formed the basis of similar institutions in Lawrence, Massachusetts in November 1883, in Fall River, Massachusetts in December 1883, and in Newburgh, New York the following spring. Another important plant of this period deserves special attention, as it was the pioneer in the lighting of large spaces by incandescent lamps. The installation of 5,000 lamps on the 3-wire system was made to illuminate the buildings at the Louisville, Kentucky Exposition in 1883, and owing to the careful surveys, calculations, and preparations of H. M. Byersby and the late Luther Steeringer, was completed and in operation within 6 weeks after the placing of the order. The jury of awards, in presenting 4 medals to the Edison Company, took occasion to pay a high compliment to the efficiency of the system. It has been thought by many that the magnificent success of this plant did more to stimulate the growth of the incandescent lighting business than any other event in the history of the Edison Company. It was literally the beginning of the electrical illumination of American expositions, carried later to such splendid displays as those of the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, Buffalo in 1901, and St. Louis in 1904. Thus, the art was set going in the United States under many difficulties, but with every sign of coming triumph. Reference has already been made to the work abroad in Paris and London. The first permanent Edison station in Europe was that at Milan, Italy, for which the order was given as early as May 1882 by an enterprising syndicate. Less than a year later, March 3, 1883, the installation was ready and was put in operation, the theater Santa Radegonda having been pulled down, and a new central station building erected in its place, probably the first edifice constructed in Europe for the specific purpose of incandescent lighting. Here, quote, jumbos, end quote, were installed from time to time, until at last there were no fewer than 10 of them, and current was furnished to customers with a total of nearly 10,000 lamps connected to the mains. This pioneer system was operated continuously until February 9, 1900, or for a period of about 17 years, when the sturdy old machines, still in excellent condition, were put out of service, so that a larger plant could be installed to meet the demand. This new plant takes high-tension polyphase current from a water power 30 or 40 miles away at Paderno on the River Ada, flowing from the Apennines, but delivers low-tension direct current for distribution to the regular Edison 3-wire system throughout Milan. About the same time that Southern Europe was thus opened up to the new system, South America came into line, and the first Edison central station there was installed at Santiago, Chile, in the summer of 1883, under the supervision of Mr. W. N. Stewart. This was the result of the success obtained with small isolated plants, leading to the formation of an Edison company. It can be readily conceived that at such an extreme distance from the source of supply of apparatus, the plant was subject to many peculiar difficulties from the outset, of which Mr. Stewart speaks as follows, quote, I made an exhibition of the jumbo in the theater at Santiago, and on the first evening, when it was filled with the aristocracy of the city, I discovered to my horror that the binding wire around the armature was slowly stripping off and going to pieces. We had no means of boring out the field magnets, and we cut grooves in them. I think the machine is still running, 1907. The station went into operation soon after with an equipment of 8 Edison K dynamos, with certain conditions inimical to efficiency, but which had not hindered the splendid expansion of the local system. With those 8 dynamos, we had 4 belts between each engine and the dynamo. The steam pressure was limited to 75 pounds per square inch. We had 2-wire underground feeders, sent without any plans or specifications for their installation. The station had neither voltmeter nor ammeter. The current pressure was regulated by a galvanometer. We were using coal costing $12 a ton, and were paid for our light in currency worth 50 cents on the dollar. The only thing I can be proud of in connection with the plant is the fact that I did not design it, that once in a while we made out to pay its operating expenses, and that occasionally we could run it for 3 months without a total breakdown. End quote. It was not until 1885 that the first Edison station in Germany was established, but the art was still very young, and the plant represented pioneer lighting practices in the empire. The station at Berlin comprised 5 boilers and 6 vertical steam engines driving by belts 12 Edison dynamos, each of about 55 horsepower capacity. A model of this station is preserved in the Deutschen Museum at Munich. In the Bulletin of the Berlin Electricity Works for May 1908, it is said with regard to the events that led up to the creation of the system, as noted already at the Rathenau celebration, quote, "The year 1881 was a milestone in the history of the Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft. The International Electrical Exposition at Paris was intended to place before the eyes of the civilized world the achievements of the century. Among the exhibits of that exposition was the Edison system of incandescent lighting. It became the basis of modern heavy current techniques." The last phrase is italicized as being a happy and authoritative description as well as a tribute. This chapter would not be complete if it failed to include some reference to a few of the early isolated plants of a historic character. Note has already been made of the first Edison plants afloat on the Jeannette and Columbia, and the first commercial plant in the New York lithographic establishment. The first mill plant was placed in the woolen factory of James Harrison at Newburgh, New York, about September 15, 1881. A year later, Mr. Harrison wrote with some pride, quote, "I believe my mill was the first lighted with your electric light, and therefore may be called number one. Besides being job number one, it is a number one job, and a number one light, being better and cheaper than gas and absolutely safe as to fire." End quote. The first steam yacht, lighted by incandescent lamps, was James Gordon Bennett's Nemuna, equipped early in 1882 with a plant for 120 lamps of 8 candle power, which remained in use there many years afterward. The first Edison plant in a hotel was started in October 1881 at the Blue Mountain House in the Adirondacks, and consisted of 2 Z dynamos with a complement of 8 and 16 candle lamps. The hotel is situated at an elevation of 3,500 feet above the sea, and was at that time 40 miles from the railroad. The machinery was taken up in pieces on the backs of mules from the foot of the mountain. The boilers were fired by wood, as the economical transportation of coal was a physical impossibility. For a 6-hour run of the plant, 1/4 of a cord of wood was required, at a cost of 25 cents per cord. The first theater in the United States to be lighted by an Edison isolated plant was the Bijou Theater, Boston. The installation of boilers, engines, dynamos, wiring, switches, fixtures, 3 stage regulators, and 650 lamps was completed in 11 days after receipt of the order, and the plant was successfully operated at the opening of the theater on December 12, 1882. The first plant to be placed on a United States steamship was the one consisting of an Edison Z dynamo and 128 candle lamps installed on the Fish Commission steamer Albatross in 1883. The most interesting feature of this installation was the employment of special deep-sea lamps, supplied with current through a cable 940 feet in length, for the purpose of alluring fish. By means of the brilliancy of the lamps, marine animals in the lower depths were attracted, and then easily ensnared. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Mitch Leopard, Atlanta. http://mitchleopard.voices.com.
Chapter 18 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heidi Preuss. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Louis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 18. The Electric Railway. Edison had no sooner designed his dynamo in 1879 than he adopted the same form of machine for use as a motor. The two are shown in the Scientific American of October 18, 1879, and are alike, except that the dynamo is vertical and the motor lies in a horizontal position, the article remarking, "Its construction differs but slightly from the electric generator." This was but an evidence of his early appreciation of the importance of electricity as a motive power. But it will probably surprise many people to know that he was the inventor of an electric motor before he perfected his incandescent lamp. His interest in the subject went back to his connection with General Lefferts in the first days of the revolution of the stock ticker. While Edison was carrying on his shop at Newark, New Jersey, there was considerable excitement in electrical circles over the Payne motor, in regard to the alleged performance of which Governor Cornell of New York and other wealthy capitalists were quite enthusiastic. Payne had a shop in Newark, and in one small room was the motor, weighing perhaps 600 pounds. It was of circular form, encased in iron, with the ends of several small magnets sticking through the floor. A pulley and belt, connected to a circular saw larger than the motor, permitted large logs of oak timber to be sawed with ease with the use of two small cells of battery. Edison's friend, General Lefferts, had become excited and was determined to invest a large sum of money in the motor company. But knowing Edison's intimate familiarity with all electrical subjects, he was wise enough to ask his young expert to go and see the motor with him. At an appointed hour Edison went to the office of the motor company, and found there the venerable Professor Morse, Governor Cornell, General Lefferts, and many others who had been invited to witness a performance of the motor. They all proceeded to the room where the motor was at work. Payne put a wire in the binding post of the battery, the motor started, and an assistant began sawing a heavy oak log. It worked beautiful, and so great was the power developed, apparently from the small battery, that Morse exclaimed, "I am thankful I have lived to see this day." But Edison kept a close watch on the motor. The results were so foreign to his experience that he knew there was a trick in it. He soon discovered it. While holding his hand on the frame of the motor, he noticed a tremble coincident with the exhaust of an engine across the alleyway, and he knew then that the power came from the engine by a belt under the floor, shifted on and off by a magnet, the other magnet being a blind. He whispered to the general to put his hand on the frame of the motor, watch the exhaust, and note the coincident tremor. The general did so, and in about 15 seconds he said, "Well, Edison, I must go now. This thing is a fraud." And thus he saved his money, although others not so shrewdly advised were easily persuaded to invest by such a demonstration. A few years later, in 1878, Edison went to Wyoming with a group of astronomers to test his tasimeter during an eclipse of the sun, and saw the land white to harvest. He noticed the long hauls to market or elevator that the farmers had to make with their loads of grain at great expense, and conceived the idea that as ordinary steam railroad service was too costly, light electric railways might be constructed that could be operated automatically over simple tracks, the propelling motor being controlled at various points. Cheap to build and cheap to maintain, such roads would be a great boon to the newer farming regions of the West, where the highways were still of the crudest character, and where transportation was the gravest difficulty with which the settlers had to contend. The plan seems to have haunted him, and he no sooner worked out a generator and motor that, owing to their low internal resistance, could be operated efficiently, than he turned his hand to the practical trial of such a railroad, applicable to both the haulage of freight and the transportation of passengers. Early in 1880, when the tremendous rush of work involved in the invention of the incandescent lamp intermitted a little, he began the construction of a stretch of track close to the Menlo Park laboratory, and at the same time built an electric locomotive to operate over it. This is a fitting stage at which to review briefly what had been done in electric traction up to that date. There was absolutely no art, but there had been a number of sporadic and very interesting experiments made. The honor of the first attempt of any kind appears to rest with this country, and with Thomas Davenport, a self-trained blacksmith of Brandon, Vermont, who made a small model of a circular electric railway and cars in 1834, and exhibited it in the following year in Springfield, Boston, and other cities. Of course he depended upon battery for current, but the fundamental idea was embodied of using the track for the circuit, one rail being positive and the other negative, and the motor being placed across or between them in multiple arc to receive the current. Such are also practically the methods of today. The little model was in good preservation up to the year 1900, when, being shipped to the Paris Exposition, it was lost, the steamer that carried it floundering in mid-ocean. The very broad patent taken out by this simple mechanic, so far ahead of his times, was the first one issued in America for an electric motor. Davenport was also the first man to apply electric power to the printing press in 1840. In his traction work he had a close second in Robert Davidson of Aberdeen, Scotland, who in 1839 operated both a lathe and a small locomotive with the motor he had invented. His was the credit of first actually carrying passengers, 2 at a time, over a rough plank road, while it is said that his was the first motor to be tried on real tracks, those of the Edinburgh-Glasgow road, making a speed of 4 miles an hour. The curse of this work, and of all that succeeded it for a score of years, was the necessity of depending upon chemical batteries for current, the machine usually being self-contained, and hauling the batteries along with itself, as in the case of the famous Page experiments in April 1851, when a speed of 19 miles an hour was attained on the line of the Washington and Baltimore road. To this unfruitful period belonged, however, the crude idea of taking the current from a stationary source of power by means of an overhead contact, which has found its practical evolution in the modern ubiquitous trolley. Although the patent for this, based on his caveat of 1879, was granted several years later than that to Stephen D. Field, for the combination of an electric motor operated by means of a current from a stationary dynamo or source of electricity conducted through the rails. As a matter of fact, in 1856, and again in 1875, George F. Green, a jobbing machinist of Kalamazoo, Michigan, built small cars and tracks to which current was fed from a distant battery, enough energy being utilized to haul 100 pounds of freight or one passenger up and down a road 200 feet long. All the work prior to the development of the dynamo as a source of current was sporadic and spasmodic, and cannot be said to have left any trace on the art, though it offered many suggestions as to operative methods. The close of the same decade of the 19th century that saw the electric light brought to perfection saw also the realization in practice of all the hopes of 50 years as to electric traction. Both utilizations depended upon the supply of current, now cheaply obtainable from the dynamo. These arts were indeed twins, feeding at inexhaustible breasts. In 1879, at the Berlin Exhibition, the distinguished firm of Siemens, to whose ingenuity and enterprise electrical development owes so much, installed a road about 1/3 of a mile in length, over which the locomotive hauled a train of 3 small cars at a speed of about 18 miles an hour, carrying some 20 persons every trip. Current was fed from a dynamo to the motor through a central third rail, the 2 outer rails being joined together as the negative or return circuit. Primitive but essentially successful, this little road made a profound impression on the minds of many inventors and engineers, and marked the real beginning of the great new era, which has already seen electricity applied to the operation of main lines of trunk railways. But it is not to be supposed that on the part of the public there was any great amount of faith then discernible, and for some years the pioneers had great difficulty, especially in this country, in raising money for their early modest experiments. Of the general conditions at this moment, Frank J. Sprague says in an article in the Century Magazine of July 1905 on the creation of the new art, Edison was perhaps nearer the verge of great electric railway possibilities than any other American. In the face of much adverse criticism, he had developed the essentials of the low internal resistance dynamo with high resistance field, and many of the essential features of multiple arc distribution, and in 1880 he built a small road at his laboratory at Menlo Park. On May 13th of the year named, this interesting road went into operation as the result of hard and hurried work of preparation during the spring months. The first track was about a third of a mile in length, starting from the shops, following a country road, passing around a hill at the rear, and curving home, in the general form of the letter U. The rails were very light. Charles T. Hughes, who went with Edison in 1879 and was in charge of much of the work, states that they were second streetcar rails, insulated with tar, canvas paper, and things of that sort, asphalt. They were spiked down on ordinary sleepers laid upon the natural grade, and the gauge was about 3 feet 6 inches. At one point the grade dropped some 60 feet in a distance of 300, and the curves were of recklessly short radius. The dynamos supplying current to the road were originally 2 of the standard size Z machines then being made at the laboratory, popularly known throughout the Edison ranks as long-waisted Mary Anns, and the circuits from these were carried out to the rails by underground conductors. They were not large, but 12 horsepower each, generating 75 amperes of current at 110 volts, so that not quite 25 horsepower of electrical energy was available for propulsion. The locomotive built while the rail bed was getting ready was a 4-wheeled iron truck, an ordinary flat dump car about 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, upon which was mounted a Z dynamo used as a motor, so that it had a capacity of about 12 horsepower. This machine was laid on its side, with the armature end coming out at the front of the locomotive, and the motive power was applied to the driving axle by a cumbersome series of friction pulleys. Each wheel of the locomotive had a metal rim and a center web of wood or papier mâché, and the current picked up by one set of wheels was carried through contact brushes and a brass hub to the motor, the circuit back to the track or the other rail being closed through the other wheels in a similar manner. The motor had its field magnet circuit in permanent connection as a shunt across the rails, protected by a crude bare copper wire safety catch. A switch in the armature circuit enabled the motorman to reverse the direction of travel by reversing the current flow through the armature coils. Things went fairly well for a time on that memorable Thursday afternoon, when all the laboratory force made high holiday and scrambled for a foothold on the locomotive for a trip. But the friction gearing was not equal to the sudden strain put upon it during one run and went to pieces. Some years later, also, Daft again tried friction gear in his historical experiments on the Manhattan Elevated Road, but the results were attended with no greater success. The next resort of Edison was to belts, the armature shafting belted to a countershaft on the locomotive frame, and the countershaft belted to a pulley on the car axle. The lever which threw the former friction gear into adjustment was made to operate an idler pulley for tightening the axle belt. When the motor was started, the armature was brought up to full revolution, and then the belt was tightened on the car axle, compelling motion of the locomotives. But the belts were liable to slip a great deal in the process, and the chafing of the belts charred them badly. If that did not happen, and if the belt was made taut suddenly, the armature burned out, which it did with disconcerting frequency. The next step was to use a number of resistance boxes in series with the armature, so that the locomotive could start with those in circuit, and then the motorman could bring it up to speed gradually by cutting one box out after the other. To stop the locomotive, the armature circuit was opened by the main switch, stopping the flow of current, and then brakes were applied by long levers. Matters generally, and the motors in particular, went much better, even if the locomotive was so freely festooned with resistance boxes, all of perceptible weight, and occupying much of the limited space. These details show forcibly and typically the painful steps of advance that every inventor in this new field had to make in effort to reach not alone commercial practicability but mechanical feasibility. It was all empirical enough, but that was the only way open even to the highest talent. Smugglers landing laces and silks have been known to wind them around their bodies, as being less ostentatious than carrying them in a trunk. Edison thought his resistance boxes an equally superfluous display, and therefore ingeniously wound some copper resistance wires around one of the legs of the motor field magnet, where it was out of the way, served as a useful extra field coil in starting up the motor, and dismissed most of the boxes back to the laboratory, a few being retained under the seat for chance emergencies. Like the boxes, this coil was in series with the armature, and subject to plugging in and out at will by the motorman. Thus equipped, the locomotive was found quite satisfactory, and long did yeoman service. It was given 3 cars to pull, one an open awning car with 2 park benches placed back to back, one a flat freight car, and one box car dubbed the Pullman, with which Edison illustrated a system of electric braking. Although work had been begun so early in the year, and the road had been operating since May, it was not until July that Edison executed any application for patents on his electromagnetic railway engine, or his ingenious braking system. Every inventor knows how largely his fate lies in the hands of a competent and alert patent attorney. In both the preparation and the prosecution of his case, Mr. Sprague is justified in observing in his Century article, "The paucity of controlling claims obtained in these early patents is remarkable." It is notorious that Edison did not then enjoy the skillful aid in safeguarding his ideas that he commended later. The daily newspapers and technical journals lost no time in bringing the road to public attention, and the New York Herald of June 25th was swift to suggest that here was the locomotive that would be most pleasing to the average New Yorker, whose head has ached with noise, whose eyes have been filled with dust, or whose clothes have been ruined by oil. A couple of days later, the Daily Graphic illustrated and described the road, and published a sketch of a 100-horsepower electric locomotive for the use of the Pennsylvania Railroad between Perth Amboy and Rahway. Visitors, of course, were numerous, including many curious, skeptical railroad managers, few, if any, of whom, except Villard, could see the slightest use for the new motive power. There is perhaps some excuse for such indifference. No men in the world have more new inventions brought to them than railroad managers, and this was the rankest kind of novelty. It was not, indeed, until a year later, in May 1881, that the first regular road collecting fares was put in operation, a little stretch of 1½ miles from Berlin to Lichterfeld, with one miniature motor car. Edison was in reality doing some heavy electric railway engineering, his apparatus full of ideas, suggestions, prophecies, but to the operators of long trunk lines it must have seemed utterly insignificant and excellent fooling. Speaking of this situation, Mr. Edison says, "One day Frank Thompson, the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, came out to see the electric light and the electric railway in operation. The latter was then about a mile long. He rode on it. At that time I was getting out plans to make an electric locomotive of 300 horsepower with 6-foot drivers, with the idea of showing people that they could dispense with their steam locomotives. But Mr. Thompson made the objection that it was impractical, and that it would be impossible to supplant steam. His great experience and standing threw a wet blanket on my hopes, but I thought he might perhaps be mistaken, as there had been many such instances on record. I continued to work on the plans, and about 3 years later I started to build the locomotive at the works at Gorrick Street, and had it about finished when I was switched off on some other work. One of the reasons why I felt the electric railway to be eminently practical was that Henry Villard, the president of the Northern Pacific, said that one of the greatest things that could be done would be to build right-angle feeders to the wheat fields of Dakota, and bring in the wheat to the main lines, as the farmer then had to draw it from 40 to 80 miles. There was a point where it would not pay to raise it at all, and large areas of the country were thus of no value. I conceived the idea of building a very light railroad of narrow gauge, and had got all the data as to the winds on the plains, and found that it would be possible with very large windmills to supply enough power to drive those wheat trains. Among others who visited the little road at this juncture were persons interested in the Manhattan elevated system of New York, on which experiments were repeatedly tried later, but which was not destined to adopt a method so obviously well suited to all the conditions until after many successful demonstrations had been made on elevated roads elsewhere. It must be admitted that Mr. Edison was not very profoundly impressed with the desire entertained in that quarter to utilize any improvement, for he remarks, "When the elevated railroad in New York, up Sixth Avenue, was started, there was a great clamor about the noise, and injunctions were threatened. The management engaged me to make a report on the cause of the noise. I constructed an instrument that would record the sound, and set out to make a preliminary report, but I found that they never intended to do anything but let the people complain." It was upon the cooperation of Villard that Edison fell back, and an agreement was entered into between them on September 14, 1881, which provided that the latter would build 2½ miles of electric railway at Menlo Park, equipped with 3 cars, 2 locomotives, one for freight and one for passengers, capacity of latter 60 miles an hour, capacity freight engine 10 tons net freight, cost of handling a ton of freight per mile per horsepower to be less than ordinary locomotive. If experiments were successful, Villard to pay actual outlay in experiments, and to treat with the Light Company for the installation of at least 50 miles of electric railway in the wheat regions. Mr. Edison is authority for the statement that Mr. Villard advanced between $35,000 and $40,000, and that the work done was satisfactory, but it did not end at that time in any practical results, as the Northern Pacific went into the hands of a receiver, and Mr. Villard's ability to help was hopelessly crippled. The directors of the Edison Light Company could not be induced to have anything to do with the electric railway, and Mr. Insull states that the money advanced was treated by Mr. Edison as a personal loan, and repaid to Mr. Villard, for whom he had a high admiration and a strong feeling of attachment. Mr. Insull says, "Among the financial men whose close personal friendship Edison enjoyed, I would mention Henry Villard, who I think had a higher appreciation of the possibilities of the Edison system than probably any other man of his time in Wall Street. He dropped out of the business at the time of the consolidation of the Thomson-Houston Company with the Edison General Electric Company. But from the earliest days of the business, when it was in its experimental period, when the Edison light and power system was but an idea, down to the day of his death, Henry Villard continued a strong supporter, not only with his influence but with his money. He was the first capitalist to back individually Edison's experiments in electric railways. In speaking of his relationship with Mr. Villard at this time, Edison says, "When Villard was all broken down and in a stupor caused by his disasters in connection with the Northern Pacific, Mrs. Villard sent for me to come and cheer him up. It was very difficult to rouse him from his despair and apathy, but I talked about the electric light to him and its development, and told him that it would help him win it all back and put him in his former position." Villard made his great rally. He made money out of the electric light, and he got back control of the Northern Pacific. Under no circumstances can a hustler be kept down. If he is only square, he is bound to get back on his feet. Villard has often been blamed and severely criticized, but he was not the only one to blame. His engineers had spent $20 million too much in building the road, and it was not his fault if he found himself short of money, and at that time unable to raise any more. Villard maintained his intelligent interest in electric railway development, with regard to which Edison remarks, "At one time Mr. Villard got the idea that he would run the mountain division of the Northern Pacific Railroad by electricity. He asked me if it could be done. I said certainly. It is too easy for me to undertake. Let someone else do it. He said, I want you to tackle the problem, and he insisted on it. So I got up a scheme of a third rail and shoe and erected it in my yard here in Orange. When I got it all ready, he had all his division engineers come to New York, and they came over here. I showed them my plans, and the unanimous decision of the engineers was that it was absolutely and utterly impracticable. That system is on the New York Central now, and was also used on the New Haven Road in its first work with electricity." At this point it may be well to cite some other statements of Edison as to kindred work, with which he has not usually been associated in the public mind. In the same manner, I had worked out for the Manhattan Elevated Railroad a system of electrical trains, and had the control of each car centered at one place, multiple control. This was afterward worked out and made practical by Frank Sprague. I got up a slot contact for street railways and have a patent on it, a sliding contact in a slot. Edward Lauterbach was connected with the Third Avenue Railroad in New York as counsel, and I told him he was making a horrible mistake putting in the cable. I told him to let the cable stand still and send the electricity through it, and he would not have to move hundreds of tons of metal all the time. He would rue the day when he put the cable in. It cannot be denied that the prophecy was fulfilled, for the cable was the beginning of the frightful financial collapse of the system, and was torn out in a few years to make way for the triumphant trolley in the slot. Incidental glimpses of his work are both amusing and interesting. Hughes, who was working on the experimental road with Mr. Edison, tells the following story. Villard sent J.C. Henderson, one of his mechanical engineers, to see the road when it was in operation, and we went down one day, Edison, Henderson, and I, and went on the locomotive. Edison ran it, and just after we started there was a trestle 60 feet long and 7 feet deep, and Edison put on all the power. When we went over it we must have been going 40 miles an hour, and I could see the perspiration come out on Henderson. After we got over the trestle and started on down the track, Henderson said, "When we go back, I will walk. If there is any more of that kind of running, I won't be in it myself." To the correspondence of Grosvenor P. Lowry, We are indebted for a similar reminiscence, under the date of June 5, 1880. Goddard and I have spent a part of the day at Menlo, and all is glorious. I have ridden at 40 miles an hour on Mr. Edison's electric railway, and we ran off the track. I protested at the rate of speed over the sharp curves, designed to show the power of the engine, but Edison said they had done it often. Finally, when the last trip was to be taken, I said I did not like it, but would go along. The train jumped the track on a short curve, throwing Crusoe, who was driving the engine, with his face down in the dirt, and another man in a comical somersault through some underbrush. Edison was off in a minute, jumping and laughing, and declaring it was a most beautiful accident. Crusoe got up, his face bleeding, and a good deal shaken, and I shall never forget the expression of voice and face in which he said with some foreign accent, "Oh yes, perfectly safe." Fortunately, no other hurts were suffered, and in a few minutes we had the train on the track and running again. All this rough and ready dealing with grades and curves was not mere horseplay, but had a serious purpose underlying it, every trip having its record as to some feature of defect or improvement. One particular set of experiments relating to such work was made on behalf of visitors from South America, and were doubtless the first tests of the kind made for that continent, where now many fine electric street and interurban railway systems are in operation. Mr. Edison himself supplies the following data. During the electric railway experiments at Menlo Park, we had a short spur of track up one of the steep gullies. The experiment came about in this way. Bogota, the capital of Colombia, is reached on muleback, or was, from Honda, on the headwaters of the Magdalena River. There were parties who wanted to know if transportation over the mule route could not be done by electricity. They said the grades were excessive, and it would cost too much to do it with steam locomotives, even if they could climb the grades. I said, well, it can't be much more than 45%. We will try that first. If it will do that, it will do anything else. I started at 45%. I got up an electric locomotive with a grip on the rail by which it went up the 45% grade. Then they said the curves were very short. I put the curves in. We started the locomotive with nobody on it, and got up to 20 miles an hour, taking those curves a very short radius. But it was weeks before we could prevent it from running off. We had to bank the tracks up to an angle of 30 degrees before we could turn the curve and stay on. These Spanish parties were perfectly satisfied we could put in an electric railway from Honda to Bogota successfully, and then they disappeared. I have never seen them since. As usual, I paid for the experiment. In the spring of 1883, the Electric Railway Company of America was incorporated in the state of New York with a capital of $2 million to develop the patents and inventions of Edison and Stephen D. Field, to the latter of whom the practical work of active development was confided, and in June of the same year an exhibit was made at the Chicago Railway Exposition, which attracted attention throughout the country, and did much to stimulate the growing interest in electric railway work. With the aid of Messrs. F. B. Ray, C. L. Healy, and C. O. Mayhew, a track and locomotive were constructed for the company by Mr. Field, and put in service in the gallery of the main exhibition building. The track curved sharply at either end, on a radius of 56 feet, and the length was about 1/3 of a mile. The locomotive, named the Judge, after Justice Field, an uncle of Stephen D. Field, took current from a central rail between the two outer rails that were the return circuit, the contact being a rubbing wire brush on each side of the third rail, answering the same purpose as the contact shoe of later date. The locomotive weighed 3 tons, was 12 feet long, 5 feet wide, and made a speed of 9 miles an hour with a trailer car for passengers. Starting on June 5th, when the exhibition closed on June 23rd, this tiny but typical railroad had operated for over 118 hours, had made over 446 miles, and had carried 26,805 passengers. After the exposition closed, the outfit was taken during the same year to the exposition at Louisville, Kentucky, where it was also successful, carrying a large number of passengers. It deserves note that at Chicago regular railway tickets were issued to paying passengers, the first ever employed on American electric railways. With this modest but brilliant demonstration, to which the illustrious name of Edison and Field were attached, began the outburst of excitement over electric railways, much like the eras of speculation and exploitation that attended only a few years earlier the introduction of the telephone and the electric light, but with such significant results that the capitalization of electric roads in America is now over $4 billion, or twice as much as that of the other two arts combined. There was a tremendous rush into the electric railway field after 1883, and an outburst of inventive activity that has rarely, if ever, been equaled. It is remarkable that, except Siemens, no European achieved fame in this early work, while from America the ideas and appliances of Edison, Van Poel, Sprague, Field, Daft, and Short have been carried and adopted all over the world. Mr. Edison was consulting electrician for the Electric Railway Company, but neither a director nor an executive officer. Just what the trouble was as to the internal management of the corporation it is hard to determine a quarter of a century later, but it was equipped with all the essential elements to dominate an art in which after its first efforts it remained practically supine and useless, while other interests forged ahead, and reaped both the profit and the glory. Dissensions arose between the representatives of the Field and Edison interests, and in April 1890 the railway company assigned its rights to the Edison patents to the Edison General Electric Company, recently formed by the consolidation of all the branches of the Edison light, power, and manufacturing industry under one management. The only patent rights remaining to the railway company were those under 3 field patents, one of which, with controlling claims, was put in suit June 1890 against the Jamaica and Brooklyn Road Company, a customer of the Edison General Electric Company. This was, to say the least, a curious and anomalous situation. Voluminous records were made by both parties to the suit, and in the spring of 1894 the case was argued before the late Judge Townsend, who wrote a long opinion dismissing the bill of complaint. See footnote 15. Footnote 15. See 61, Federal Republic 655. The student will find therein a very complete and careful study of the early electric railway art. After this decision was rendered, the Electric Railway Company remained for several years in a moribund condition, and on the last day of 1896 its property was placed in the hands of a receiver. In February of 1897 the receiver sold the 3 field patents to their original owner, and he in turn sold them to the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company. The Electric Railway Company then went into voluntary dissolution, a sad example of failure to seize the opportunity at the psychological moment, and on the part of the inventor to secure any adequate return for years of effort and struggle in founding one of the great arts. Neither of these men was squelched by such a calamitous result, but if there were not something of bitterness in their feelings as they survey what has come of their work, they would not be human. As a matter of fact, Edison retained a very lively interest in electric railway progress long after the pregnant days at Menlo Park, one of the best evidences of which is an article in the New York Electrical Engineer of November 18, 1891, which describes some important and original experiments in the direction of adapting electrical conditions to the larger cities. The overhead trolley had by this time begun its victorious career, but there was intense hostility displayed toward it in many places because of the inevitable increase in the number of overhead wires, which, carrying, as they did, a current of high voltage and large quantity, were regarded as a menace to life and property. Edison has always manifested a strong objection to overhead wires in cities, and urged placing them underground, and the outcry against the overhead deadly trolley met with his instant sympathy. His study of the problem brought him to the development of modern substation, although the twists that later evolutions have given the idea have left it scarcely recognizable. Mr. Villard, as president of the Edison General Electric Company, requested Mr. Edison, as electrician of the company, to devise a street railway system which should be applicable to the largest cities, where the use of the trolley would not be permitted, where the slot conduit system would not be used, and where, in general, the details of construction should be reduced to the simplest form. The limits imposed practically were such as to require that the system should not cost more than a cable road to install. Edison reverted to his ingenious lighting plan of years earlier, and thus settled on a method by which current should be conveyed from the power plant at high potential to motor generators placed below the ground in close proximity to the rails. These substations would convert the current received at a pressure of, say, 1,000 volts to one of 20 volts available between rail and rail, with a corresponding increase in the volume of the current. With the utilization of heavy currents at low voltage, it became necessary, of course, to devise apparatus which should be able to pick up with absolute certainty 1,000 amperes of current at this pressure through 2 inches of mud if necessary. With his wonted activity and fertility, Edison set about devising such a contact, and experimented with metal wheels under all conditions of speed and track conditions. It was several months before he could convey 100 amperes by means of such contacts, but he worked out at last a satisfactory device which was equal to the task. The next point was to secure a joint between contiguous rails, such as would permit of the passage of several thousand amperes without introducing undue resistance. This was also accomplished. Objections were naturally made to rails out in the open on the street surface, carrying large currents at potential of 20 volts. It was said that vehicles with iron wheels passing over the tracks and spanning the 2 rails would short-circuit the current, chew themselves up, and destroy the dynamos generating the current by choking all that tremendous amount of energy back into them. Edison tackled this objection squarely, and short-circuited his track with such a vehicle, but succeeded in getting only about 200 amperes through the wheels, the low voltage and the insulating properties of the axle grease being sufficient to account for such a result. An iron bar was also used, polished and with a man standing on it to ensure solid contact, but only 1,000 amperes passed through it, i.e., the amount required by a single car, and of course much less than the capacity of the generators able to operate a system of several hundred cars. Further interesting experiments showed that the expected large leakage of current from the rails in wet weather did not materialize. Edison found that under the worst conditions, with a wet and salted track, at a potential difference of 20 volts between the 2 rails, the extreme loss was only 2½ horsepower. In this respect, the phenomenon followed the same rules as that to which the telegraph wires were subject, namely, that the loss of insulation is greater in damp, murky weather when the insulators are covered with wet dust than during heavy rains when the insulators are thoroughly washed by the action of the water. In like manner, a heavy rainstorm cleaned the tracks from the accumulations due chiefly to the droppings of the horses, which otherwise served largely to increase the conductivity. Of course, in dry weather the loss of current was practically nothing, and under ordinary conditions Edison held, his system was in respect to leakage and the problems of electrolytic attack of the current on adjacent pipes, etc., as fully insulated as the standard trolley network of the day. The cost of this system Mr. Edison placed at from $30,000 to $100,000 per mile of double track, in accordance with local conditions, and in this respect comparing very favorably with the cable systems, then so much in favor for heavy traffic. All the arguments that could be urged in support of this ingenious system are tenable and logical at the present moment. But the trolley had its way, except on a few lines where the conduit and shoe method was adopted, and in the intervening years the volume of traffic created and handled by electricity in centers of dense population has brought into existence the modern subway. But down to the moment of the preparation of this biography, Edison has retained an active interest in transportation problems, and his largest work has been that of reviving the use of the storage battery for streetcar purposes. At one time there were a number of storage battery lines and cars in operation in such cities as Washington, New York, Chicago, and Boston. But the cost of operation and maintenance were found to be inordinately high as compared with those of the direct supply methods, and the battery cars all disappeared. The need for them under any conditions remained, as for example in places in Greater New York, where overhead trolley wires are forbidden as objectionable, and where the ground is too wet or too often submerged to permit of the conduit with the slot. Some of the roads in Greater New York have been anxious to secure such cars, and as usual the most resourceful electrical engineer and inventor of his times has made the effort. A special experimental track has been laid at the Orange Laboratory, and a car equipped with the Edison storage battery and other devices has been put under severe and extended trial there and in New York. Menlo Park, in ruin and decay, affords no traces of the early Edison electric railway work, but the crude little locomotive built by Charles T. Hughes was rescued from destruction and has become the property of the Pratt Institute of Brooklyn, to whose thousands of electrical students it is a constant example and incentive. It was loaned in 1904 to the Association of Edison Illuminating Companies, and by it exhibited as part of the historical Edison collection at the St. Louis Exposition. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Kevin Manier. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 19, Magnetic or Milling Work. During the Hudson-Fulton celebration of October 1909, Burgomaster von Leeuwen of Amsterdam, member of the delegation sent officially from Holland to escort the Half Moon and participate in the functions of the anniversary, paid a visit to the Edison laboratory at Orange to see the inventor, who may be regarded as preeminent among those of Dutch descent in this country. Found, as usual, hard at work, this time on his cement house, of which he showed the iron molds, Edison took occasion to remark that if he had achieved anything worth while, it was due to the obstinacy and pertinacity he had inherited from his forefathers. To which it may be added that not less equally have the nature of inheritance and the quality of atavism been exhibited in his extraordinary predilection for the miller's art. While those Batavian ancestors on the low shores of the Zuider Zee devoted their energies to grinding grain, he has been not less assiduous than they in reducing the rocks of the earth itself to flour. Although this phase of Mr. Edison's diverse activities is not as generally known to the world as many others of a more popular character, the milling of low-grade auriferous ores and the magnetic separation of iron ores have been subjects of engrossing interest and study to him for many years. Indeed, this comparatively unknown enterprise of separating magnetically and putting into commercial form low-grade iron ore, as carried on at Edison, New Jersey, proved to be the most colossal experiment that he has ever made. If a person qualified to judge were asked to answer categorically as to whether or not the enterprise was a failure, he could truthfully answer both yes and no. Yes, in that circumstances over which Mr. Edison had no control compelled the shutting down of the plant at the very moment of success. And no, in that the mechanically successful and commercially practical results obtained after the exercise of stupendous efforts and the expenditure of a fortune are so conclusive that they must inevitably be the reliance of many future iron masters. In other words, Mr. Edison was at least a quarter of a century ahead of the times in the work now to be considered. Before proceeding to the specific description of this remarkable enterprise, however, let us glance at an early experiment in separating magnetic iron sands on the Atlantic seashore. Some years ago I heard one day that down in Quogue, Long Island, there were immense deposits of black magnetic sand. This would be very valuable if the iron could be separated from the sand, so I went to Quogue with one of my assistants and saw there for miles large beds of black sand on the beach in layers from 1 to 6 inches thick, hundreds of thousands of tons. My first thought was that it would be a very easy matter to concentrate this, and I found I could sell the stuff at a good price. I put up a small plant, but just as I got started, a tremendous storm came up and every bit of that black sand went out to sea. During the 28 years that have intervened, it has never come back. This incident was really the prelude to the development set forth in this chapter. In the early 80s, Edison became familiar with the fact that the Eastern steel trade was suffering a disastrous change, and that business was slowly drifting westward, chiefly by reason of the discovery and opening of enormous deposits of high-grade iron ore in the upper peninsula of Michigan. This ore could be excavated very cheaply by means of improved mining facilities and transported at low cost to lake ports. Hence the iron and steel mills east of the Alleghenies, compelled to rely on limited local deposits of Bessemer ore and upon foreign ores which were constantly rising in value, began to sustain a serious competition with Western mills, even in Eastern markets. Long before this situation arose, it had been recognized by Eastern ironmasters that sooner or later the deposits of high-grade ore would be exhausted, and, in consequence, there would ensue a compelling necessity to fall back on the low-grade magnetic ores. For many years it had been a much discussed question how to make these ores available for transportation to distant furnaces. To pay railroad charges on ores carrying perhaps 80 to 90% of useless material would be prohibitive. Hence the elimination of the worthless gangue, by concentration of the iron particles associated with it, seemed to be the only solution of the problem. Many attempts had been made in bygone days to concentrate the iron in such ores by water processes, but with only a partial degree of success. The impossibility of obtaining a uniform concentrate was a most serious objection, had there not indeed been other difficulties which rendered this method commercially impracticable. It is quite natural, therefore, that the idea of magnetic separation should have occurred to many inventors. Thus we find numerous instances throughout the last century of experiments along this line, and particularly in the last 40 or 50 years, during which various attempts have been made by others than Edison to perfect magnetic separation and bring it up to something like commercial practice. At the time he took up the matter, however, no one seems to have realized the full meaning of the tremendous problems involved. From 1880 to 1885, while still very busy in the development of his electric light system, Edison found opportunity to plant crushing and separating machinery. His first patent on the subject was applied for and issued early in 1880. He decided, after mature deliberation, that the magnetic separation of low-grade ores on a colossal scale at low cost was the only practical way of supplying the furnace man with high quality of iron ore. It was his opinion that it was cheaper to quarry and concentrate lean ore in a big way than to attempt to mine, under adverse circumstances, limited bodies of high-grade ore. He appreciated fully the serious nature of the gigantic questions involved, and his plans were laid out with a view to exercising the utmost economy in design and operation of the plant, in which he contemplated the automatic handling of many thousands of tons of material daily. It may be stated as broadly true that Edison engineered to handle immense masses of stuff automatically, while his predecessors aimed chiefly at close separation. Reduced to its barest, crudest terms, the proposition of magnetic separation is simplicity itself. A piece of the ore, magnetite, may be reduced to powder and the ore particles separated therefrom by the help of a simple hand magnet. To elucidate the basic principle of Edison's method, let the crushed ore fall in thin stream past such a magnet. The magnetic particles are attracted out of the straight line of the falling stream, and being heavy, gravitate inwardly and fall to one side of a partition placed below. The non-magnetic gangue descends in a straight line to the other side of the partition. Thus a complete separation is effected. Simple though the principle appears, it was in its application to vast masses of material and in the solving of great engineering problems connected therewith that Edison's originality made itself manifest in the concentrating works that he established in New Jersey early in the 90s. Not only did he develop thoroughly the refining of the crushed ore so that after it had passed the 480 magnets in the mill, the concentrates came out finally containing 91 to 93% of the iron oxide, but he also devised collateral machinery, methods, and processes all fundamental in their nature. These are too numerous to specify in detail, as they extended throughout the various ramifications of the plant, but the principal ones are worthy of mention, such as the giant rolls for crushing, intermediate rolls, 3 high rolls, giant cranes, 215 feet long span, vertical dryer, belt conveyors, air separation, mechanical separation of phosphorus, and briquetting. That Mr. Edison's work was appreciated at the time is made evident by the following extract from an article describing the Edison plant, published in the Iron Age of October 28, 1897, in which, after mentioning his struggle with adverse conditions, it says, "There is very little that is showy from the popular point of view in the gigantic work which Mr. Edison has done during these years, but to those who are capable of grasping the difficulties encountered, Mr. Edison appears in the new light of a brilliant constructing engineer, grappling with technical and commercial problems of the highest order. His genius as an inventor is revealed in many details of the great concentrating plant, but to our mind, originality of the highest type as constructor and designer appears in bold ways in which he sweeps aside accepted practices in this particular field and attains results not hitherto approached. He pursues methods in ore dressing at which those who are trained in the usual practice may well stand aghast. But considering the special features of the problem to be solved, his methods will be accepted as those economically wise and expedient. A cursory glance at these problems will reveal their import. Mountains must be reduced to dust. All this dust must be handled in detail, so to speak, and from it must be separated the fine particles of iron constituting only 1/4 or 1/5 of its mass. And then this iron ore must be put into such shape that it could be commercially shipped and used. One of the most interesting and striking investigations made by Edison in this connection is worthy of note, and may be related in his own words. I felt certain that there must be large bodies of magnetite in the East, which, if crushed and concentrated, would satisfy the needs of the Eastern furnaces for steel making. Having determined to investigate the mountain regions of New Jersey, I constructed a very sensitive magnetic needle, which would dip toward the earth if brought over any considerable body of magnetic ore. One of my laboratory assistants went out with me and visited many of the mines of New Jersey, but did not find deposits of any magnitude. One day, however, as we drove over a mountain range not known as iron-bearing land, I was astonished to find that the needle was strongly attracted and remained so, thus indicating that the whole mountain was underlaid with vast bodies of magnetic ore. I knew it was a commercial problem to produce high-grade Bessemer ore from these deposits, and took steps to acquire a large amount of the property. I also planned a great magnetic survey of the East, and I believe it remains the most comprehensive of its kind yet performed. I had a number of men survey a strip reaching from Lower Canada to North Carolina. The only instrument we used was the special magnetic needle. We started in Lower Canada and traveled across the line of march 25 miles, then advanced south 1,000 feet, then back across the line of march again 25 miles, then south another 1,000 feet, across again, and so on. Thus we advanced all the way to North Carolina, carrying our cross-country march from 2 to 25 miles, according to geological formation. Our magnetic needle indicated the presence and richness of the invisible deposits of magnetic ore. We kept minute records of these indications, and when the survey was finished we had exact information of the deposits in every part of each state we had passed through. We also knew the width, length, and approximate depth of every one of these deposits, which were enormous. The amount of ore disclosed by this survey was simply fabulous. How much so may be judged from the fact that in 3,000 acres immediately surrounding the mills that I afterward established at Edison were over 2 billion tons of low-grade ore. I also secured 16,000 acres in which the deposit was proportionately as large. These few acres alone contained sufficient ore to supply the whole United States iron trade, including exports, for 70 years. Given a mountain of rock containing only 1/5 to 1/4 magnetic iron, the broad problem confronting Edison resolved itself into 3 distinct parts. First, to tear down the mountain bodily and grind it to powder. Second, to extract from this powder the articles of iron mingled in its mass. and third, to accomplish these results at a cost sufficiently low to give the product a commercial value. Edison realized from the start that the true solution of this problem lay in the continuous treatment of the material, with the maximum employment of natural forces and the minimal of manual labor and generated power. Hence, all his conceptions followed this general principle so faithfully and completely that we find in the plant embodying his ideas the forces of momentum and gravity steadily in harness and keeping the traces taut, while there was no touch of the human hand upon the material from the beginning of the treatment to its finish, the staff being employed mainly to keep watch on the correct working of various processes. It is hardly necessary to devote space to the beginnings of the enterprise, although they are full of interest. They served, however, to convince Edison that if he ever expected to carry out his schemes on the extensive scale planned, he could not depend upon the market to supply suitable machinery for important operations, but would be obliged to devise and build it himself. Thus, outside the steam shovel and such staple items as engines, boilers, dynamos, and motors, all of the diverse and complex machinery of the entire concentrating plant, as subsequently completed, was devised by him especially for this purpose. The necessity for this was due to the mainly radical variations made from accepted methods. No such departure was as radical as that of the method of crushing the ore. Existing machinery for this purpose had been designed on the basis of mining methods then in vogue, by which the rock was thoroughly shattered by means of high explosives and reduced to pieces of 100 pounds or less. These pieces were then crushed by power directly applied. If a concentrating mill planned to treat 5,000 or 6,000 tons per day were to be operated on the basis, the investment in crushers and the supply of power would be enormous, to say nothing of the risk of frequent breakdowns by reason of multiplicity of machinery and parts. From a consideration of these facts, and with his usual tendency to upset traditional observances, Edison conceived the bold idea of constructing gigantic rolls which, by the force of momentum, would be capable of crushing individual rocks of vastly greater size than ever before attempted. He reasoned that the advantages thus obtained would be fourfold: a minimum of machinery and parts, greater compactness, a saving of power, and greater economy in mining. As this last named operation precedes the crushing, let us first consider it as it was projected and carried on by him. Perhaps quarrying would have been a better term than mining in this case, as Edison's plan was to approach the rock and tear it down bodily. The faith that moves mountains had a new opportunity. In work of this nature it had been customary, as above stated, to depend upon a high explosive, such as dynamite, to shatter and break the ore into lumps of 100 pounds or less. This, however, he deemed to be a most uneconomical process, for energy stored as heat units in dynamite at $260 per ton was more expensive than that of calories in a ton of coal at $3 per ton. Hence he believed that only the minimum of work should be done with a costly explosive, and therefore planned to use dynamite merely to dislodge great masses of rock, and depended upon the steam shovel operated by coal under the boiler to displace, handle, and remove the rock in detail. This was the plan that was subsequently put into practice in the great works at Edison, New Jersey. A series of 3-inch holes 20 feet deep were drilled 8 feet apart about 12 feet back of the ore bank, and into these were inserted dynamite cartridges. The blast would dislodge 30 to 35,000 tons of rock, which was scooped up by great steam shovels and loaded onto skips carried by a line of cars on a narrow gauge railroad running to and from the crushing mill. Here the material was automatically delivered to giant rolls. The problem included handling and crushing the run of the mine without selection. The steam shovel did not discriminate, but picked up handily single pieces weighing 5 or 6 tons and loaded them on the skips with quantities of smaller lumps. When the skips arrived at the giant rolls, their contents were dumped automatically into a superimposed hopper. The rolls were well named, for with ear-splitting noise they broke up in a few seconds, the great pieces of rock tossed in from the skips. It is not easy to appreciate to the full the daring exemplified in these great crushing rolls, or rather rock crackers, without having watched them in operation delivering their solar plexus blows. It was only as one might stand in their vicinity and hear the thunderous roar accompanying the smashing and rending of the rocks as they disappeared from the view, that the mind was overwhelmed with a sense of the magnificent proportions of this operation. The enormous force exerted during this process may be illustrated from the fact that during its development, in running one of the early forms of rolls, pieces of rock weighing more than a half-ton would be shot up in the air to a height of 20 or 25 feet. The giant rolls were 2 solid cylinders 6 feet in diameter and 5 feet long, made out of cast iron. To the faces of these rolls were bolted a series of heavy, chilled iron plates containing a number of projecting knobs 2 inches high. Each row had also 2 rows of 4-inch knobs intended to strike a series of hammer-like blows. The rolls were set face to face 14 inches apart in a heavy frame, and the total weight was 130 tons, of which 70 tons were in moving parts. The space between these 2 rolls allowed pieces of rock measuring less than 14 inches to descend to other smaller rolls placed below. The giant rolls were belt-driven, in opposite directions through friction clutches, although the belt was not depended upon for the actual crushing. Previous to the dumping of a skip, the rolls were speeded up to a circumferential velocity of nearly a mile a minute, thus imparting to them the terrific momentum that would break up easily in a few seconds boulders weighing 5 or 6 tons each. It was as though a rock of this size had got in the way of 2 express trains traveling in opposite directions at nearly 60 miles an hour. In other words, it was the kinetic energy of the rolls that crumbled up the rocks with pile-driver effect. This sudden strain might have tended to stop the engine driving the rolls, but by ingenious clutch arrangement, the belt was released at the moment of resistance in the rolls by reason of the rocks falling between them. The act of breaking and crushing would naturally decrease the tremendous momentum, but after the rock was reduced and the pieces had passed through, the belt would again come into play and once more speed up the rolls for a repetition of their regular prize-fighter duty. On leaving the giant rolls, the rocks, having been reduced to pieces not larger than 14 inches, passed into the series of intermediate rolls of similar construction and operation, by which they were still further reduced, and again passed on to 3 other sets of rolls of smaller dimensions. These latter rolls were also face-lined with chilled iron plates, but unlike the larger ones were positively driven, reducing the rock to pieces of about 1/2 inch size or smaller. The whole crushing operation of reduction from massive boulders to small pebbly pieces having been done in less time than the telling has occupied. The product was conveyed to the DYER, a tower 9 feet square and 50 feet high, heated from below by great open furnace fires. All down the inside walls of this tower were placed cast iron plates, 9 feet long and 7 inches wide, arranged alternately in fish ladder fashion. The crushed rock being delivered at the top would fall down from plate to plate, constantly exposing different surfaces to the heat, until it landed completely dried in the lower portion of the tower, where it fell into conveyors which took it up to the stockhouse. This method of drying was original with Edison. At the time this adjunct to the plant was required. The best dryer on the market was of a rotary type which had a capacity of only 20 tons per hour, with the expenditure of considerable power. As Edison had determined upon treating 250 tons or more per hour, he decided to devise an entirely new type of great capacity, requiring a minimum of power for elevating the material, and depending upon the force of gravity for handling it during the drying process. A long series of experiments resulted in the invention of the tower dryer with capacity of 300 tons per hour. The rock, broken up into pieces about the size of marbles, having been dried and conveyed to the stockhouse, the surplusage was automatically carried out from the other end of the stockhouse by conveyors, to pass through the next process, by which it was reduced to a powder. The machinery for accomplishing this result represented another interesting and radical departure of Edison from accepted usage. He had investigated all the crushing machines on the market, and tried all he could get. He found them all greatly lacking in economy of operation. Indeed, the highest results obtainable from the best were 18% of actual work involving a loss of 82% by friction. His nature revolted at such an immense loss of power, especially as he proposed the crushing of vast quantities of ore. Thus he was obliged to begin again at the foundation, and he devised a crushing machine which has subsequently been named the 3 high rolls, and which practically reversed the above figures, as it developed 84% of work done with only 16% loss in friction. A brief description of this remarkable machine will probably interest the reader. In the 2 end pieces of a heavy iron frame were set 3 rolls or cylinders, one in the center, another below, and the other above, all 3 being in a vertical line. These rolls were of a cast iron 3 feet in diameter, having chilled iron smooth face plates of considerable thickness. The lowest roll was set in a fixed bearing at the bottom of the frame, and therefore could only turn around on its axis. The middle and top rolls were free to move up or down from and toward the lower roll, and the shafts of the middle and upper rolls were set in a loose bearing which could slip up and down in the iron frame. It will be apparent, therefore, that any material which passed in between the top and the middle rolls and the middle and the bottom rolls would be ground as fine as might be desired, depending entirely upon the amount of pressure applied to the loose rolls. In operation, the material passed first through the upper and middle rolls, and then between the middle and lowest rolls. This pressure was applied in a most ingenious manner. On the ends of the shafts of the bottom and top rolls were cylindrical sleeves or bearings having 7 sheaves, in which was run a half-inch endless wire rope. This rope was wound 7 times over the sheaves as above, and led upward over a single groove sheave which operated by the piston of an air cylinder, and in this manner the pressure was applied to the rolls. It will be seen, therefore, that the system consisted in a single rope passed over sheaves and so arranged that it could be varied in length, thus providing for elasticity in exerting pressures and regulating it as desired. The efficiency of this system was incomparably greater than that of any other known crusher or grinder. For a while a pressure of 125,000 pounds could be exerted by these rolls. Friction was almost entirely eliminated because of the upper and lower roll bearings turned with the rolls and revolved in the wire rope, which constituted the bearing proper. The same cautious foresight exercised by Edison in providing a safety device, the fuse, to prevent fires in his electric light system was again displayed in this concentrating plant, where, to save possible injury to its expensive operating parts, he devised an analogous factor, providing all the crushing machinery with closely calculated safety pins, which on being overloaded would shear off and thus stop the machinery at once. The rocks having thus been reduced to fine powder, the mass was ready for screening on its way to the magnetic separators. Here again Edison reversed prior practice by discarding rotary screens and devising a form of tower screen, which besides having a very large working capacity by gravity eliminated all power except that required to elevate the material. The screening process allowed the finest part of the crushed rock to pass on, by conveyor belts, to the magnetic separators, while the coarser particles were in like manner automatically returned to the rolls for further reduction. In a narrative not intended to be strictly technical, it would probably tire the reader to follow this material in detail through the numerous steps attending the magnetic separation. These may be seen in a diagram reproduced from the above-named article in the Iron Age, and supplemented by the following extract from the Electrical Engineer, New York, October 28, 1897. At the start of the weakest magnet at the top frees the purest particles, and the second takes care of the others, but the third catches those to which rock adheres, and will extract particles of which only 1/8 is iron. This batch of material goes back for another crushing, so that everything is subjected to an equality of refining. We are now in sight of the real concentrates, which are conveyed to dryer number 2 for drying again, and are then delivered to the 50 mesh screens. Whatever is fine enough goes through to the 1/8-inch magnets, and the remainder goes back for recrushing. Below the 1/8-inch magnets, the dust is blown out of the particles mechanically, and they go to the 4-inch magnets for final cleansing and separation. Obviously, at each step the percentage of feldspar and phosphorus is less and less until in the final concentrates the percentage of iron oxide is 91 to 93%. As intimated at the outset, the tailings will be 75% of the rock taken from the veins of ore, so that every 4 tons of crude, raw, low-grade ore will have yielded roughly 1 ton of high-grade concentrate and 3 tons of sand, the latter also having its value in various ways. This sand was transported automatically by belt conveyors to the rear of the works to be stored and sold. Being sharp, crystalline, and even in quality, it was a valuable byproduct, finding a ready sale for building purposes, railway sandboxes, and various industrial uses. The concentrate in fine powdery form was delivered in similar manner to a stockhouse. As to the next step in the process, we may now quote again from the article in the Iron Age. While Mr. Edison and his associates were working on the problem of cheap concentration of iron ore, an added difficulty faced them in the preparation of the concentrates for the market. Furnacemen object to more than a very small proportion of fine ore in their mixtures, particularly when the ore is magnetic, not easily reduced. The problem to be solved was to market an agglomerated material so as to avoid the drawbacks of fine ore. The agglomerated product must be so porous as to afford access of the furnace-reducing gases to the ore. It must be hard enough to bear transportation, and to carry the furnace burden without crumbling to pieces. It must be waterproof, to a certain extent, because considerations connected with securing low rates of freight make it necessary to be able to ship the concentrates and market in open coal cars, exposed to snow and rain. In many respects, the attainment of these somewhat conflicting ends was the most perplexing of the problems which confronted Mr. Edison, the agglomeration of the concentrates having been decided upon. 2 other considerations not mentioned above were of primary importance. First, to find a suitable cheap binding material, and second, its nature must be such that very little would be necessary per ton of concentrates. These severe requirements were staggering, but Mr. Edison's courage did not falter. Although it seemed a well-nigh hopeless task, he entered upon the investigation with his usual optimism and vim. After many months of unremitting toil and research, and the trial of thousands of experiments, The goal was reached in the completion of a successful formula for agglomerating the fine ore and pressing it into briquettes by special machinery. This was the final process requisite for the making of a completed commercial product. Its practice, of course, necessitated the addition of an entirely new department of the works, which was carried into effect by the construction and the installation of the novel mixing and briquetting machinery, together with extensions of the conveyors with which the plant had already been liberally provided. Briefly described, the process consisted in mixing the concentrates with a special binding material in machines of an entirely new type, and in passing the resultant pasty mass into briquetting machines, where it was pressed into cylindrical cakes 3 inches in diameter and one end a half inches thick, under successive pressures of 78,000, 14,000, and 60,000 pounds. Each machine made these briquettes at the rate of 60 per minute and dropped them into bucket conveyors by which they were carried into drying furnaces, through which they made 5 loops and were delivered to cross conveyors which carried them into the stockhouse. At the end of this process, the briquettes were so hard that they would not break or crumble in loading on the cars or in transportation by rail, while they were so porous as to be capable of absorbing 26% of their own volume in alcohol, but repelling water absolutely perfect, old soaks. Thus, with never-failing persistence and patience, coupled with intense thought and hard work, Edison met and conquered one by one the complex difficulties that confronted him. He succeeded in what he set out to do, and it is now to be noted that the product he had striven so sedulously to obtain was a highly commercial one, for not only did the briquettes of concentrated ore fulfill the purpose of their creation, but in use actually tended to increase the working capacity of the furnace, as the following test quoted from the Iron Age, October 28, 1897, will attest. The only trial of any magnitude of the briquettes in the blast furnace was carried through earlier this year in the Crane Iron Works, Catasauqua, Pennsylvania, by Leonard Peckett. The furnace at which the test was made produces from 100 to 110 tons per day when running on the ordinary mixture. The charging of briquettes was begun with a percentage of 25% and was carried up to 100%. The following is the record of the results. January 5th, working percent 25, quantity of briquette tons 104, silica 2.770, phosphorus 0.830, sulfur 0.018, manganese 0.500. January 6th, working percent 37.5, quantity of briquette tons 4.5, silica 2.620, phosphorus 0.740, sulfur 0.018, manganese 0.350. January 7th, working percent 50, quantity of briquette tons 138.5, tons silica 2.572, phosphorus 0.580, sulfur 0.015, manganese 0.200. January 8th, working percent 75, quantity of briquette tons 119, silica 1.844, phosphorus 0.264, sulfur 0.022, manganese 0.200. January 9th, working percent 100, quantity of briquette tons 138.5, silica 1.712, phosphorus 0.147, sulfur 0.038, manganese 0.185. On the 9th, at 5 p.m., the briquettes having been nearly exhausted, the percentage was dropped to 25%, and on the 10th, the output dropped to 120 tons, and on the 11th, the furnace had resumed the usual work on the regular standard ores. These figures prove that the yield of the furnace is considerably increased. The Crane trial was too short to settle the question to what extent the increase in product may be carried. This increase in output, of course, means a reduction in the cost of labor and of general expenses. The richness of the ore and its purity, of course, affect the limestone consumption. In the case of the Crane trial, there was a reduction from 30% to 12% of the ore charge. Finally, the fuel consumption is reduced, which in the case of the eastern plants with their relatively costly coke is a very important consideration. It is regarded as possible that eastern furnaces will be able to use a smaller proportion of the costlier coke and correspondingly increase in anthracite coal, which is a cheaper fuel in that section. So far as foundry iron is concerned, the experience at Catasauqua, Pennsylvania, brief as it has been, shows that a stronger and tougher metal is made. Edison himself tells an interesting little story in this connection when he enjoyed the active help of that noble character, John Fritz, the distinguished inventor and pioneer of the modern steel industry in America. He says, "When I was struggling along with the iron ore concentration, I went to see several blast furnace men to sell the ore at the marketplace. They saw I was very anxious to sell it, and they would take advantage of my necessity. But I happened to go to Mr. John Fritz of Bethlehem Steel Company, and told him what I was doing. 'Well,' he said to me, 'Edison, you are doing a good thing for the Eastern furnaces. They ought to help you, for it will help us out. I am willing to help you. I mix a little sentiment with business, and I will give you an order for 100,000 tons. And he sat right down and gave me the order. The Edison concentrating plant has been sketched in the briefest outline with the view of affording merely a bare idea of the great work of its projector. To tell the whole story in detail and show its logical sequence step by step would take a little less than a volume in itself, for Edison's method, always iconoclastic when progress is in sight, were particularly so at the period in question. It has been said that Edison's scrap heap contains the elements of a liberal education, and this was essentially true for the discard during the ore milling experience. Interesting as it might be to follow at length the numerous phases of ingenious and resourceful development that took place during those busy years, the limit of present space forbids their relation. It would, however, be denying the justice that is Edison's due to omit all mention of two hitherto unnamed items in particular that have added to the world's store of useful devices. We refer first to the great traveling hoisting crane having a span of 250 feet, and used for hoisting loads equal to 10 tons, this being the largest of the kind made up to that time, and afterward used as a model by many others. The second item was the ingenious and varied forms of conveyor belt, devised and used by Edison at the concentrating works, and subsequently developed into a separate and extensive business by an engineer to whom he gave permission to use his plans and patterns. Edison's native shrewdness and knowledge of human nature was put to practical use in the busy days of plant construction. It was found impossible to keep mechanics on account of indifferent residential accommodations afforded by the tiny village, remote from civilization among the central mountains of New Jersey. This puzzling question much discussed between him and his associate, Mr. W. S. Mallory, until finally he said to the latter, "If we want to keep the men here, we must make it attractive for the women, so let us build some houses that will have running water and electric lights, and rent at low rate." He set to work, and in a day finished a design for a type of house. 50 were quickly built and fully described in advertising for mechanics. 3 days' advertisements brought in over 650 applications, and afterward Edison had no trouble in obtaining all the first-class men he required, as settlers in the artificial Yosemite he was creating. We owe to Mr. Mallory a characteristic story of this period as to an incidental unbending from toil, which in itself illustrates the ever-present determination to conquer what is undertaken. Along in the latter part of the 90s, when the work on the problem of concentrating iron ore was in progress, it became necessary when leaving the plant at Edison to wait over at Lake Hopatcong 1 hour for a connecting train. During some of these waits, Mr. Edison had seen me play billiards. At the particular time this incident happened, Mrs. Edison and her family were away for the summer, and I was staying at the Glenmont home on the Orange Mountains. One hot Saturday night, after Mr. Edison had looked over the evening papers, he said to me, "Do you want to play a game of billiards?" Naturally, this astonished me very much, as he is a man who cares little or nothing for the ordinary games, with the single exception of parcheesi, of which he is very fond. I said I would like to play, so we went up to the billiard room of the house. I took off the cloth, got out the balls, picked out a cue for Mr. Edison, and when we banked for the first shot, I won and started the game. After making 2 or 3 shots, I missed, and a long carom shot was left for Mr. Edison, the cue ball and object ball being within about 12 inches of each other, and the other ball a distance of nearly the length of the table. Mr. Edison attempted to make the shot, but missed it, and said, "Put the balls back." So I put them back in the same position, and he missed it a second time. I continued at his request to put the balls back in the same position for the next 15 minutes, until he could make the shot every time. Then he said, "I don't want to play any more." Having taken a somewhat superficial survey of the great enterprise under consideration, having had a cursory glance at the technical development of the plant up to the point of its successful culmination in the making of a marketable commercial product as exemplified in the test at the Crane furnace, let us revert to the demonstration and note the events that followed. The facts of this actual test are far more eloquent than the volumes of argument would be as justification of Edison's assiduous labors over 8 years, and of the expenditure of a fortune in bringing his broad conception to a concrete possibility. In the patient solving of tremendous problems he had toiled up the mountainside of success, scaling its topmost peak and obtaining a view of the boundless prospect, But alas, the best laid plans o' mice and men gang aft agley. The discovery of great deposits of rich Bessemer ore in the Mesaba range of mountains in Minnesota a year or two previous to completion of his work had been followed by the opening up of those deposits and marketing of the ore. It was of such rich character that, being cheaply mined by greatly improved and inexpensive methods, the market price of crude ore of like iron units fell from about $6.50 to $3.50 per ton, at the time when Mr. Edison was ready to supply his concentrated product. At the former price he could have supplied the market and earned a liberal profit on his investment, but at $3.50 per ton he was left without a reasonable chance of competition. Thus was swept away the possibility of reaping the rewards so richly earned by years of incessant thought, labor, and care. This great and notable plant, representing a very large outlay of money, brought to completion, ready for business, and embracing some of the most brilliant and remarkable of Edison's inventions and methods, must be abandoned by force of circumstances over which he had no control, and with it must die the high hopes that his progressive, conquering march to success had legitimately engendered. The financial aspect of these enterprises is often overlooked and forgotten. In this instance it was of more than usual import and seriousness, as Edison was virtually his own backer, putting into the company almost the whole of all the fortune his inventions had brought him. There is a tendency to deny the capital that thus takes desperate chances its full reward if things go right, and to insist that it shall have barely the legal rate of interest and far less than the return of over-the-counter retail trade. It is an absolute fact that the great electrical inventors and the men who stood behind them have had little return for their foresight and courage. In this instance, when the inventor was largely his own financier, the difficulties and perils were redoubled. Let Mr. Mallory give an instance. During the latter part of the panic of 1893 there came a period when we were very hard up for ready cash, due largely to the panicky conditions, and a large payroll had been raised with considerable difficulty. A short time before payday our treasurer called me up by telephone and said, "I have just received the paid checks from the bank, and I am fearful that my assistant, who has forged my name to some of the checks, has absconded with about $3,000. I went immediately to Mr. Edison and told him of the forgery and the amount of money taken, and in what an embarrassing position we were for the next payroll. When I had finished he said, 'It is too bad the money is gone, but I will tell you what to do. Go and see the president of the bank which paid the forged checks. Get him to admit the bank's liability, and then say to him that Mr. Edison does not think the bank should suffer because he happened to have a dishonest clerk in his employ. Also say to him that I shall not ask them to make the amount good.' This was done, the bank admitting its liability and being much pleased with this action. When I reported to Mr. Edison he said, 'That's all right. We have made a friend of the bank, and we may need friends later on.' And so it happened that some time afterward, when we greatly needed help in the way of loans, the bank willingly gave us the accommodations we required to tide us over for a critical period." This iron ore concentrating project had lain close to Edison's heart and ambition. Indeed, it had permeated his whole being to the exclusion of almost all other investigations or inventions for a while. For 5 years he had lived and worked steadily at Edison, leaving there only on Saturday night to spend Sunday at his home in Orange, and returning to the plant by an early train on Monday morning. Life at Edison was of the simple kind: work, meals, and a few hours' sleep day by day. The little village called into existence by the concentrating works was of the most primitive nature, and offered nothing in the way of frivolity or amusement. Even the scenery is austere. Hence Edison was enabled to follow his natural bent in being surrounded day and night by his responsible chosen associates, with whom he worked uninterrupted by outsiders from early morning away into the late hours of the evening. Those who were laboring with him, inspired by his unflagging enthusiasm, followed his example and devoted all their waking hours to the furtherance of his plans with a zeal that ultimately bore fruit in the practical success here recorded. In view of its present status, this colossal enterprise at Edison may well be likened to the prologue of a play that is subsequently to be enacted for the benefit of future generations. But before ringing down the curtain, it is desirable to preserve the unities by quoting the words of one of the principal actors, Mr. Mallory, who says, "The concentrating works had been in operation, and we had produced a considerable quantity of the briquettes, and had been able to sell only a portion of them, the iron market being in such condition that the blast furnaces were not making any new purchases of iron ore, and were having difficulty to receive and consume the ores which had been previously contracted for, so what sales we were able to make were at extremely low prices, my recollection being that they were between $3.50 and $3.80 per ton. whereas when the works had started we had hoped to obtain $6 to $6.50 per ton for the briquettes. We had also thoroughly investigated the wonderful deposit at Mesaba, and it was with the greatest possible reluctance that Mr. Edison was able to come finally to the conclusion that, under existing conditions, the concentrating plant could not be made into a commercial success. This decision was reached only after the most careful investigations and calculations, as Mr. Edison was just as full of fight and ambition to make it a success as when he had first started. When this decision was reached, Mr. Edison and I took the Jersey Central train from Edison bound for Orange, and I did not look forward to the immediate future with any degree of confidence, as the concentrating plant was heavily in debt without any early prospect of being able to pay off its indebtedness. On the train the matter of the future was discussed, and Mr. Edison said that inasmuch as we had the knowledge gained from our experience in the concentrating problem, we must, if possible, apply it to some practical use, and at the same time we must work out some other plans by which we could make enough money to pay off the concentrating company's indebtedness. Mr. Edison stating most positively that no company with which he had personally been actively connected had ever failed to pay its debts, and he did not propose to have the concentrating company any exception. In the discussion that followed he suggested several kinds of work which he had in his mind, and which might prove profitable. We figured carefully over the probabilities of financial returns from the phonograph works and other enterprises, and after discussing many plans it was finally decided that he would apply the knowledge we had gained in the concentrating plants by building a plant for manufacturing Portland cement, and that Mr. Edison would devote his attention to the developing of a storage battery which did not use lead and sulfuric acids. So these two lines of work were taken up by Mr. Edison with just as much enthusiasm and energy as is usual with him, the commercial failure of the concentrating plant seeming not to affect his spirits in any way. In fact, I have often been impressed strongly with the fact that, during the dark days of the concentrating problem, Mr. Edison's desire was very strong that the creditors of the concentrating work should be paid in full, and only once did I hear him make any reference to the financial loss which he himself made. And he then said, "As far as I am concerned, I can any time get a job at $75 per month as a telegrapher, and that will amply take care of all my personal requirements." As he already stated, however, he started in with the maximum amount of enthusiasm and ambition, and in the course of about 3 years we succeeded in paying off all the indebtedness of the concentrating works, which amounted to several $100,000. As to the state of Mr. Edison's mind when the final decision was reached to close down, if he was specially disappointed there was nothing in his manner to indicate it, his every thought being for the future, and as to what could be done to pull us out of the financial situation in which we found ourselves, and to take advantage of the knowledge which we had acquired at so great a cost. It will have been gathered that the funds for this great experiment were furnished largely by Edison. In fact, over $2 million were spent in the attempt. Edison's philosophic view of affairs is given in the following anecdote from Mr. Mallory. During the boom times of 1902, when the old General Electric stock sold at its high water mark of about $330, Mr. Edison and I were on our way from the cement plant at New Village, New Jersey, to his home at Orange. When we arrived at Dover, New Jersey, we got a New York newspaper, and I called his attention to the quotation of that day on General Electric. Mr. Edison then asked, if I hadn't sold any of mine, what would it be worth today? And after some figuring I replied, over $4 million. When Mr. Edison is thinking seriously over a problem, he is in the habit of pulling his right eyebrow, which he did now for 15 or 20 seconds. Then his face lighted up, and he said, "Well, it's all gone, but we had a hell of a good time spending it." With which revelation of an attitude worthy of Mark Tapley himself, this chapter may well conclude. End of chapter 19. Recording by William Kevin Manier. Las Vegas, Nevada, 2008.
Chapter 20. Of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 20. Edison Portland Cement. Few developments in recent years have been more striking than the general adoption of cement for structural purposes of all kinds in the United States, or than the increase in its manufacture here. As a material for the construction of office buildings, factories, and dwellings, it has lately enjoyed an extraordinary vogue, yet every indication is confirmatory of the belief that such use has barely begun. Various reasons may be cited, such as the growing scarcity of wood, once the favorite building material in many parts of the country, and the increasing dearness of brick and stone. The fact remains indisputable and demonstrated flatly by the statistics of production. In 1902 the American output of cement was placed at about 21,000,000 barrels, valued at over $17,000,000. In 1907 the production is given as nearly 49,000,000 barrels. Here then is an industry that doubled in 5 years. The average rate of industrial growth in the United States is 10% a year, or doubling every 10 years. It is a singular fact that electricity also so far exceeds the normal rate as to double in value and quantity of output and investment every 5 years. There is perhaps more than ordinary coincidence in the association of Edison with two such active departments of progress. As a purely manufacturing business, the general cement industry is one of even remote antiquity. And if Edison had entered into it merely as a commercial enterprise, by following paths already so well trodden, the fact would hardly have been worthy of even passing notice. It is not in his nature, however, to follow a beaten track except in regard to the recognition of basic principles; so that, while the manufacture of Edison Portland cement embraces the main essentials and familiar processes of cement making, such as crushing, drying, mixing, roasting, and grinding, his versatility and originality, as exemplified in the conception and introduction of some bold and revolutionary methods and devices, have resulted in raising his plant from the position of an outsider to the rank of the 5th largest producer in the United States, in the short space of 5 years after starting to manufacture. Long before his advent in cement production, Edison had held very pronounced views on the value of that material as the one which would obtain largely for future building purposes on account of its stability. More than 25 years ago one of the writers of this narrative heard him remark during a discussion on ancient buildings, "Wood will rot, stone will chip and crumble, bricks disintegrate, but a cement and iron structure is apparently indestructible. Look at some of the old Roman baths. They are as solid as when they were built." With such convictions and the vast fund of practical knowledge and experience he had gained at Edison in the crushing and manipulation of large masses of magnetic iron ore during the preceding 9 years, it is not surprising that on the homeward railway journey mentioned at the close of the preceding chapter, he should have decided to go into the manufacture of cement, especially in view of the enormous growth of its use for structural purposes during recent times. The field being a new one, Edison followed his usual course of reading up every page of authoritative literature on the subject, and seeking information from all quarters. In the meantime, while he was busy also with his new storage battery, Mr. Mallory, who had been hard at work on the cement plan, announced that he had completed arrangements for organizing a company with sufficient financial backing to carry on the business, concluding with the remark that it was now time to engage engineers to lay out the plant. Edison replied that he intended to do that himself, and invited Mr. Mallory to go with him to one of the drafting rooms on an upper floor of the laboratory. Here he placed a large sheet of paper on a drafting table, and immediately began to draw out a plan of the proposed works, continuing all day and away into the evening, when he finished, thus completing within the 24 hours the full layout of the entire plant as it was subsequently installed, and as it has substantially remained in practical use to this time. It will be granted that this was a remarkable engineering feat, especially in view of the fact that Edison was then a newcomer in the cement business, and also that if the plant were to be rebuilt today, no vital change would be desirable or necessary. In that one day's planning every part was considered and provided for, from the crusher to the packing house. From one end to the other, the distance over which the plant stretches in length is about half a mile, and through the various buildings spread over this space there passes, automatically, in course of treatment, a vast quantity of material resulting in the production of upward of 2¼ million pounds of finished cement every 24 hours, 7 days in the week. In that one day's designing, provision was made not only for all important parts, but minor details, such, for instance, as the carrying of all steam, water, and air pipes, and electrical conductors in a large subway running from one end of the plant to the other, and an oiling system for the entire works. This latter deserves special mention, not only because of its arrangement for thorough lubrication, but also on account of the resultant economy affecting the cost of manufacture. Edison has strong convictions on the liberal use of lubricants, but argued that in the ordinary oiling of machinery there is great waste, while much dirt is conveyed into the bearings. He therefore planned a system by which the 10,000 bearings in the plant are oiled automatically, requiring the services of only 2 men for the entire work. This is accomplished by a central pumping and filtering plant, and the return of the oil from all parts of the works by gravity. Every bearing is made rust-proof and is provided with 2 interior pipes. One is above and the other below the bearing. The oil flows in through the upper pipe, and after lubricating the shaft, flows out through the lower pipe back to the pumping station, where any dirt is filtered out and the oil returned to circulation. While this system of oiling is not unique, it was the first instance of its adaptation on so large and complete a scale, and illustrates the far-sightedness of his plans. In connection with the adoption of this lubricating system, there occurred another instance of his knowledge of materials and intuitive insight into the nature of things. He thought that too frequent circulation of a comparatively small quantity of oil would, to some extent, impair its lubricating qualities, and requested his assistance to verify this opinion by consultation with competent authorities. On making inquiry of the engineers of the Standard Oil Company, his theory was fully sustained. Hence, provision was made for carrying a large stock of oil, and for giving a certain period of rest to that already used. A keen appreciation of ultimate success in the production of a fine quality of cement led Edison to provide very carefully in his original scheme for those details that he foresaw would become requisite, such, for instance, as ample stock capacity for raw materials and their automatic delivery in the various stages of manufacture, as well as mixing, weighing, and frequent sampling and analyzing during the progress through the mills. This provision even included the details of the packing house, and his perspicacity in this case is well sustained from the fact that 9 years afterward, in anticipation of building an additional packing house, the company sent a representative to various parts of the country to examine the systems used by manufacturers in the packing of large quantities of various staple commodities involving somewhat similar problems, and found that there was none better than that devised before the cement plant was started. Hence the order was given to build the new packing house on lines similar to those of the old one. Among the many innovations appearing in this plant are 2 that stand out in bold relief, as indicating the large scale by which Edison measures his ideas. One of these consists of the crushing and grinding machinery, and the other of the long kilns. In the preceding chapter there has been given a description of the giant rolls, by means of which great masses of rock, of which individual pieces may weigh 8 or more tons, are broken and reduced to about a 14-inch size. The economy of this is apparent when it is considered that in other cement plants the limit of crushing ability is 1 man size, that is, pieces not too large for 1 man to lift. The story of the kiln, as told by Mr. Mallory, is illustrative of Edison's tendency to upset tradition and make a radical departure from generally accepted ideas. When Edison first decided to go into the cement business, it was on the basis of his crushing rolls and air separation, and he had every expectation of installing duplicates of the kilns which were then in common use for burning cement. These kilns were usually made of boiler iron, riveted, and were about 60 feet long and 6 feet in diameter, and had a capacity of about 200 barrels of cement clinker in 24 hours. When the detail plans for our plant were being drawn, Mr. Edison and I figured over the coal capacity and coal economy of the 60-foot kiln, and each time thought that both could be materially bettered. After having gone over this matter several times, he said, "I believe I can make a kiln which will give an output of 100 barrels in 24 hours." Although I had then been closely associated with him for 10 years, and was accustomed to see him accomplish great things, I could not help feeling the improbability of his being able to jump into an old established industry, as a novice, and start by improving the heart of the production so as to increase its capacity 400%. When I pressed him for an explanation, he was unable to give any definite reasons, except that he felt positive it could be done. In this connection let me say that very many times I have heard Mr. Edison make predictions as to what a certain mechanical device ought to do in the way of output and costs, when his statements did not seem to be even among the possibilities. Subsequently, after more or less experience, these predictions have been verified, and I cannot help coming to the conclusion that he has a faculty, not possessed by the average mortal, of intuitively and correctly sizing up mechanical and commercial possibilities. But, returning to the kiln, Mr. Edison went to work immediately, and very soon completed the design of a new type, which was to be 150 feet long and 9 feet in diameter, made up in 10-foot sections of cast iron bolted together and arranged to be revolved on 15 bearings. He had a wooden model made, and studied it very carefully, through a series of experiments. These resulted so satisfactorily that this form was finally decided upon and ultimately installed as part of the plant. Well, for a year or so the kiln problem was a nightmare to me. When we started up the plant experimentally, and the long kiln was first put into operation, an output of about 400 barrels in 24 hours was obtained. Mr. Edison was more than disappointed at this result. His terse comment on my report was, "Rotten. Try it again." When we became a little more familiar with the operation of the kiln, we were able to get the output up to about 550 barrels, and a little later to 650 barrels per day. I would go down to Orange, and report with a great deal of satisfaction the increase in output, but Mr. Edison would apparently be very much disappointed, and often said to me that the trouble was not with the kiln, but with our method of operating it, and he would reiterate his first statement that it would make 1,000 barrels in 24 hours. Each time I would return to the plant with a determination to increase the output if possible, and we did increase it to 750, then to 850 barrels. Each time I reported these increases, Mr. Edison would still be disappointed. I said to him several times that if he was so sure the kiln would turn out 1,000 barrels in 24 hours, we would be very glad to have him tell us how to do it, and that we would run it in any way he directed. He replied that he did not know what it was that kept the output down, but he was just as confident as ever that the kiln would make 1,000 barrels per day, and that if he had time to work with and watch the kiln, it would not take him long to find out the reasons why. He had made a number of suggestions throughout these various trials, however, and as we continued to operate, we learned additional points in handling, and were able to get the output up to 900 barrels, then 1,000, and finally to over 1,100 barrels per day, thus more than realizing the prediction made by Mr. Edison before even the plans were drawn. It is only fair to say, however, that prolonged experience has led us to the conclusion that the maximum economy and continuous operation of these kilns is obtained by working them at a little less than their maximum capacity. It is interesting to note, in connection with the Edison type of kiln, that when the older cement manufacturers first learned of it, they ridiculed the idea universally, and were not slow to predict our early finish as cement manufacturers. The ultimate success of the kiln, however, proved their criticisms to be unwarranted. Once aware of its possibility, some of the cement manufacturers proceeded to avail themselves of the innovation, at first without Mr. Edison's consent, and today more than one-half of the Portland cement produced in this country is made in kilns of the Edison type. Old plants are lengthening their kilns wherever practicable, and no wide-awake manufacturer, building a modern plant, could afford to install other than these long kilns. This invention of Mr. Edison has been recognized by the larger cement manufacturers, and there is every prospect now that the entire trade will take licenses under his kiln patents. When he decided to go into the cement business, Edison was thoroughly awake to the fact that he was proposing to butt into an old established industry, in which the principal manufacturers were concerns of long standing. He appreciated fully its inherent difficulties, not only in manufacture, but also in the marketing of the product. These considerations, together with his long-settled principle of striving always to make the best, induced him at the outset to study methods of producing the highest quality of product. Thus he was led to originate innovations in processes, some of which had been preserved as trade secrets; but of the others there are two deserving special notice, namely, the accuracy of mixing and the fineness of grinding. In cement making, generally speaking, cement, rock, and limestone in the rough are mixed together in such relative quantities as may be determined upon in advance by chemical analysis. In many plants this mixture is made by barrow or load units, and may be more or less accurate. Rule of thumb methods are never acceptable to Edison, and he devised therefore a system of weighing each part of the mixture so that it would be correct to a pound, and even at that made the device foolproof, for, as he observed to one of his associates, the man at the scales might get to thinking of the other fellow's best girl, so 50 or 100 pounds of rock, more or less, wouldn't make much difference to him. The Edison checking plan embraces two hoppers suspended above two platform scales, whose beams are electrically connected with a hopper closing device by means of needles dipping into mercury cups. The scales are set according to the chemist's weighing orders, and the material is fed into the scales from the hoppers. The instant the beam tips, the connection is broken, and the feed stops instantly, thus rendering it impossible to introduce any more material until the charge has been unloaded. The fine grinding of cement clinker is distinctly Edisonian in both origin and application. As has already been intimated, its author followed a thorough course of reading on the subject long before reaching the actual projection or installation of a plant, and he had found all authorities to agree on one important point, namely, that the value of cement depends upon the fineness to which it is ground. He also ascertained that in the trade the standard of fineness was that of 75% of the whole mass would pass through a 200 mesh screen. Having made some improvements in his grinding and screening apparatus, and believing that in the future engineers, builders, and contractors would eventually require a higher degree of fineness, he determined, in advance of manufacturing, to raise the standard 10 points, so that at least 75% of his product should pass through a 200 mesh screen. This was a bold step to be taken by a newcomer, but his judgment, backed by a full confidence and ability to live up to the standard, has been fully justified in its continued maintenance, despite the early incredulity of older manufacturers as to the possibility of attaining such a high degree of fineness. Footnote. For a proper understanding and full appreciation of the importance of fine grinding, it may be explained that Portland cement, as manufactured in the Lehigh Valley, is made from what is commonly spoken of as cement rock, with the addition of sufficient limestone to give the necessary amount of lime. The rock is broken down and then ground to a fineness of 80 to 90% through a 200 mesh screen. This ground material passes through kilns and comes out in clinker. This is ground, and that part of that finely ground clinker that will pass a 200 mesh screen is cement. The residue is still clinker. These coarse particles, or clinkers, absorb water very slowly, are practically inert, and have very feeble cementing properties. The residue on a 200 mesh screen is useless. End footnote. If Edison measured his happiness, as men often do, by merely commercial or pecuniary rewards of success, it would seem almost redundant to state that he has continued to manifest an intense interest in the cement plant. Ordinarily, his interest as an inventor wanes in proportion to the approach to mere commercialism. In other words, the keenness of his pleasure is in overcoming difficulties, rather than the mere piling up of a bank account. He is entirely sensible of the advantages arising from a good balance at the banker's, but that has not been the goal of his ambition. Hence, although his cement enterprise reached the commercial stage a long time ago, he has been firmly convinced of his own ability to devise still further improvements and economical processes of greater or less fundamental importance, and has, therefore, made a constant study of the problem as a whole and in all its parts. By means of frequent reports, aided by his remarkable memory, he keeps in as close touch with the plant as if he were there in person every day, and is thus enabled to suggest improvement in any particular detail. The engineering force has a great respect for the accuracy of his knowledge of every part of the plant, for he remembers the dimensions of details of every item of machinery, sometimes to the discomfiture of those who are around it every day. A noteworthy instance of Edison's memory occurred in connection with this cement plant. Some years ago, as its installation was nearing completion, he went up to look it over and satisfy himself as to what needed to be done. On the arrival of the train at 10:40 in the morning, he went to the mill, and with Mr. Mason, the general superintendent, started the crusher at one end and examined every detail all the way through to the packing house at the other end. He made neither notes nor memoranda, but the examination required all the day, which happened to be a Saturday. He took a train for home at 5:30 in the afternoon, and on arriving at his residence at Orange, got out some notebooks and began to write entirely from memory each item consecutively. He continued at this task all through Saturday night, and worked steadily on until Saturday afternoon, when he completed a list of nearly 600 items. The nature of this feat is more appreciable from the fact that a large number of changes included all the figures of new dimensions he had decided upon for some of the machinery throughout the plant. As the reader may have a natural curiosity to learn whether or not the list so made was practical, it may be stated that it was copied and sent up to the general superintendent with instructions to make the modifications suggested, and report by numbers as they were attended to. This was faithfully done, all the changes being made before the plant was put into operation. Subsequent experience has amply proven the value of Edison's prescience at this time. Although Edison's achievements in the way of improved processes and machinery have already made a deep impression in the cement industry, it is probable that this impression will become still more profoundly stamped upon it in the near future with the exploitation of his poured cement house. The broad problem which he sets himself was to provide handsome and practically indestructible detached houses, which could be taken by wage earners at very moderate monthly rentals. He turned this question over his mind for several years, and arrived at the conclusion that a house cast in one piece would be the answer. To produce such a house involved the overcoming of many engineering and other technical difficulties. These he attacked vigorously and disposed of patiently one by one. In this connection a short anecdote may be quoted from Edison as indicative of one of the influences turning his thoughts in this direction. In the story of the ore milling work, it has been noted that the plant was shut down owing to the competition of the cheap ore from the Mesaba range. Edison says, "When I shut down, the insurance companies canceled my insurance. I asked the reason why. 'Oh,' they said, 'this thing is a failure. The moral risk is too high.' 'All right, I am glad to hear it. I will now construct buildings that won't have any moral risk.' I determined to go into the Portland cement business. I organized a company and started cement works, which have now been running successfully for several years. I had so perfected the machinery in trying to get my ore costs down that the making of cheap cement was an easy matter to me. I built these works entirely of concrete and steel, so that there is not a wagon load of lumber in them, and so that the insurance companies would not have any possibility of having any moral risk. Since that time I have put up numerous factory buildings, all of steel and concrete, without any combustible whatever about them, to avoid this moral risk. I am carrying further the application of this idea in building private houses for poor people, in which there will be no moral risk at all, nothing whatever to burn, not even by lightning. As a casting necessitates a mould, together with a mixture sufficiently fluid in its nature to fill all of the interstices completely, Edison devoted much attention to an extensive series of experiments for producing a free-flowing combination of necessary materials. His proposition was against all precedent. All expert testimony pointed to the fact that a mixture of concrete, cement, sand, crushed stone, and water could not be made to flow freely to the smallest parts of an intricate set of molds, that the heavy parts of the mixture could not be held in suspension, but would separate out by gravity and make an unevenly balanced structure, that the surface would be full of imperfections, etc. Undeterred by the unanimity of adverse opinions, however, he pursued his investigations with the thorough minuteness that characterizes all his laboratory work, and in due time produced a mixture which on elaborate test overcame all objections and answered the complex requirements perfectly, including the making of a surface smooth, even, and entirely waterproof. All the other engineering problems have received study in like manner, and have been overcome, until at the present writing the whole question is practically solved and has been reduced to actual practice. The Edison poured or cast cement house may be reckoned as a reality. The general scheme, briefly outlined, is to prepare a model and plans of the house to be cast, and then to design a set of molds and sections of convenient size. When all is ready, these molds, which are of cast iron with smooth interior surfaces, are taken to the place where the house is to be erected. Here there has been provided a solid concrete cellar floor, technically called footing. The molds are then locked together so that they rest on this footing. Hundreds of pieces are necessary for the complete set. When they have been completely assembled, there will be a hollow space in the interior, representing the shape of the house. Reinforcing rods are also placed in the molds, to be left behind in the finished house. Next comes the pouring of the concrete mixture into this form. Large mechanical mixers are used, and as it is made, the mixture is dumped into tanks, from which it is conveyed to a distributing tank on the top or roof of the form. From this tank a large number of open troughs or pipes lead the mixture to various openings in the roof, whence it flows down and fills all parts of the mold from the footing in the basement until it overflows at the tip of the roof. The pouring of the entire house is accomplished in about 6 hours, and then the molds are left undisturbed for 6 days, in order that the concrete may set and harden. After that time the work of taking away the molds is begun. This requires 3 or 4 days. When the molds are taken away, an entire house is disclosed, cast in one piece, from cellar to tip of roof, complete with floors, interior walls, stairways, bath and laundry tubs, electric wire conduits, gas, water, and heating pipes. No plaster is used anywhere, but the exterior and interior walls are smooth, and may be painted or tinted if desired. All that is now necessary is to put in the windows, doors, heater, and lighting fixtures, and to connect up the plumbing and heating arrangements, thus making the house ready for occupancy. As these wooden molds are not ephemeral, like the wooden framing now used in cement construction, but of practically illimitable life, it is obvious that they can be used a great number of times. A complete set of molds will cost approximately $25,000, while the necessary plant will cost about $15,000 more. It is proposed to work as a unit plant for successful operation at least 6 sets of molds, to keep the men busy and the machinery going. Anyone with a sheet of paper can ascertain the yearly interest on the investment as a fixed charge to be assessed against each house, on the basis that 144 houses can be built in a year with the battery of 6 sets of molds. Putting the sum at $175,000, and the interest at 6% on the cost of the molds, and 4% for breakage, together with 6% interest and 15% depreciation on machinery, the plant charge is approximately $140 per house. It does not require a particularly acute prophetic vision to see flower towns of poured houses going up in whole suburbs outside all our chief centers of population. Edison's conception of the working man's ideal house has been a broad one from the very start. He was not content merely to provide a roomy, moderately priced house that should be fireproof, waterproof, and vermin-proof, and practically indestructible, but has been solicitous to get away from the idea of a plain packing-box type. He has also provided for ornamentation of a high class in designing the details of the structure. As he expressed it, "We will give the working man and his family ornamentation in their house. They deserve it, and besides, it costs no more after the pattern is made, to give decorative effects than it would be to make everything plain." The plans have provided for a type of house that would cost not far from $30,000 if built from cut stone. He gave to Messrs. Mann and McNally, architects, New York, his idea of the type of house he wanted. On receiving these plans he changed them considerably, and built a model. After making many more changes in this while in the pattern shop, he produced a house satisfactory to himself. This one-family house has a floor plan 25 by 30 feet, and is 3 stories high. The first floor is divided off into 2 large rooms, parlor and living room, and the upper floors contain 4 large bedrooms, a roomy bathroom, and wide halls. The front porch extends 8 feet, and the back porch 3 feet. A cellar 7½ feet high extends under the whole house, and will contain the boiler, wash-tubs, and coal bunker. It is intended that the house shall be built on lots 40 by 60 feet, giving a lawn and a small garden. It is contemplated that these houses shall be built in industrial communities, where they can be put up in groups of several hundred. If erected in this manner, and by an operator buying his materials in large quantities, Edison believes that these houses can be erected complete, including heating apparatus and plumbing, for $1,200 each. This figure would also rest on the basis of using in the mixture the gravel excavated on the site. Comment has been made by persons of artistic taste on the monotony of a cluster of houses exactly alike in appearance, but this criticism has been anticipated, and the molds are so made as to be capable of permutations of arrangement. Thus it will be possible to introduce almost endless changes in the style of house by variation of the same set of molds. For more than 40 years Edison was avowedly an inventor for purely commercial purposes. But within the last 2 years he decided to retire from that field so far as new inventions were concerned, and to devote himself to scientific research and experiment in the leisure hours that might remain after continuing to improve his existing devices. But although the poured cement house was planned during the commercial period, the spirit in which it was conceived arose out of an earnest desire to place within the reach of the wage earner an opportunity to better his physical, pecuniary, and mental conditions, in so far as that could be done through the medium of hygienic and beautiful homes at moderate rentals. From the first, Edison had declared that it was not his intention to benefit pecuniarily through the exploitation of this project. Having actually demonstrated the practicability and feasibility of his plans, he will allow reasonable concerns to carry themselves into practice under such limitations as may be necessary to sustain the basic object, but without any payment to him except for the actual expense incurred. The hypercritical may cavil, and say that, as a manufacturer of cement, Edison will be benefited. True, but as any good Portland cement can be used, and no restrictions as to source of supply are enforced, he, or rather his company, will be merely one of the possible purveyors. This invention is practically a gift to the working men of the world and their families. The net result will be that those who care to avail themselves of the privilege may, sooner or later, forsake the crowded apartment or tenement, and be comfortably housed in sanitary, substantial, and roomy homes fitted with modern conveniences, and beautified by artistic decorations, with no outlay for insurance or repairs, no dread of fire, and all at a rental which Edison believes will be not more, but probably less than, $10 per month in any city of the United States. While his achievement in its present status will bring about substantial and immediate benefits to wage earners, his thoughts have already traveled some years ahead in the formation of a still further beneficial project, looking toward the individual ownership of these houses on a basis startling in its practical possibilities. End of chapter 20. Recording by Melissa.
Chapter 21 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 21, Motion Pictures. The preceding chapters have treated of Edison in various aspects as an inventor, some of which are familiar to the public, others of which are believed to be in the nature of a novel revelation, simply because no one had taken the trouble before to put the facts together. To those who have perhaps grown weary of seeing Edison's name in articles of a sensational character, it may sound strange to say that, after all, justice has not been done to his versatile and many-sided nature, and that the mere prosaic facts of his actual achievement outrun the wildest flights of irrelevant journalistic imagination. Edison hates nothing more than to be dubbed a genius or played up as a wizard. But this fate has dogged him, until he has come at last to resign himself to it with a resentful indignation only to be appreciated when watching him read the latest full-page Sunday spread that develops a casual conversation into oracular verbosity and gives to his shrewd surmise the cast of inspired prophecy. In other words, Edison's real work has seldom been seriously discussed. Rather has it been taken as a point of departure into a realm of fancy and romance, where, as a relief from drudgery, he is sometimes quite willing to play the pipe, if someone will dance to it. Indeed, the stories woven around his casual suggestions are tame and vapid alongside his own essays in fiction, probably never to be published, but which show what a real inventor can do when he cuts loose to create a new heaven and a new earth, unrestrained by any formal respect for existing conditions of servitude to 3 dimensions and the standard elements. The present chapter, essentially technical in its subject matter, is perhaps as significant as any in this biography, because it presents Edison as the master impresario of his age, and maybe of many following ages also. His phonographs and his motion pictures have more audiences in a week than all the theaters in America in a year. The Nickelodeon is the central fact in modern amusement, and Edison founded it. All that millions know of music and drama, he furnishes, and the whole study of the theatrical managers thus reaching the masses is not to ascertain the limitations of the new art, but to discover its boundless possibilities. None of the exuberant versions of things Edison has not done could endure for a moment with the simple narrative of what he has really done as the world's new purveyor of pleasure. And yet it all depends on the toilful conquest of a subtle and intricate art. The story of the invention of the phonograph has been told. That of the evolution of motion pictures follows. It is all one piece of sober, careful analysis and stubborn, successful attack on the problem. The possibility of making a record of animate movement and subsequently reproducing it was predicted long before the actual accomplishment. This, as we have seen, was also the case with the phonograph, the telephone, and the electric light. As to the phonograph, the prediction went only so far as the result, the apparent intricacy of the problem being so great that the means for accomplishing the desired end were seemingly beyond the grasp of the imagination or the mastery of invention. With the electric light and the telephone, the prediction included not only the result to be accomplished, but, in a rough and general way, the mechanism itself. That is to say, long before a single sound was intelligibly transmitted, it was recognized that such a thing might be done by causing a diaphragm, vibrated by original sounds, to communicate its movements to a distant diaphragm by a suitably controlled electric current. In the case of the electric light, the heating of a conductor to incandescence in a highly rarefied atmosphere was suggested as a scheme of illumination long before its actual accomplishment, and in fact before the production of a suitable generator for delivering electric current in a satisfactory and economical manner. It is a curious fact that while the modern art of motion pictures depends essentially on the development of instantaneous photography, the suggestion of the possibility of securing a reproduction of animate motion, as well as in a general way of the mechanism for accomplishing the result, was made many years before the instantaneous photograph became possible. While the first motion picture was not actually produced until the summer of 1889, its real birth was almost a century later, when Plateau, in France, constructed an optical toy, to which the impressive name of phenakistoscope was applied, for producing an illusion of motion. This toy in turn was the forerunner of the zoetrope, or so-called wheel of life, which was introduced into this country about the year 1845. These devices were essentially toys, depending for their successful operation, as is the case with motion pictures, upon a physiological phenomenon known as persistence of vision. If, for instance, a bright light is moved rapidly in front of the eye in a dark room, it appears not as an illuminated spark, but as a line of fire, a so-called shooting star, or a flash of lightning produces the same effect. This result is purely physiological, and is due to the fact that the retina of the eye may be considered as practically a sensitized plate of relatively slow speed, and an image impressed upon it remains, before being effaced, for a period of from 1/10 to 1/7 of a second, varying according to the idiosyncrasies of the individual and the intensity of the light. When, therefore, it is said that we should only believe things we actually see, we ought to remember that in almost every instance we never see things as they are. Bearing in mind the fact that when an image is impressed on the human retina it persists for an appreciable period, varying as stated with the individual and depending also upon the intensity of the illumination, it will be seen that if a number of pictures or photographs are successively presented to the eye, they will appear as a single continuous photograph, provided the periods between them are short enough to prevent one of the photographs from being effaced before its successor is presented. If, for instance, a series of identical portraits were rapidly presented to the eye, a single picture would apparently be viewed. Or, if we presented to the eye the series of photographs of a moving object, each one representing a minute successive phase of the movements themselves would apparently again take place. With the zoetrope and similar toys, rough drawings were used for depicting a few broadly outlined successive phases of movement, because in their day instantaneous photography was unknown, and, in addition, there were certain crudities of construction that seriously interfered with the illumination of the pictures, rendering it necessary to make them practically as silhouettes on a very conspicuous background. Hence, it will be obvious that these toys produced merely an illusion of theoretical motion. But with the knowledge of even an illusion of motion, and with the philosophy of persistence of vision fully understood, it would seem that, upon the development of instantaneous photography, the reproduction of actual motion by means of pictures would have followed, almost as a necessary consequence. Yet such was not the case, and success was ultimately accomplished by Edison only after persistent experimenting along lines that could not have been predicted, including the construction of apparatus for the purpose, which, if it had not been made, would undoubtedly be considered impossible. In fact, if it were not for Edison's peculiar mentality that refuses to recognize anything as impossible until indubitably demonstrated to be so, the production of motion pictures would certainly have been delayed for years, if not for all time. One of the earliest suggestions of the possibility of utilizing photography for exhibiting the illusion of actual movement was made by Ducos, who, as early as 1864, obtained a patent in France, in which he said, quote, "My invention consists in substituting rapidly and without confusion to the eye, not only of an individual, but, when so desired, of a whole assemblage, the enlarged images of a great number of pictures, when taken instantaneously and successively at very short intervals. The observer will believe that he sees only one image, which changes gradually by reason of the successive changes of form and position of the objects which occur from one picture to the other. Even supposing that there be a slight interval of time during which the same object was not shown, the persistence of the luminous impression upon the eye will fill this gap. There will be, as it were, a living representation of nature, and the same scene will be reproduced upon the screen with the same degree of animation. By means of my apparatus, I am enabled especially to reproduce the passing of a procession, a review of military maneuvers, the movements of a battle, a public fete, a theatrical scene, the evolution of the dances of one or of several persons, the changing expression of countenance, or, if one desires, the grimaces of a human face, a marine view, the motion of waves, the passage of clouds in a stormy sky, particularly in a mountainous country, the eruption of a volcano." End of quote, etc. Other dreamers, contemporaries of Ducos, made similar suggestions. They recognized the scientific possibility of the problem, but they were irretrievably handicapped by the shortcomings of photography. Even when substantially instantaneous photographs were evolved at a somewhat later date, they were limited to the use of wet plates, which have to be prepared by the photographer and used immediately, and were therefore quite out of the question for any practical commercial scheme. Besides this, the use of plates would have been impracticable, because the limitations of their weight and size would have prevented the taking of a large number of pictures at a high rate of speed, even if the sensitized surface had been sufficiently rapid. Nothing ever came of Ducos's suggestions, and those of the early dreamers in this essentially practical and commercial art, and their ideas have made no greater impress upon the final result than Jules Verne's Nautilus of our boyhood days has developed the modern submarine. From time to time, further suggestions were made, some in patents and others in photographic and scientific publications, all dealing with the fascinating thought of preserving and representing actual scenes and events. The first serious attempt to secure an illusion of motion by photography was made in 1878 by Edward Muybridge, as a result of a wager with the late Senator Leland Stanford, the California pioneer and horse lover, who had asserted, contrary to the usual belief, that a trotting horse, at one point in its gait, left the ground entirely. At this time, wet plates of very great rapidity were known, and by arranging a series of cameras along the line of a track, in causing the horse, in trotting past them, by striking wires or strings attached to the shutters, to activate the cameras at the right instant, a series of very clear instantaneous photographs were obtained. From these negatives, when developed, positive prints were made, which were later mounted on a modified form of zoetrope and projected upon a screen. One of these early exhibitions is described in the Scientific American of June 5th, 1880. Quote, "While the separate photographs had shown the successive positions of a trotting or running horse in making a single stride, the zoogyroscope threw upon the screen, apparently, the living animal. Nothing was wanting but the clatter of hooves upon the turf, and an occasional breath of steam from the nostrils, to make the spectator believe that he had before him genuine flesh and blood steeds. In the views of hurdle leaping, the simulation was still more admirable, even to the motion of the tail as the animal gathered for the jump, the raising of his head, all were there. Views of an ox trotting, a wild bull on the charge, greyhounds and deer running, and birds flying in mid-air were shown. Also, athletes in various positions." Close quote. It must not be assumed from this statement that even as late as the work of Muybridge, anything like a true illusion of movement had been obtained, because such was not the case. Muybridge secured only one cycle of movement, because a separate camera had to be used for each photograph, and consequently each cycle was reproduced over and over again. To have made photographs of a trotting horse for 1 minute at the moderate rate of 12 per second would have required, under the Muybridge scheme, 720 separate cameras, whereas with the modern art only a single camera is used. A further defect with the Muybridge pictures was that, since each photograph was secured when the moving object was in the center of the plate, the reproduction showed the object always centrally on the screen, with its arms or legs in violent movement, but not making any progress, and with the scenery rushing wildly across the field of view. In the early 80s, the dry plate was first introduced into general use, and from that time onward, its rapidity and quality were gradually improved. So much so that after 1882, Professor E.J. Marey of the French Academy, who in 1874 had published a well-known treatise on animal movement, was able by the use of dry plates to carry forward the experiments of Muybridge on a greatly refined scale. Marey was, however, handicapped by reason of the fact that glass plates were still used, although he was able with a single camera to obtain 12 photographs on successive plates in the space of 1 second. Marey, like Muybridge, photographed only one cycle of the movements of a single object, which was subsequently reproduced over and over again, and the camera was in the form of a gun, which could follow the object so that the successive pictures would be always located in the center of the plates. The review above given, as briefly as possible, comprises substantially the sum of the world's knowledge at the time the problem of recording and reproducing animate movement was first undertaken by Edison. The most that could be said of the condition of the art when Edison entered the field was that it had been recognized that if a series of instantaneous photographs of a moving object could be secured at an enormously high rate, many times per second, they might be passed before the eye, either directly or by projection upon a screen, and thereby result in a reproduction of the movements. Two very serious difficulties lay in the way of actual accomplishment, however. First, the production of a sensitive surface in such form and weight as to be capable of being successively brought into position and exposed at the necessarily high rate. And second, the production of a camera capable of so taking the pictures. There were numerous other workers in the field, but they added nothing to what had already been proposed. Edison himself knew nothing of Ducos, or that the suggestions had advanced beyond the single centrally located photographs of Muybridge and Marey. As a matter of public policy, the law presumes that an inventor must be familiar with all that has gone before in the field within which he is working. And if a suggestion is limited to a patent granted in New South Wales, or is described in a single publication in Brazil, an inventor in America engaged in the same field of thought is by legal fiction presumed to have knowledge not only of the existence of that patent or publication, but of its contents. We say this not in the way of an apology for the extent of Edison's contribution to the motion picture art, because there can be no question that he was as much the creator of that art as he was of the phonographic art, but to show that, in a practical sense, the suggestion of the art itself was original with him. He himself says, quote, "In the year 1887, the idea occurred to me that it was possible to devise an instrument which should do for the eye what the phonograph does for the ear, and that by a combination of the two, all motion and sound could be recorded and reproduced simultaneously. This idea, the germ of which came from the little toy called the zoetrope, and the work of Muybridge, Marey, and others, has now been accomplished, so that every change of facial expression can be recorded and reproduced life-size. The kinetoscope is only a small model illustrating the present stage of the progress, but with each succeeding month new possibilities are brought into view. I believe that in coming years, by my own work and that of Dixon, Muybridge, Marey, and others, who will doubtless enter the field, Grand opera can be given at the Metropolitan Opera House at New York without any material change from the original, and with artists and musicians long since dead." End of quote. In the earliest experiments, attempts were made to secure the photographs, reduced microscopically, arranged spirally on a cylinder about the size of a phonograph record, and coated with a highly sensitive surface, the cylinder being given an intermittent movement, so as to be at rest during each exposure. Reproductions were obtained in the same way, positive prints being observed through a magnifying glass. Various forms of apparatus following this general type were made, but they were all open to the serious objection that the very rapid emulsions employed were relatively coarse-grained and prevented the securing of sharp pictures of microscopic size. On the other hand, the enlarging of the apparatus to permit larger pictures to be obtained would present too much weight to be stopped and started with the requisite rapidity. In these early experiments, however, it was recognized that to secure proper results, a single camera should be used, so that the objects might move across its field just as they move across the field of the human eye. And the important fact was also observed that the rate at which persistence of vision took place represented the minimum speed at which the pictures should be obtained. If, for instance, 5 pictures per second were taken, half of the time being occupied in exposure and the other half in moving the exposed portion of the film out of the field of the lens and bringing a new portion into its place, and the same ratio is observed in exhibiting the pictures, the interval of time between successive pictures would be 1/10 of a second, and for a normal eye, such an exhibition would present a substantially continuous photograph. If the angular movement of the object across the field is very slow, as for instance a distant vessel, the successive positions of the object are so nearly coincident that when reproduced before the eye, an impression of smooth, continuous movement is secured. If, however, the object is moving rapidly across the field of view, one picture will be separated from its successor to a marked extent, and the resulting impression will be jerky and unnatural. Recognizing this fact, Edison always sought for a very high speed, so as to give smooth and natural reproductions, and even with his experimental apparatus, obtained upward of 48 pictures per second, whereas in practice, at the present time, the accepted rate varies between 20 and 30 per second. In the efforts of the present day to economize space by using a minimum length of film, pictures are frequently taken at too slow a rate, and the reproductions are therefore often objectionable by reason of more or less jerkiness. During the experimental period, and up to the early part of 1889, the Kodak film was being slowly developed by the Eastman Kodak Company. Edison perceived in this product the solution of the problem on which he had been working, because the film presented a very light body of tough material on which relatively large photographs could be taken at rapid intervals. The surface, however, was not at first sufficiently sensitive to admit of sharply defined pictures being secured at the necessarily high rates. It seemed apparent, therefore, that in order to obtain the desired speed, there would have to be sacrificed that fineness of emulsion necessary for the securing of sharp pictures. But, as was subsequently seen, this sacrifice was in time rendered unnecessary. Much credit is due the Eastman experts. Stimulated and encouraged by Edison, but independently of him, for the production at last of a highly sensitive, fine-grained emulsion presenting the highly sensitized surface that Edison sought. Having at last obtained, apparently, the proper material upon which to secure the photographs, the problem then remained to devise an apparatus by means of which from 20 to 40 pictures per second could be taken, the film being stationary during the exposure, and upon the closing of the shutter being moved to present a fresh surface. In connection with this problem, it is interesting to note that this question of high speed was apparently regarded by all Edison's predecessors as the crucial point. Ducos, for example, expended a great deal of useless ingenuity in devising a camera by means of which a tape-line film could receive the photographs while being in continuous movement, necessitating the use of a series of moving lenses. Another experimenter, Dumont, made use of a single large plate and a great number of lenses which were successively exposed. Muybridge, as we have seen, used a series of cameras, one for each plate. Marey was limited to very few photographs because the entire surface had to be stopped and started in connection with each exposure. After the accomplishment of the fact, it would seem to be the obvious thing to use a single lens and move the sensitized film with respect to it, intermittently bringing the surface to rest, then exposing it, then cutting off the light and moving the surface to a fresh position. But who, other than Edison, would assume that such a device could be made to repeat these movements over and over again at the rate of 20 to 40 per second? Users of Kodaks and other forms of film cameras will appreciate, perhaps better than others, the difficulties of the problem, because in their work, after an exposure, they have to advance the film forward painfully to the extent of the next picture before another exposure can take place. These operations permitting of speeds of but a few pictures per minute at best. Edison's solution of the problem involved the production of a Kodak in which from 20 to 40 pictures should be taken in each second, and with such fineness of adjustment that each should exactly coincide with its predecessors, even when subjected to the test of enlargement by projection. This, however, was finally accomplished, and in the summer of 1889 the first modern motion picture camera was made. More than this, the mechanism for operating the film was so constructed that the movement of the film took place in 1/10 of the time required for the exposure, giving the film an opportunity to come to rest prior to the opening of the shutter. From that day to this, the Edison camera has been the accepted standard for securing pictures of objects in motion, and such changes as have been made in it have been purely in the nature of detailed mechanical refinements. The earliest form of exhibiting apparatus, known as the kinetoscope, was a machine in which a positive print from the negative obtained in the camera was exhibited directly to the eye through a peephole. But in 1895, the films were applied to modified forms of magic lanterns, by which the images are projected upon a screen. Since that date, the industry has developed very rapidly, and at the present time, 1910, all of the principal American manufacturers of motion pictures are paying a royalty to Edison under his basic patents. From the early days of pictures representing simple movements, such as a man sneezing or a skirt dance, there has been a gradual evolution until now The pictures represent not only actual events in all their palpitating instantaneity, but highly developed dramas and scenarios enacted in large, well-equipped glass studios, and the result of infinite pains and expense of production. These pictures are exhibited in upward of 8,000 places of amusement in the United States and are witnessed by millions of people each year. They constitute a cheap, clean form of amusement for many persons who cannot spare the money to go to the ordinary theaters, or they may be exhibited in towns that are too small to support a theater. More than this, they offer to the poor man an effective substitute for the saloon. Probably no invention ever made has afforded more pleasure and entertainment than the motion picture. Aside from the development of the motion picture as a spectacle, there has gone on an evolution in its use for educational purposes of wide range, which must not be overlooked. In fact, this form of utilization has been carried further in Europe than in this country as a means of demonstration in the arts and sciences. One may study animal life, watch a surgical operation, follow the movement of machinery, take lessons in facial expression or in calisthenics. It seems a pity that in motion pictures should at last have been found the only competition that the ancient marionettes cannot withstand. But aside from the disappearance of those entertaining puppets, all else is gain in the creation of this new art. The work at the Edison laboratory in the development of the motion picture was, as usual, intense and concentrated, and as might be expected, many of the early experiments were quite primitive in their character, until command had been secured of relatively perfect apparatus. The subjects registered jerkily by the films were crude and amusing, such as of Fred Ott's sneeze, Carmencita dancing, Italians and their performing bears, fencing, trapeze stunts, horsemanship, blacksmithing, just simple movements without any attempt to portray the silent drama. One curious incident of this early study occurred when Jim Corbett was asked to box a few rounds in front of the camera, with a darken to be selected locally. This was agreed to, and a celebrated bruiser was brought over from Newark. When this sparring partner came to face Corbett in the imitation ring, he was so paralyzed with terror he could hardly move. It was just after Corbett had won one of his biggest battles as a prize fighter, and the dismay of his opponent was excusable. The boys at the laboratory still laugh consumedly when they tell about it. The first motion picture studio was dubbed by the staff the Black Maria. It was an unpretentious oblong wooden structure erected in the laboratory yard, and had a movable roof in the central part. This roof could be raised or lowered at will. The building was covered with black roofing paper, and was also painted black inside. There was no scenery to render gay this lugubrious environment, but the black interior served as the common background for the performers, throwing all their actions into high relief. The whole structure was set on a pivot so that it could be swung around the sun, and the movable roof was opened so that the accentuating sunlight could stream in upon the actor, whose gesticulations were being caught by the camera. These beginnings and crudities are very remote from the elaborate and expensive paraphernalia and machinery with which the art is furnished today. At the present time, the studios in which motion pictures are taken are expensive and pretentious affairs. An immense building of glass, with all the properties and stage settings of a regular theater, is required. The Bronx Park studio of the Edison Company cost at least $100,000, while the well-known house of Pate Frere in France, one of Edison's licensees, makes use of no fewer than 7 of these glass theaters. All of the larger producers of pictures in this country and abroad employ regular stock companies of actors, men and women selected especially for their skill in pantomime, although, as most observers have perhaps suspected, in the actual taking of the pictures, the performers are required to carry on an animated and prepared dialogue with the same spirit and animation as on the regular stage. Before setting out on the preparation of a picture, the book is first written, known in the business as a scenario, giving a complete statement as to the scenery, drops, and background, and the sequence of events, divided into scenes as in an ordinary play. These are placed in the hands of a producer, corresponding to a stage director, generally an actor or theatrical man of experience, with a highly developed dramatic instinct. The various actors are selected, parts are assigned, and the scene painters are set to work on the production of the desired scenery. Before the photographing of a scene, a long series of rehearsals takes place, the incidents being gone over and over again until the actors are letter perfect. So persistent are the producers in the matter of rehearsals and the refining and elaboration of details that frequently a picture that may be actually photographed and reproduced in 15 minutes may require 2 or 3 weeks for its production. After the rehearsal of a scene has advanced sufficiently to suit the critical requirements of the producer, the cameraman is in requisition, and he is consulted as to the lighting so as to produce the required photographic effect. Preferably, of course, sunlight is used whenever possible, hence the glass studios. But on dark days, and when night work is necessary, artificial light of enormous candle power is used, either mercury arcs or ordinary arc lights of great size and number. Under all conditions, the light is properly screened and diffused to suit the critical eye of the cameraman. All being in readiness, the actual picture is taken, the actors going through their rehearsed parts, the producer standing out of the range of the camera and with a megaphone to his lips yelling out his instructions, imprecations, and approval, and the cameraman grinding at the crank of the camera and securing the pictures at the rate of 20 or more per second, making a faithful and permanent record of every movement and every change of facial expression. At the end of the scene, the negative is developed in the ordinary way, and is then ready for use in the printing of the positives for sale. When a further scene in the play takes place in the same setting, and without regard to its position in the plot, it is taken up, rehearsed, and photographed in the same way, and afterward all the scenes are cemented together in the proper sequence, and form the complete negative. Frequently, therefore, in the production of a motion picture play, the first and the last scene may be taken successively, the only thing necessary being, of course, that after all is done, the various scenes should be arranged in their proper order. The frames, having served their purpose, now go back to the scene painter for further use. All pictures are not taken in studios because when light and weather permit and proper surroundings can be secured outside, scenes can best be obtained with natural scenery, city streets, woods, and fields. The great drawback to the taking of pictures out of doors, however, is the inevitable crowd, attracted by the novelty of the proceedings, which make the cameraman's life a torment by getting into the field of his instrument. The crowds are patient, however, and in one Edison picture, involving the blowing up of a bridge by the villain of the piece, and the substitution of a pontoon bridge by a company of engineers just in time to allow the heroine to pass over in her automobile, more than 1,000 people stood around for almost an entire day, waiting for the tedious rehearsals to end and the actual performance to begin. Frequently, large bodies of men are used in pictures, such as troops of soldiers, and it is an open secret that for weeks the Boer War regularly equipped British and Boer armies confronted each other on the peaceful hills of Orange, New Jersey, ready to enact before the camera the stirring events told by the cable from the seat of hostilities. These conflicts were essentially harmless, except in one case during the Battle of Spion-Kopje, when General Cronje, in his efforts to fire a wooden cannon, inadvertently dropped his fuse into a large glass bottle containing gunpowder. The effect was certainly most dramatic, and created great enthusiasm among the many audiences which viewed the completed production. But the unfortunate general, who is still an employee, was taken to the hospital, and even now, 12 years afterward, he says with a grin that whenever he has a moment of leisure, he takes the time to pick a few pieces of glass from his person. Edison's great contribution to the regular stage was the incandescent electric lamp, which enabled the production of scenic effects never before even dreamed of, but which we accept now with so much complacency. Yet, with the motion picture, effects are secured that could not be reproduced to the slightest extent on the real stage. The villain, overcome by a remorseful conscience, sees on the wall of the room the very crime which he committed, with himself as the principal actor, one of the easy effects of double exposure. The substantial and oft-times corpulent ghost or spirit of the real stage has been succeeded by an intangible wraith, as transparent and unsubstantial as may be demanded in the best book of fairy tales. More double exposure. A man emerges from the water with a splash, ascends feet foremost 10 yards or more, makes a graceful curve, and lands on a springboard, runs down it to the bank, and his clothes fly gently up from the ground and enclose his person. All unthinkable in real life, but readily possible by running the motion picture film backward. The fairy prince commands the princess to appear, consigns the bad brothers to instant annihilation, turns the witch into a cat, confers life on inanimate things, and many more startling and apparently incomprehensible effects are carried out with actual reality, by stop-work photography. In one case, when the command for the heroine to come forth is given, the camera is stopped, the young woman walks to the desired spot, and the camera is again started. The effect to the eye, not knowing of this little byplay, is as if she had instantly appeared from space. The other effects are perhaps obvious, and the field and opportunities are absolutely unlimited. Other curious effects are secured by taking the pictures at a different speed from that at which they are exhibited. If, for example, a scene occupying 30 seconds is reproduced in 10 seconds, the movements will be 3 times as fast, and vice versa. Many scenes familiar to the reader showing automobiles tearing along the road and rounding corners at an apparently reckless speed are really pictures of slow and dignified movements reproduced at a high speed. Brief reference has been made to motion pictures of educational subjects, and in this field there are very great opportunities for development. The study of geography, scenes, and incidents in foreign countries, showing the lives and customs and surroundings of other peoples, is obviously more entertaining to the child when actively depicted on the screen than when merely described in words. The lives of great men, the enacting of important historical events, the reproduction of great works of literature, if visually presented to the child, must necessarily impress his mind with greater force than if shown by mere words. We predict that the time is not far distant when, in many of our public schools, 2 or 3 hours a week will be devoted to this rational and effective form of education. By applying microphotography to motion pictures, an additional field is opened up, one phase of which may be the study of germ life and bacteria, so that our future medical students may become as familiar with the habits and customs of the anthrax bacillus, for example, as of the domestic cat. From whatever point of view the subject is approached, the fact remains that in the motion picture, perhaps more than with any other invention, Edison has created an art that must always make a special appeal to the mind and emotions of men, and although so far it has not advanced much beyond the field of amusement, it contains enormous possibilities for serious development in the future. Let us not think too lightly of the humble 5-cent theater with its gaping crowd, following with breathless interest the vicissitudes of the beautiful heroine. Before us lies an undeveloped land of opportunity, which is destined to play an important part in the growth and welfare of the human race. End of chapter 21. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, June 2008.
Chapter 22 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heidi Preuss. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 22. The Development of the Edison Storage Battery. It is more than 100 years since the elementary principle of the storage battery, or the accumulator, was detected by a Frenchman named Gautreau. It is just 50 years since another Frenchman named Plante discovered that on taking 2 thin plates of sheet lead, immersing them in dilute sulfuric acid, and passing an electric current through the cell, the combination exhibited the ability to give back part of the original charging current, owing to the chemical changes and reactions set up. Plante coiled up his sheets into a very handy cell, like a little roll of carpet or pastry, but the trouble was that the battery took a long time to form, one sheet becoming coated with lead peroxide, and the other with finely divided or spongy metallic lead. They would receive current, then, even after a long period of inaction, furnish or return an electromotive force from 1.85 to 2.2 volts. This ability to store up electrical energy produced by dynamos in hours otherwise idle, whether driven by steam, wind, or water, was a distinct advance in the art. But the sensational step was taken about 1880, when Faure in France and Brush in America broke away from the slow and weary process of forming the plates, and hit on clever methods of furnishing them ready-made, so to speak, by dabbing red lead into lead-grid plates, just as butter is spread on a slice of homemade bread. This brought the storage battery at once into use as a practical, manufactured piece of apparatus, and the world was captivated with the idea. The great English scientist, Sir William Thomson, went wild with enthusiasm when a Faure box of electricity was brought over from Paris to him in 1881, containing 1,000,000 foot-pounds of stored energy. His biographer, Dr. Sylvanus P. Thompson, describes him as lying ill in bed with a wounded leg, and watching results with an incandescent lamp fastened to his bed curtain by a safety pin, and lit up by current from the little Faure cell. Said Sir William, "It is going to be a most valuable, practical affair, as valuable as water cisterns to people whether they had or had not systems of water pipes and water supply." Indeed, in one outburst of panegyric, the shrewd physicist remarked that he saw in it a realization of the most ardently and increasingly felt scientific aspiration of his life, an aspiration which he hardly dared to expect or see realized. A little later, however, Sir William, always cautious and canny, began to discover the inherent defects of the primitive battery as to disintegration, inefficiency, costliness, etc., and though offered tempting inducements, declined to lend his name to its financial introduction. Nevertheless, he accepted the principle as valuable and put the battery to actual use. For many years after this episode, the modern lead type of battery, thus brought forward with so great a flourish of trumpets, had a hard time of it. Edison's attitude toward it, even as a useful supplement to his lighting system, was always one of skepticism, and he remarked contemptuously that the best storage battery he knew was a ton of coal. The financial fortunes of the battery, on both sides of the Atlantic, was as varied and as disastrous as its industrial, but it did at last emerge and made good. By 1905 the production of lead storage batteries in the United States alone had reached a value for the year of nearly $3 million, and it has increased greatly since that time. The storage battery is now regarded as an important and indispensable adjunct in nearly all modern electric lighting and electric railway systems of any magnitude, and in 1909, in spite of its weight, it had found adoption in over 10,000 automobiles of the truck, delivery wagon, pleasure carriage, and runabout types in America. Edison watched closely in this earlier development for about 15 years, not changing his mind as to what he regarded as the incurable defects of the lead type, but coming gradually to the conclusion that if a storage battery of some other and better type could be brought forward, it would fulfill all the early hopes, however extravagant, of such men as Kelvin, Sir William Thomson, and would become as necessary and as universal as the incandescent lamp or the electric motor. The beginning of the present century found him at this point of new departure. Generally speaking, non-technical and uninitiated persons have a tendency to regard an invention as being more or less the ultimate result of some happy inspiration, and indeed there is no doubt that such may be the fact in some instances. But in most cases the inventor has intentionally set out to accomplish a definite and desired result, mostly through the application of the known laws of the art in which he happens to be working. It is rarely, however, that a man will start out deliberately, as Edison did, to evolve a radically new type of such intricate device as the storage battery, with only a meager clue and a vague starting point. In view of the successful outcome of the problem, which in 1900 he undertook to solve, it will be interesting to review his mental attitude at that period. It has already been noted at the end of a previous chapter that on closing the magnetic iron ore concentrating plant at Edison, New Jersey, he resolved to work on a new type of storage battery. It was about this time that, in the course of a conversation with Mr. R. H. Beach, then of the Street Railway Department of the General Electric Company, he said, "Beach, I don't think nature would be so unkind as to withhold the secret of a good storage battery if a real earnest hunt for it is made. I'm going to hunt." Frequently, Edison has been asked what he considers the secret of achievement. To this query he has invariably replied, "Hard work, based on hard thinking." The laboratory records bear the fullest witness that he has consistently followed out this prescription to the utmost. The perfection of all his great inventions has been signalized by patient, persistent, and incessant effort, which, recognizing nothing short of success, has resulted in the ultimate accomplishment of his ideas. Optimistic and hopeful to a high degree, Edison has the happy faculty of beginning the day as open-minded as a child, yesterday's disappointments and failures discarded and discounted by the alluring possibilities of tomorrow. Of all of his inventions, it is doubtful whether any one of them has called forth more original thought, work, perseverance, ingenuity, and monumental patience than the one we are now dealing with. One of his associates, who has been through the many years of the storage battery drudgery with him, said, "If Edison's experiments, investigations, and work on this storage battery were all that he had ever done, I should say that he was not only a notable inventor, but also a great man." It's almost impossible to appreciate the enormous difficulties that have been overcome. From a beginning, which was practically made in the dark, it was not until he had completed more than 10,000 experiments that he obtained any positive preliminary results whatever. Through all this vast amount of research, there had been no previous signs of the electrical action he was looking for. These experiments had extended over many months of constant work by day and night. But there was no breakdown of Edison's faith in ultimate success, no diminution of his sanguine and confident expectations. The failure of an experiment simply meant to him that he had found something else that would not work, thus bringing the impossible goal a little nearer by a process of painstaking elimination. Now, however, after these many months of arduous toil, in which he had examined and tested practically all the known elements in numerous chemical combinations, the electric action he sought for had been obtained, thus affording him the first inkling of the secret that he had industriously tried to wrest from nature. It should be borne in mind that from the very outset Edison had disdained any intention of following in the only tracks then known by employing lead and sulfuric acid as the components of a successful storage battery. Impressed with what he considered the serious inherent defects of batteries made of these materials, and the tremendously complex nature of the chemical reactions taking place in all types of such cells, he determined boldly at the start that he would devise a battery without lead, and one in which an alkaline solution could be used, a form which would, he firmly believed, be inherently less subject to decay and dissolution than the standard type, which after many setbacks had finally won its way to an annual production of many thousands of cells worth millions of dollars. 2,000 or 3,000 of the first experiments followed the lines of his well-known primary battery in the attempted employment of copper oxide as an element in a new type of storage cell. But its use offered no advantages, and the hunt was continued in other directions and pursued until Edison satisfied himself by a vast number of experiments that nickel and iron possessed the desirable qualifications he was in search of. This immense amount of investigation, which had consumed so many months of time, and which had culminated in the discovery of a series of reactions between nickel and iron that bore great promise, brought Edison merely within sight of a strange and hitherto unexplored country. Slowly but surely the results of the last few thousands of his preliminary experiments had pointed inevitably to a new and fruitful region ahead. He had discovered the hidden passage and held the clue which he had so industriously sought. And now, having outlined a definite path, Edison was all afire to push ahead vigorously in order that he might enter in and possess the land. It is a trite saying that history repeats itself, and certainly no axiom carries more truth than this when applied to the history of each of Edison's important inventions. The development of the storage battery has been no exception. Indeed, far from otherwise, for in the 10 years that have elapsed since the time he set himself and his mechanics, chemists, machinists, and experimenters at work to develop a practical commercial cell, the old story of incessant and persistent efforts so manifest in the working out of other inventions was fully repeated. Very soon after he had decided upon the use of nickel and iron as the elemental metals for his storage battery, Edison established a chemical plant at Silver Lake, New Jersey, a few miles from the Orange Laboratory, on land purchased some time previously. This place was the scene of further experiments to develop the various chemical forms of nickel and iron, and to determine by tests what would be best adapted for use in cells manufactured on a commercial scale. With a little handful of selected experimenters gathered about him, Edison settled down to one of his characteristic struggles for supremacy. To some extent it was a revival of the old Menlo Park days, or rather, nights. Some of these who had worked on the preliminary experiments, with the addition of a few newcomers, toiled together, regardless of passing time, and often under most discouraging circumstances, but with that remarkable esprit de corps that has ever marked Edison's relations with his co-workers, and that has contributed so largely to the successful carrying out of his ideas. The group that took part in these early years of Edison's arduous labors included his old-time assistant, Fred Ott, together with his chemist, J. W. Alsworth, as well as E. J. Ross, Jr., W. E. Holland, and Ralph Arbogast, and a little later W. G. B., all of whom have grown up with the battery and still devote their energies to its commercial development. One of these workers, relating the strenuous experiences of these few years, says, "It was hard work and long hours, but still there were some things that made life pleasant. One of them was the supper hour we enjoyed when we worked nights. Mr. Edison would have supper sent in about midnight, and we all sat down together, including himself. Work was forgotten for the time, and all hands were ready for fun. I have very pleasant recollections of Mr. Edison at these times. He would always relax and help to make a good time, and then on some occasions I have seen him fairly overflow with animal spirits, just like a boy let out from school. After the supper hour was over, however, he again became the serious, energetic inventor, deeply immersed in the work at hand. He was very fond of telling and hearing stories, and always appreciated a joke. I remember one that he liked to get off on us once in a while. Our lighting plant was in duplicate, and about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning, at the close of the supper hour, a change would be made from one plant to the other, involving the gradual extinction of the electric lights and their slowly coming up to candle power again, the whole change requiring probably about 30 seconds. Sometimes, as this was taking place, Edison would fold his hands, compose himself as if he were in sound sleep, and when the lights were full again would apparently wake up with the remark, "Well, boys, we've had a fine rest. Now let's pitch into work again." Another interesting and amusing reminiscence of this period of activity has been gathered from another of the family of experimenters. Sometimes, when Mr. Edison had been working long hours, he would want to have a short sleep. It was one of the funniest things I ever witnessed to see him crawl into an ordinary roll-top desk, curl up, and take a nap. If there was a sight that was still more funny, it was to see him turn over on his other side, all the time remaining in the desk. He would use several volumes of Watt's Dictionary of Chemistry for a pillow, and we fellows used to say that he absorbed the contents during his sleep, judging from the flow of new ideas he had on waking. Such incidents as these serve merely to illustrate the lighter moments that stand out in relief against the more somber background of the strenuous years, for of all the absorbingly busy periods of Edison's inventive life, the first 5 years of the storage battery era was one of the busiest of them all. It was not that there remained any basic principle to be discovered or simplified, for that had already been done, but it was in the effort to carry these principles into practice that there arose the numerous difficulties that at times seemed insurmountable. But according to another co-worker, Edison seemed pleased when he used to run up against a serious difficulty. It would seem to stiffen his backbone and make him more prolific of new ideas. For a time I thought I was foolish to imagine such a thing, but I could never get away from the impression that he really appeared happy when he ran up against a serious snag. That was in my green days, and I soon learned that the failure of an experiment never discourages him, unless it is by reason of the carelessness of the man making it. Then Edison gets disgusted. If it fails on its merits, he doesn't worry or fret about it, but on the contrary regards it as a useful fact learned, remains cheerful, and tries something else. I have known him to reverse an unsuccessful experiment and come out all right. To follow Edison's trail in detail through the innumerable twists and turns of his experimentation and research on the storage battery during the past 10 years, it would not be in keeping with the scope of this narrative, nor would it serve any useful purpose. Besides, such details would fill a big volume. The narrative, however, would not be complete without some mention of the general outline of his work, and reference may be made briefly to a few of the chief items. And lest the reader think that the word innumerable may have been carelessly or hastily used above, we would quote the reply of one of the laboratory assistants when asked how many experiments had been made on the Edison storage battery since the year 1900. "Goodness only knows. We used to number our experiments consecutively from 1 to 10,000, and when we got up to 10,000 we turned back to 1 and ran up to 10,000 again, and so on. We ran through several series, I don't know how many, and have lost track of them now, but it was not far from 50,000. From the very first, Edison's broad idea of his storage battery was to make perforated metallic containers having the active materials packed therein, nickel hydrate for the positive and iron oxide for the negative plate. This plan has been adhered to throughout, and has found its consumption in the present form of the completed commercial cell. But in the middle ground which stands between the early crude beginnings and the perfected type of today, there lies a world of original thought, patient plodding, and achievement. The first necessity was naturally to obtain the best and purest compounds for active materials. Edison found that comparatively little was known by manufacturing chemists about nickel and iron oxides of the high grade and purity he required. Hence it became necessary for him to establish his own chemical works and put them in charge of men specifically trained by himself, with whom he worked. This was the plant at Silver Lake, above referred to. Here, for several years, there was ceaseless activity in the preparation of these chemical compounds by every imaginable process and subsequent testing. Edison's chief chemist says, "We left no stone unturned to find a way of making those chemicals so that they would give the highest results. we carried on the experiments with the two chemicals together. Sometimes the nickel would be ahead in the tests, and then again it would fall behind. To stimulate us to greater improvement, Edison hung up a card which showed the results of tests in milliampere hours given by the experimental elements as we tried them with the various grades of nickel and iron we had made. This stirred up a great deal of ambition among the boys to push the figures up. Some of our earliest tests showed around 300, but as we improved the material, they gradually crept up to over 500. Just about that time, Edison had made a trip to Canada, and when he came back, we had made such good progress that the figures had crept up to about 1,000. I well remember how greatly he was pleased. In speaking of the development of the negative element of the battery, Mr. Allsworth says, "In a like manner, the iron element had to be developed and improved, and finally the iron, which had generally enjoyed superiority in capacity over its companion the nickel element, had to go in training in order to retain its lead, which was imperative in order to produce a uniform and consistent voltage curve." In talking with me one day about the difficulties under which we were working, and contrasting them with the phonograph experimentation, Edison said, "In phonographic work we can use our ears and our eyes, aided with powerful microscopes, but in the battery our difficulties cannot be seen or heard, but must be observed by our mind's eye." And by reason of the employment of such vision in the past, Edison is now able to see quite clearly through the forest of difficulties, after eliminating them one by one. The size and shape of the containing pockets in the battery plates or elements, and the degree of their perforation, were matters that received many years of close study and experiment. Indeed, there is still today constant work expended on their perfection, although their present general form was decided upon several years ago. The mechanical construction of the battery as a whole, in its present form, compels instant admiration on account of its beauty and completeness. Mr. Edison has spared neither thought, ingenuity, labor, nor money in the effort to make it the most complete and efficient storage cell obtainable, and the results show that his skill, judgment, and foresight have lost nothing of the power that laid the foundation of and built up other great arts at each earlier stage of his career. Among the complex and numerous problems that presented themselves in the evolution of the battery was the concerning an internal conductivity of the positive unit. The nickel hydrate was a poor electrical conductor, and although a metallic nickel pocket might be filled with it, there would not be the desired electrical action unless a conducting substance were mixed with it, and so incorporated, packed that there would be a good electrical contact throughout. This proved to be a most knotty and intricate puzzle, tricky and evasive, always leading on and promising something, and at the last slipping away, leaving the work undone. Edison's remarkable patience and persistence in dealing with this trying problem, and in finally solving it successfully, won for him more than ordinary admiration from his associates. One of them, in speaking of the seemingly interminable experiments to overcome this trouble, said, "I guess that questions of conductivity of the positive pocket brought lots of gray hairs to his head. I never dreamed a man could have such patience and perseverance. Any other man than Edison would have given the whole thing up 1,000 times, but not he. Things looked awfully blue to the whole bunch of us many a time, but he was always hopeful. I remember one time things looked so dark to me that I had just about made up my mind to throw up my job. But some good turn came just then, and I didn't. Now I'm glad I held on, for we've got a great future." The difficulty of obtaining good electrical contact in the positive element was indeed Edison's chief trouble for many years. After a great amount of work and experimentation, he decided upon a certain form of graphite which seemed to be suitable for the purpose, and then proceeded to the commercial manufacture of the battery at a special factory in Glenridge, New Jersey, installed for the purpose. There was no lack of buyers, but on the contrary, the factory was unable to turn out batteries enough. The newspapers had previously published articles showing the unusual capacity and performance of the battery, and public interest had thus been greatly awakened. Notwithstanding the establishment of a regular routine of manufacture and sale, Edison did not cease to experiment for improvement. Although the graphite apparently did the work desired of it, he was not altogether satisfied with its performance, and made extended trials of other substances, but at that time found nothing that on the whole served the purpose better. Continuous tests of the commercial cells were carried out at the laboratory, as well as more practical and heavy tests in automobiles, which were constantly kept running around the adjoining country over all kinds of roads. All these tests were very closely watched by Edison, who demanded rigorously that the various trials of the battery should be carried on with all strenuousness, so as to get the utmost results and develop any possible weakness. So insistent was he on this, that if any automobile should run several days without bursting a tire or breaking some parts of the machine, he would accuse the chauffeur of picking out easy roads. After these tests had been going on for some time, and some thousands of cells had been sold and were giving satisfactory results to the purchasers, the test sheets and experience gathered from various sources pointed to the fact that occasionally a cell here and there would show up as being short in capacity. Inasmuch as the factory processes were very exact and carefully guarded, and every cell was made as uniform as human skill and care could provide, there thus arose a serious problem. Edison concentrated his powers on the investigation of this trouble, and found that the chief cause lay in the graphite. Some other minor matters also attracted his attention. What to do was the important question that confronted him. To shut down the factory meant great loss and apparent failure. He realized this fully, but he also knew that to go on would simply be to increase the number of defective batteries in circulation, which would ultimately result in a permanent closure and real failure. Hence he took the course which one would expect of Edison's common sense and directness of action. He was not satisfied that the battery was a complete success, so he shut down and went to experimenting once more. And then, says one of the laboratory men, we started on another series of record-breaking experiments that lasted over 5 years. I might almost say heartbreaking, too, for all of the elusive disappointing things one ever hunted for, that was the worst. But secrets have to be long-winded and roost high if they want to get away when the old man goes hunting for them. He doesn't get mad when he misses them, but just keeps on smiling and firing, and usually brings them into camp. That's what he did on the battery, for after a whole lot of work he perfected the nickel flake idea and process, besides making the great improvement of using tubes instead of flat pockets for the positive. He also added a minor improvement here and there, and now we have a finer battery than we ever expected. In the interim, while the experimentation of these last 5 years was in progress, many customers who purchased batteries of the original type came knocking at the door with orders in their hands for additional outfits wherewith to equip more wagons and trucks. Edison expressed his regrets, but said he was not satisfied with the old cells and was engaged in improving them, to which the customers replied that they were entirely satisfied and ready and willing to pay for more batteries of the same kind. But Edison could not be moved from his determination, although considerable pressure was at times brought to bear to sway his decision. Experiment was continued beyond the point of peradventure, and after some new machinery had been built, the manufacture of the new type of cell was begun in the early summer of 1909, and at the present writing is being extended as fast as the necessary additional machinery can be made. The product is shipped out as soon as it is completed. The nickel flake, which is Edison's ingenious solution to the conductivity problem, is of itself a most interesting product, intensely practical in its application, and fascinating in its manufacture. The flake of nickel is obtained by electroplating upon a metallic cylinder alternate layers of copper and nickel, 100 of each, after which the combined sheet is stripped from the cylinder. So thin are the layers that this sheet is only about the thickness of a visiting card, and yet it is composed of 200 layers of metal. The sheet is cut into tiny squares, each about 1/16 of an inch, and these squares are put into a bath where the copper is dissolved out. This releases the layers of nickel, so that each of these small squares becomes 100 tiny sheets or flakes of pure metallic nickel, so thin that when they are dried they will float in the air like thistledown. In their application to the manufacture of batteries, the flakes are used through the medium of a special machine, so arranged that small charges of nickel hydrate and nickel flakes are alternately fed into the pockets intended for positives, and tamped down with a pressure equal to about 4 tons per square inch. This ensures complete and perfect contact and subsequent electrical conductivity throughout the entire unit. The development of the nickel flake contains in itself a history of patient investigation, labor, and achievement, but we have not space for it, nor for tracing the great work that has been done in developing and perfecting the numerous other parts and adjuncts of this remarkable battery. Suffice it to say that when Edison went boldly out into new territory, after something entirely unknown, he was quite prepared for hard work and exploration. He encountered both in unstinted measure, but kept going forward until after long travel he had found all that he had expected and accomplished something more besides. Nature did respond to his wholehearted appeal, and, by the time the hunt was ended, revealed a good storage battery of entirely new type. Edison not only recognized and took advantage of the principles he had discovered, but in adapting them for commercial use, developed most ingenious processes and mechanical appliances for carrying his discoveries into practical effect. Indeed, it may be said that the invention of an enormous variety of new machines and mechanical appliances, rendered necessary by each change during the various stages of development of the battery, from first to last, stands as the lasting tribute to the range and versatility of his powers. It is not within the scope of this narrative to enter into any description of the relative merits of the Edison storage battery, that being the province of a commercial catalogue. It does, however, seem entirely allowable to say that while at the present writing the tests that have been made extend over a few years only, their results and the intrinsic value of this characteristic Edison invention are of such a substantial nature as to point to the inevitable growth of another great industry arising from its manufacture, and to its widespread application to many uses. The principal use that Edison has had in mind for his battery is transportation of freight and passengers by truck, automobile, and streetcar. The greatly increased capacity in proportion to weight of the Edison cell makes it particularly adaptable for this class of work, on account of the much greater radius of travel that is possible by its use. The latter point of advantage is the one that appeals most to the automobilist, as he is thus enabled to travel, it is asserted, more than 3 times further than ever before on a single charge of the battery. Edison believes that there are more important advantages possible in the employment of his storage battery for street-car propulsion. Under the present system of operation, a plant furnishing the electric power for street railways must be large enough to supply current for the maximum load during rush hours, although much of the machinery may be lying idle and unproductive in the hours of minimum load. By the use of storage battery cars, this immense and uneconomical maximum investment in plant can be cut down to proportions of true commercial economy, as the charging of the batteries can be conducted at a uniform rate with a reasonable expenditure for generating machinery. Not only this, but each car becomes an independently moving unit, not subject to delay by reason of a general breakdown of the power plant or of the line. In addition to these advantages, the streets would be freed from their burden of trolley wires or conduits. To put his ideas into practice, Edison built a short railway line at the Orange Works in the winter of 1909-1910, and in cooperation with Mr. R.H. Beach, constructed a special type of streetcar and equipped it with motor, storage battery, and other necessary operating devices. This car was subsequently put upon the streetcar lines in New York City, and demonstrated its efficiency so completely that it was purchased by one of the streetcar companies, which has since ordered additional cars for its lines. The demonstration of this initial car has been watched with interest by many railroad officials, and its performance has been of so successful a nature that at the present writing, the summer of 1910, it has been necessary to organize and equip a preliminary factory in which to construct many other cars of a similar type that have been ordered by other street railway companies. This enterprise will be conducted by a corporation which has been specially organized for the purpose. Thus there has been initiated the development of a new and important industry whose possible ultimate proportions are beyond the range of present calculation. Extensive as this industry may become, however, Edison is firmly convinced that the greatest field for his storage battery lies in its adaptation to commercial trucking and hauling, and to pleasure vehicles, in comparison with which the streetcar business, even with its great possibilities, will not amount to more than 1%. Edison has pithily summed up his work and his views in an article on "The Tomorrows of Electricity and Invention" in Popular Electricity for June 1910, in which he says, "For years past I have been trying to perfect a storage battery, and have now rendered it entirely suitable to automobile and other work. There is absolutely no reason why horses should be allowed within city limits, for between the gasoline and the electric car no room is left for them. They are not needed. The cow and the pig have gone. The horse is still more undesirable. A higher public ideal of health and cleanliness is working towards such banishment very swiftly. And then we shall have decent streets, instead of stables made out of strips of cobblestone bordered by sidewalks. The worst use of money is to make a fine thoroughfare and then turn it over to horses. Besides that, the change will put the humane societies out of business. Many people now charge their own batteries because of lack of facilities, but I believe central stations will find in this work very soon the largest part of their load. The New York Edison Company or the Chicago Edison Company should have as much current going out for storage batteries as for power motors, and it will be so some near day." End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Edison, His Life and Inventions, by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 23. Miscellaneous Inventions. It has been the endeavor in this narrative to group Edison's inventions and patents so that his work in the different fields can be studied independently and separately. The history of his career has therefore fallen naturally into a series of chapters, each aiming to describe some particular development or art; and, in a way, the plan has been helpful to the writers while probably useful to the readers. It happens, however, that the process has left a vast mass of discovery and invention wholly untouched, and relegates to a concluding brief chapter some of the most interesting episodes of a fruitful life. Any one who will turn to the list of Edison patents at the end of the book will find a large number of things of which not even casual mention has been made, but which at the time occupied no small amount of the inventor's time and attention, and many of which are now part and parcel of modern civilization. Edison has indeed touched nothing that he did not in some way improve. As Thoreau said, "The laws of the universe are not indifferent, but are forever on the side of the most sensitive." And there never was any one more sensitive to the defects of every art and appliance, nor any one more active in applying the law of evolution. It is perhaps this many-sidedness of Edison that has impressed the multitude, and that in the popular vote, taken a couple of years ago by the New York Herald, placed his name at the head of the list of 10 greatest living Americans. It is curious and pertinent to note that a similar plebiscite taken by a technical journal among its expert readers had exactly the same result. Evidently the public does not agree with the opinion expressed by the eccentric artist Blake in his Marriage of Heaven and Hell, when he said, "Improvement makes strange roads, but the crooked roads without improvements are roads of genius." The product of Edison's brain may be divided into 3 classes. The first embraces such arts and industries or such apparatus as have already been treated. The second includes devices like the tachymeter, phonometer, odoroscope, etc., and others now to be noted. The third embraces a number of projected inventions, partially completed investigations, inventions in use but not patented, and a great many caveats filed in the Patent Office at various times during the last 40 years, for the purpose of protecting his ideas pending their contemplated realization in practice. These caveats served their purpose thoroughly in many instances, but there have remained a great variety of projects upon which no definite action was ever taken. One ought to add the contents of an unfinished piece of extraordinary fiction based wholly on new inventions and devices utterly unknown to mankind. Some day the novel may be finished, but Edison has no inclination to go back to it, and says he cannot understand how any man is able to make a speech or write a book, for he simply can't do it. After what has been said in previous chapters, it will not seem so strange that Edison should have hundreds of dormant inventions on his hands. There are human limitations even for such a tireless worker as he is. While the preparation of data for this chapter was going on, one of the writers, in discussing with him the vast array of unexploited things, said, "Don't you feel a sense of regret in being obliged to leave so many things uncompleted?" To which he replied, "What's the use? One lifetime is too short, and I am busy every day improving essential parts of my established industries. It must suffice to speak briefly of a few leading inventions that have been worked out, and to dismiss with scant mention all the rest, taking just a few items as typical and suggestive, especially when Edison can himself be quoted as to them. Incidentally, it may be noted that things, not words, are referred to, for Edison, in addition to inventing the apparatus, has often had to coin the word to describe it. A large number of the words and phrases in modern electrical parlance owe their origin to him. Even the call word of the telephone, "hello," sent tingling over the wire a few million times daily, was taken from Menlo Park by men installing telephones in different parts of the world, men who had just learned it at the laboratory, and thus made it a universal sesame for telephonic conversation. It is hard to determine where to begin with Edison's miscellaneous inventions, but perhaps telegraphy has the right of line, and Edison's work in that field puts him abreast of the latest wireless developments that fill the world with wonder. I perfected a system of train telegraphy between stations and trains in motion, whereby messages could be sent from the moving train to the central office, and this was the forerunner of wireless telegraphy. This system was used for a number of years on the Lehigh Valley Railroad, on their construction trains. The electric wave passed from a piece of metal on top of the car across the air to the telegraph wires, and then proceeded to the dispatcher's office. In my first experiments with this system I tried it on the Staten Island Railroad, and employed an operator named King to do the experimenting. He reported results every day, and received instructions by mail, but for some reason he could send messages all right when the train went in one direction, but could not make it go in the contrary direction. I made suggestions of every kind to get around this phenomenon. Finally I telegraphed King to find out if he had any suggestions himself, and I received a reply that the only way he could propose to get around the difficulty was to put the island on a pivot, so it could be turned around. I found the trouble finally, and the practical introduction on the Lehigh Valley road was the result. The system was sold to a very wealthy man, and he would never sell any rights or answer letters. He became a spiritualist subsequently, which probably explains it. It is interesting to note that Edison became greatly interested in the later developments by Marconi, and is an admiring friend and adviser of that well-known inventor. The earlier experiments with wireless telegraphy at Menlo Park were made at a time when Edison was greatly occupied with his electric light interests, and it was not until the beginning of 1886 that he was able to spare the time to make a public demonstration of the system as applied to moving trains. Ezra T. Gilliland, of Boston, had become associated with him in his experiments, and they took out several joint patents subsequently. The first practical use of the system took place on a 13-mile stretch of the Staten Island Railroad, with the results mentioned by Edison above. A little later, Edison and Gilliland joined forces with Lucius J. Phelps, another investigator, who had been experimenting along the same lines, and had taken out several patents. The various interests were combined in a corporation under whose auspices the system was installed on the Lehigh Valley Railroad, where it was used for several years. The official demonstration trip on this road took place on October 6, 1887, on a 6-car train running to Easton, Pennsylvania, a distance of 54 miles. A great many telegrams were sent and received while the train was at full speed, including a dispatch to the cable king, John Pender, London, England, and a reply from him. Footnote 17. Broadly described in outline, the system consisted of an induction circuit obtained by laying strips of tin along the top or roof of a railway car, and the installation of a special telegraph line running parallel with the track, and strung on poles of only medium height. The train and also each signaling station were equipped with regulation telegraphic apparatus, such as battery, key, relay, and sounder, together with induction coil and condenser. In addition, there was a transmitting device in the shape of a musical reed, or buzzer. In practice, this buzzer was continuously operated at high speed by a battery. Its vibrations were broken by means of a key into long and short periods, representing Morse characters, which were transmitted inductively from the train circuit to the pole line, or vice versa, and received by the operator at the other end through a high-resistance telephone receiver inserted in the secondary circuit of the induction coil. Although the space between the cars and the pole line was probably not more than about 50 feet, it is interesting to note that in Edison's early experiments at Menlo Park he succeeded in transmitting messages through the air at a distance of 580 feet. Speaking of this and of his other experiments with induction telegraphy by means of kites, communicating from one to the other and thus from the kites to instruments on the earth, Edison said recently, "We only transmitted about 2 1/2 miles through the kites. What has always puzzled me since is that I did not think of using the results of my experiments on etheric force that I made in 1875. I have never been able to understand how I came to overlook them. If I had made use of my own work, I should have had long-distance wireless telegraphy." In one of the appendices to this book is given a brief technical account of Edison's investigations of the phenomena which lie at the root of modern wireless or space telegraphy, and the attention of the reader is directed particularly to the description and quotations there from the famous notebooks of Edison's experiments in regard to what he called etheric force. It will be seen that as early as 1875 Edison detected and studied certain phenomena, i.e., the production of electrical effects in non-closed circuits, which for a time made him think he was on the trail of a new force, as there was no plausible explanation for them by the then known laws of electricity and magnetism. Later came the magnificent work of Hertz identifying the phenomena as electromagnetic waves in the ether, and developing a new world of theory and science based upon them and their production by disruptive discharges. Edison's assertions were treated with skepticism by the scientific world, which was not then ready for the discovery and not sufficiently furnished with corroborative data. It is singular, to say the least, to note how Edison's experiments paralleled and proved in advance those that came later. And even his apparatus, such as the dark box for making the tiny sparks visible, as the waves impinged on the receiver, bears close analogy with similar apparatus employed by Hertz. Indeed, as Edison sent the dark box apparatus to the Paris Exposition in 1881, and let Batchelor repeat there the puzzling experiments, it seems by no means unlikely that either directly or on the report of some friend, Hertz may thus have received from Edison a most valuable suggestion, the inventor aiding the physicist in opening up a wonderful new realm. In this connection, indeed, it is very interesting to quote two great authorities. In May, 1889, at a meeting of the Institution of Electrical Engineers in London, Dr. (now Sir) Oliver Lodge remarked in a discussion on a paper of his own on lightning conductors, embracing the Hertzian waves in his treatment, "Many of the effects I have shown, sparks in unsuspected places and other things, have been observed before. Henry observed things of the kind, and Edison noticed some curious phenomena, and said it was not electricity but etheric force that caused these sparks, and the matter was rather pooh-poohed. It was a small part of this very thing, only the time was not ripe. Theoretical knowledge was not ready for it." Again, in his Signalling without Wires, in giving the history of the coherer principle, Lodge remarks, "Sparks identical in all respects with those discovered by Hertz had been seen in recent times both by Edison and by Sylvanus Thomson, being styled etheric force by the former, but their theoretic significance had not been perceived, and they were somewhat sceptically regarded." During the same discussion in London in 1889, Sir William Thomson (Lord Kelvin), after citing some experiments by Faraday with his insulated cage at the Royal Institution, said, his (Faraday's) attention was not directed to look for Hertz sparks, or probably he might have found them in the interior. Edison seems to have noticed something of the kind in what he called etheric force. His name etheric may 13 years ago have seemed to many people absurd, but now we are all beginning to call these inductive phenomena etheric. With which testimony from the great Kelvin as to his priority in determining the vital fact, and with the evidence that as early as 1875 he built apparatus that demonstrated the fact, Edison is probably quite content. It should perhaps be noted at this point that a curious effect observed at the laboratory was shown in connection with Edison lamps at the Philadelphia Exhibition of 1884. It became known in scientific parlance as the Edison effect, showing a curious current condition or discharge in the vacuum of the bulb. It has since been employed by Fleming in England and De Forest in this country, and others as the basis for wireless telegraph apparatus. It is in reality a minute rectifier of alternating current, and analogous to those which have since been made on a large scale. When Roentgen came forward with his discovery of the new X-ray in 1895, Edison was ready for it, and took up experimentation with it on a large scale, some of his work being recorded in an article in the Century Magazine of May, 1896, where a great deal of data may be found. Edison says with regard to this work, "When the X-ray came up, I made the first fluoroscope, using tungstate of calcium. I also found that this tungstate could be put into a vacuum chamber of glass and fused to the inner walls of the chamber, and if the X-ray electrodes were let into the glass chamber and a proper vacuum was attained, you could get a fluorescent lamp of several candle power. I started in to make a number of these lamps, but I soon found that the X-ray had affected poisonously my assistant, Mr. Daly, so that his hair came out and his flesh commenced to ulcerate. I then concluded it would not do, and that it would not be a very popular kind of light, so I dropped it. At the time, I selected tungstate of calcium because it was so fluorescent. I set 4 men to making all kinds of chemical combinations, and thus collected upward of 8,000 different crystals of various chemical combinations, discovering several hundred different substances which would fluoresce to the X-ray. So far, little had come of X-ray work, but it added another letter to the scientific alphabet. I don't know anything about radium, and I have lots of company." The Electrical Engineer of June 3, 1896, contains a photograph of Mr. Edison taken by the light of one of his fluorescent lamps. The same journal, in its issue of April 1, 1896, shows an Edison fluoroscope in use by an observer, in the now familiar and universal form somewhat like a stereoscope. This apparatus, as invented by Edison, consists of a flaring box, curved at one end to fit closely over the forehead and eyes, while the other end of the box is closed by a pasteboard cover. On the inside of this is spread a layer of tungstate of calcium. By placing the object to be observed, such as the hand, between the vacuum tube and the fluorescent screen, the shadow is formed on the screen and can be observed at leisure. The apparatus has proved invaluable in surgery and has become an accepted part of the equipment of modern surgery. In 1896, at the Electrical Exhibition in the Grand Central Palace, New York City, given under the auspices of the National Electric Light Association, thousands and thousands of persons with the use of this apparatus in Edison's personal exhibit were enabled to see their own bones, and the resultant public sensation was great. Mr. Mallory tells a characteristic story of Edison's own share in the memorable exhibit. The exhibit was announced for opening on Monday. On the preceding Friday all the apparatus, which included a large induction coil, was shipped from Orange to New York, and on Saturday afternoon Edison, accompanied by Fred Ott, one of his assistants, and myself, went over to install it so as to have it ready for Monday morning. Had everything been normal, a few hours would have sufficed for completion of the work. But on coming to test the big coil, it was found to be absolutely out of commission, having been so seriously injured as to necessitate its entire rewinding. It being summer-time, all the machine shops were closed until Monday morning, and there were several miles of wire to be wound on the coil. Edison would not consider a postponement of the exhibition, so there was nothing to do but go to work and wind it by hand. We managed to find a lathe, but there was no power, so each of us, including Edison, took turns revolving the lathe by pulling on the belt, while the other two attended to the winding of the wire. We worked continuously all through that Saturday night and all day Sunday until evening, when we finished the job. I don't remember ever being conscious of more muscles in my life. I guess Edison was tired also, but he took it very philosophically. This was apparently the first public demonstration of the X-ray to the American people. Edison's ore separation work has been already fully described, but the story would hardly be complete without a reference to a similar work in gold extraction dating back to the Menlo Park days. "I got up a method," says Edison, "of separating placer gold by a dry process, in which I could work economically ore as lean as 5 cents of gold to the cubic yard. I had several carloads of different placer sands sent to me, and proved I could do it. Some parties, hearing I had succeeded in doing such a thing, went to work and got hold of what was known as the Ortiz Mine Grant, 12 miles from Santa Fe, New Mexico. This mine, according to the reports of several mining engineers made in the last 40 years, was considered one of the richest placer deposits in the United States, and various schemes had been put forward to bring water from the mountains 40 miles away to work those immense beds. The reports stated that the Mexicans had been panning gold for 100 years out of these deposits. These parties now made arrangements with the stockholders or owners of the grant, and with me, to work the deposits by my process. As I had had some previous experience with the statements of mining men, I concluded I would just send down a small plant, and prospect the field before putting up a large one. This I did, and I sent 2 of my assistants whom I could trust down to this place to erect the plant, and started to sink shafts 50 feet deep all over the area. We soon learned that the rich gravel, instead of being spread over an area of 3 by 7 miles, and rich from the grass roots down, was spread over a space of about 25 acres, and that even this did not average more than 10 cents to the cubic yard. The whole placer would not give more than 1 1/4 cents per cubic yard. As my business arrangements had not been very perfectly made, I lost the usual amount. Going to another extreme, we find Edison grappling with one of the biggest problems known to the authorities of New York, the disposal of its heavy snows. It is needless to say that witnessing the ordinary slow and costly procedure would put Edison on his mettle. One time, when they had a snow blockade in New York, I started to build a machine with Batchelor, a big truck with a steam engine and compressor on it. We would run along the street, gather all the snow up in front of us, pass it into the compressor, and deliver little blocks of ice behind us in the gutter, taking 1/10 the room of the snow, and not inconveniencing anybody. We could thus take care of a snowstorm by diminishing the bulk of material to be handled. The preliminary experiment we made was dropped because we went into other things. The machine would go as fast as a horse could walk. Edison has always taken a keen interest in aerial flight, and has also experimented with aeroplanes, his preference inclining to the helicopter type, as noted in the newspapers and periodicals from time to time. The following statement from him refers to a type of aeroplane of great novelty and ingenuity. James Gordon Bennett came to me and asked that I try some primary experiments to see if aerial navigation was feasible with heavier-than-air machines. I got up a motor, and put it on the scales, and tried a large number of different things and contrivances connected to the motor, to see how it would lighten itself on the scales. I got some data, and made up my mind that what was needed was a very powerful engine for its weight in small compass. So I conceived of an engine employing gun cotton. I took a lot of ticker paper tape, turned it into gun cotton, and got up an engine with an arrangement whereby I could feed this gun cotton strip into the cylinder and explode it inside electrically. The feed took place between two copper rolls. The copper kept the temperature down so that it could only explode up to the point where it was in contact with the feed rolls. It worked pretty well. But once the feed roll didn't save it, and the flame went through and exploded the whole roll, and kicked up such a bad explosion I abandoned it. But the idea might be made to work. Turning from the air to the earth, it is interesting to note that the introduction of the underground Edison system in New York made an appeal to inventive ingenuity, and that one of the difficulties was met as follows. When we first put the Pearl Street station in operation in New York, we had cast-iron junction boxes at the intersections of all the streets. One night, or about 2 o'clock in the morning, a policeman came in and said that something had exploded at the corner of William and Nassau Streets. I happened to be in the station, and went out to see what it was. I found that the cover of the manhole, weighing about 200 pounds, had entirely disappeared, but everything inside was intact. It had even stripped some of the threads of the bolts, and we could never find that cover. I concluded it was either a leakage of gas into the manhole, or else the acid used in pickling the casting had given off hydrogen and the air had leaked in, making an explosive mixture. As this was a pretty serious problem, and as we had a good many of the manholes, it worried me very much for fear that it would be repeated and the company might have to pay a lot of damages, especially in districts like that around William and Nassau, where there are a good many people about. If an explosion took place in the daytime, it might lift a few of them up. However, I got around the difficulty by putting a little bottle of chloroform in each box, corked up, with a slight hole in the cork. The chloroform being volatile, and very heavy, settled in the box and displaced all the air. I have never heard of an explosion in a manhole where this chloroform had been used. Carbon tetrachloride, now made electrically at Niagara Falls, is very cheap and would be ideal for the purpose. Edison has never paid much attention to warfare, and has in general disdained to develop inventions for the destruction of life and property. Some years ago, however, he became the joint inventor of the Edison-Sims torpedo with Mr. W. Scott Sims, who sought his cooperation. This is a dirigible submarine torpedo operated by electricity. In the torpedo proper, which is suspended from a long float so as to be submerged a few feet under water, are placed the small electrical motor for propulsion and steering, and the explosive charge. The torpedo is controlled from the shore or ship through an electric cable, which it pays out as it goes along, and all operations of varying the speed, reversing, and steering are performed at the will of the distant operator by means of currents sent through the cable. During the Spanish-American War of 1898, Edison suggested to the Navy Department the adoption of a compound of calcium carbide and calcium phosphite, which, when placed in a shell and fired from a gun, would explode as soon as it struck water and ignite, producing a blaze that would continue several minutes and make the ships of the enemy visible for 4 or 5 miles at sea. Moreover, the blaze could not be extinguished. Edison has always been deeply interested in conversation, and much of his work has been directed toward the economy of fuel and obtaining electrical energy directly from the consumption of coal. Indeed, it will be noted that the example of his handwriting shown in these volumes deals with the importance of obtaining available energy direct from the combustible without the enormous loss in the intervening stages that makes our best modern methods of steam generation and utilization so barbarously extravagant and wasteful. Several years ago, experimenting in this field, Edison devised and operated some ingenious pyromagnetic motors and generators, based, as the name implies, on the direct application of heat to the machines. The motor is founded upon the principle discovered by the famous Dr. William Gilbert, court physician to Queen Elizabeth, and the father of modern electricity, that the magnetic properties of iron diminish with heat. At a light red heat, iron becomes non-magnetic, so that a strong magnet exerts no influence over it. Edison employed this peculiar property by constructing a small machine in which a pivoted bar is alternately heated and cooled. It is thus attracted toward an adjacent electromagnet when cold, and is uninfluenced when hot, and as the result motion is produced. The pyromagnetic generator is based on the same phenomenon, its aim being of course to generate electrical energy directly from the heat of the combustible. The armature, or moving part of the machine, consists in reality of 8 separate armatures, all constructed of corrugated sheet iron, covered with asbestos, and wound with wire. These armatures are held in place by 2 circular iron plates, through the centre of which runs a shaft, carrying at its lower extremity a semicircular shield of fire clay, which covers the ends of 4 of the armatures. The heat, of whatever origin, is applied from below, and the shaft being revolved, 4 of the armatures lose their magnetism constantly, while the other 4 gain it, so to speak. As the moving part revolves, therefore, currents of electricity are sent up in the wires of the armatures, and are collected by a commutator, as in an ordinary dynamo, placed on the upper end of the central shaft. A great variety of electrical instruments are included in Edison's inventions, many of these in fundamental or earlier forms being devised for his systems of light and power, as noted already. There are numerous others, and it might be said with truth that Edison is hardly ever without some new device of this kind in hand, as he is by no means satisfied with the present status of electrical measurements. He holds in general that the meters of to-day, whether for heavy or for feeble currents, are too expensive, and that cheaper instruments are a necessity of the times. These remarks apply more particularly to what may be termed, in general, circuit meters. In other classes, Edison has devised an excellent form of magnetic bridge, being an ingenious application of the principles of the familiar Wheatstone bridge, used so extensively for measuring the electrical resistance of wires, the testing of iron for magnetic qualities being determined by it in the same way. Another special instrument is a dead-beat galvanometer, which differs from the ordinary form of galvanometer in having no coils or magnetic needle. It depends for its action upon the heating effect of the current, which causes a fine platinum iridium wire, enclosed in a glass tube, to expand, thus allowing a coiled spring to act on a pivoted shaft carrying a tiny mirror. The mirror, as it moves, throws a beam of light upon a scale, and the indications are read by the spot of the light. Most novel of all the apparatus of this measuring kind is the odoroscope, which is like the tassimeter described in an earlier chapter, except that a strip of gelatin takes the place of hard rubber, as the sensitive member. Besides being affected by heat, this device is exceedingly sensitive to moisture. A few drops of water or perfume thrown on the floor of a room are sufficient to give a very decided indication on the galvanometer in circuit with the instrument. Barometers, hygrometers, and similar instruments of great delicacy can be constructed on the principle of the odoroscope, and it may also be used in determining the character or pressure of gases and vapors in which it has been placed. In the list of Edison's patents at the end of this work may be noted many other of his miscellaneous inventions, covering items such as preserving fruit in vacuo, making plate glass, drawing wire, and metallurgical processes for treatment of nickel, gold, and copper ores. But to mention these inventions separately would trespass too much on our limited space here. Hence we shall leave the interested reader to examine that list for himself. From first to last, Edison has filed in the United States Patent Office, in addition to more than 1,400 applications for patents, some 120 caveats embracing not less than 1,500 inventions. A caveat is essentially a notice filed by an inventor, entitling him to receive warning from the office of any application for a patent for an invention that would interfere with his own, during the year while he is supposed to be perfecting his device. The old caveat system has now been abolished, but it served to elicit from Edison a most astounding record of ideas and possible inventions upon which he was working, and many of which he of course reduced to practice. As an example of Edison's fertility and the endless variety of subjects engaging his thoughts, the following list of matters covered by one caveat is given. It is needless to say that all the caveats are not quite so full of plums, but this is certainly a wonder. 41 distinct inventions relating to the phonograph, covering various forms of recorders, arrangement of parts, making of records, shaving tool, adjustments, etc. 8 forms of electric lamps using infusible earthy oxides and brought to a high incandescence in vacuo by high potential current of several thousand volts, same character as impingement of X-rays on object in bulb. A loud-speaking telephone with quartz cylinder and beam of ultraviolet light. 4 forms of arc light with special carbons. A thermostatic motor. A device for sealing together the inside part and bulb of an incandescent lamp mechanically. regulators for dynamos and motors, 3 devices for utilizing vibrations beyond the ultraviolet, a great variety of methods for coating incandescent lamp filaments with silicon, titanium, chromium, osmium, boron, etc., several methods of making porous filaments, several methods of making squirted filaments of a variety of materials, of which about 30 are specified, 17 different methods and devices for separating magnetic ores, a continuously operative primary battery, a musical instrument operating one of Helmholtz's artificial larynxes, a siren worked by explosion of small quantities of oxygen and hydrogen mixed, 3 other sirens made to give vocal sounds or articulate speech, a device for projecting sound waves to a distance without spreading and in a straight line on the principle of smoke rings, a device for continuously indicating on a galvanometer the depths of the ocean, a method of preventing, in a great measure, friction of water against the hull of a ship, and incidentally preventing fouling by barnacles, a telephone receiver whereby the vibrations of the diaphragm are considerably amplified, 2 methods of space telegraphy at sea, an improved and extended string telephone, devices and method of talking through water for considerable distances, an audiphone for deaf people, sound bridge for measuring resistance of tubes and other materials for conveying sound, a method of testing a magnet to ascertain the existence of flaws in the iron or steel composing the same, method of distilling liquids by incandescent conductor immersed in the liquid, method of obtaining electricity directly from coal, an engine operated by steam produced by the hydration and dehydration of metallic salts, device and method for telegraphing photographically, carbon crucible kept brilliantly incandescent by current in vacuo, for obtaining reaction with refractory metals, device for examining combinations of odors and their changes by rotation at different speeds. From one of the preceding items it will be noted that even in the 80s Edison perceived much advantage to be gained in the line of economy by the use of lamp filaments employing refractory metals in their construction. From another caveat, filed in 1889, we extract the following, which shows that he realized the value of tungsten also for this purpose. Filaments of carbon placed in a combustion tube with a little chloride ammonium. Chloride tungsten or titanium passed through hot tube, depositing a film of metal on the carbon, or filaments of zirconia oxide, or alumina, or magnesia, thoria, or other infusible oxides mixed or separate, and obtained by moistening and squirting through a dye, are thus coated with above metals and used for incandescent lamps. Osmium for a volatile compound of same, thus deposited, makes a filament as good as carbon when in vacuo. In 1888, long before there arose the actual necessity of duplicating phonograph records so as to produce replicas in great numbers, Edison described in one of his caveats a method and process much similar to the one which was put into practice by him in later years. In the same caveat he describes an invention whereby the power to indent on a phonograph cylinder, instead of coming directly from the voice, is caused by power derived from the rotation or movement of the phonogram surface itself. He did not, however, follow up this invention and put it into practice. Some 20 years later it was independently invented and patented by another inventor. A further instance of this kind is a method of telegraphy at sea by means of a diaphragm in a closed port-hole flush with the side of the vessel, and actuated by a steam whistle which is controlled by a lever, similar to a Morse key. A receiving diaphragm is placed in another and near-by chamber, which is provided with very sensitive stethoscopic earpieces, by which the Morse characters sent from another vessel may be received. This was also invented later by another inventor, and is in use today, but will naturally be rivaled by wireless telegraphy. Still another instance is seen in one of Edison's caveats, where he describes a method of distilling liquids by means of internally applied heat through electric conductors. Although Edison did not follow up the idea and take out a patent, this system of distillation was later hit upon by others, and is in use at the present time. In the foregoing pages of this chapter the authors have endeavored to present very briefly a sketchy notion of the astounding range of Edison's practical ideas, but they feel a sense of impotence in being unable to deal adequately with the subject in the space that can be devoted to it. To those who, like the authors, have had the privilege of examining the voluminous records which show the flights of his imagination, there comes a feeling of utter inadequacy to convey to others the full extent of the story they reveal. The few specific instances above related, although not representing a tithe of Edison's work, will probably be sufficient to enable the reader to appreciate to some extent his great wealth of ideas and fertility of imagination, and also to realize that this imagination is not only intensely practical, but that it works prophetically along lines of natural progress. End of Chapter 23. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on November 19th, 2007. Chapter 24 of Edison, His Life and Inventions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Edison, His Life and Inventions by Frank Lewis Dyer and Thomas Commerford Martin. Chapter 24. Edison's Method in Inventing. While the world's progress depends largely upon their ingenuity, inventors are not usually persons who have adopted invention as a distinct profession, but generally speaking are otherwise engaged in various walks of life. By reason of more or less inherent native genius, they either make improvements along lines of present occupation, or else evolve new methods and means of accomplishing results in fields for which they may have personal predilections. Now and then, however, there arises a man so greatly endowed with natural powers and originality, that the creative faculty within him is too strong to endure the humdrum routine of affairs, and manifests itself in a life devoted entirely to the evolution of methods and devices calculated to further the world's welfare. In other words, he becomes an inventor by profession. Such a man is Edison. Notwithstanding the fact that nearly 40 years ago, not a great while after he had emerged from the ranks of peripatetic telegraph operators, he was the owner of a large and profitable business as a manufacturer of the telegraphic apparatus invented by him, the call of his nature was too strong to allow of profits being laid away in the bank to accumulate. As he himself has said, he has too sanguine a temperament to allow money to stay in solitary confinement. Hence, all superfluous cash was devoted to experimentation. In the course of years he grew more and more impatient of the shackles that bound him to business routine, and realizing the powers within him, he drew away gradually from purely manufacturing occupations, determining deliberately to devote his life to inventive work, and to depend upon its results as a means of subsistence. All persons who make inventions will necessarily be more or less original in character, but to the man who chooses to become an inventor by profession must be conceded a mind more than ordinarily replete with virility and originality. That these qualities in Edison are superabundant is well known to all who have worked with him, and indeed are apparent to every one from his multiplied achievements within the period of one generation. If one were allowed only 2 words with which to describe Edison, it is doubtful whether a close examination of the entire dictionary would disclose any others more suitable than experimenter, inventor. These would express the overruling characteristics of his eventful career. It is as an inventor that he sets himself down in the membership list of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. To attempt the strict placing of these words in relation to each other, except alphabetically, would be equal to an endeavor to solve the old problem as to which came first, the egg or the chicken. For although all his inventions have been evolved through experiment, many of his notable experiments have called forth the exercise of highly inventive faculties in their very inception. Investigation and experiment have been a consuming passion, an impelling force from within, as it were, from his petticoat days, when he collected goose eggs and tried to hatch them out by sitting over them himself. One might be inclined to dismiss this trivial incident smilingly, as a mere childish, thoughtless prank, had not subsequent development as a child, boy, and man revealed a born investigator with original reasoning powers that, disdaining crooks and bends, always aimed at the centre, and, like the flight of a bee, were accurate and direct. It is not surprising, therefore, that a man of this kind should exhibit a ceaseless, absorbing desire for knowledge, and an apparently uncontrollable tendency to experiment on every possible occasion, even though his last cent were spent in thus satisfying the insatiate cravings of an inquiring mind. During Edison's immature years, when he was flitting about from place to place as a telegraph operator, his experimentation was of a desultory, hand-to-mouth character, although it was always notable for originality, as expressed in a number of minor useful devices produced during this period. Small wonder, then, that at the end of these wanderings, when he had found a place to rest the sole of his foot, he established a laboratory in which to carry on his researches in a more methodical and practical manner. In this was the beginning of the work which has since made such a profound impression on contemporary life. There is nothing of the helter-skelter slapdash style in Edison's experiments. Although all the laboratory experimenters agree in the opinion that he tries everything, it is not merely the mixing of a little of this, some of that, a few drops of the other, in the hope that something will come of it. Nor is the spirit of the laboratory work represented in the following dialogue overheard between two alleged carpenters picking up at random to help on a hurried job. "How near does she fit, Mike?" "About an inch." "Nail her." A most casual examination of any of the laboratory records will reveal evidence of the minutest exactitude insisted on in the conduct of experiments, irrespective of the length of time they occupied. Edison's instructions, always clear-cut and direct, followed by his keen oversight, admit of nothing less than implicit observance in all details, no matter where they may lead, and impel to the utmost minuteness and accuracy. To some extent there has been a popular notion that many of Edison's successes have been due to mere dumb fool luck, to blind fortuitous happenings. Nothing could be further from the truth, for on the contrary it is owing almost entirely to the comprehensive scope of his knowledge, the breadth of his conception, the daring originality of his methods, and minuteness and extent of experiment, combined with unwavering pertinacity, that new arts have been created, and additions made to others already in existence. Indeed, without this tireless minutiae and methodical searching spirit, it would have been practically impossible to have produced many of the most important of these inventions. Needless to say, mastery of its literature is regarded by him as a most important preliminary in taking up any line of investigation. What others may have done, bearing directly or collaterally on the subject in print, is carefully considered and sifted to the point of exhaustion. Not that he takes it for granted that the conclusions are correct, for he frequently obtains vastly different results by repeating in his own way experiments made by others as detailed in books. "Edison can travel along a well-used road and still find virgin soil," remarked recently one of his most practical experimenters, who had been working along a certain line without attaining the desired result. He wanted to get a particular compound having definite qualities, and I had tried in all sorts of ways to produce it, but with only partial success. He was confident that it could be done, and said he would try it himself. In doing so he followed the same path in which I had travelled, but by making an undreamed-of change in one of the operations, succeeded in producing a compound that virtually came up to his specifications. It is not the only time I have known this sort of thing to happen. In speaking of Edison's method of experimenting, another of his laboratory staff says, "He is never hindered by theory, but resorts to actual experiment for proof. For instance, when he conceived the idea of pouring a complete concrete house, it was universally held that it would be impossible, because the pieces of stone in the mixture would not rise to the level of the pouring point, but would gravitate to a lower plane in the soft cement. This, however, did not hinder him from making a series of experiments, which resulted in an invention that proved conclusively the contrary." Having conceived some new idea, and read everything obtainable relating to the subject in general, Edison's fertility of resource and originality come into play. Taking one of the laboratory notebooks, he will write in it a memorandum of the experiments to be tried, illustrated, if necessary, by sketches. This book is then passed on to that member of the experimental staff whose special training and experience are best adapted to the work. Here strenuousness is expected, and an immediate commencement of investigation and prompt report are required. Sometimes the subject may be such as to call for a long line of frequent tests which necessitate patient and accurate attention to minute details. Results must be reported often, daily, or possibly with still greater frequency. Edison does not forget what is going on, but in his daily tours through the laboratory keeps in touch with all the work that is under the hands of his various assistants, showing by an instant grasp of the present conditions of any experiment that he has a full consciousness of its meaning and its reference to his original conception. The year 1869 saw the beginning of Edison's career as an acknowledged inventor of commercial devices. From the outset, an innate recognition of system dictated the desirability and wisdom of preserving records of his experiments and inventions. The primitive records, covering the earliest years, were mainly jotted down on loose sheets of paper covered with sketches, notes, and data, pasted into large scrap-books, or preserved in packages. But with the passing of years and enlargement of his interests, it became the practice to make all original laboratory notes in large uniform books. This course was pursued until the Menlo Park period, when he instituted a new regime that has been continued down to the present day. A standard form of notebook, about 8 1/2 by 6 inches, containing about 200 pages, was adopted. A number of these books were, and are now, always to be found scattered around in the different sections of the laboratory, and in them have been noted by Edison all his ideas, sketches, and memoranda. Details of the various experiments concerning them have been set down by his assistants from time to time. These later laboratory notebooks, of which there are now over 1,000 in the series, are eloquent in the history they reveal of the strenuous labors of Edison and his assistants and the vast fields of research he has covered during the last 30 years. They are overwhelmingly rich in biographic material, but analysis would be a prohibitive task for one person, and perhaps interesting only to technical readers. Their pages cover practically every department of science. The countless thousands of separate experiments recorded exhibit the operations of a master mind seeking to surprise nature into a betrayal of her secrets by asking her the same question in 100 different ways. For instance, when Edison was investigating a certain problem of importance many years ago, the notebooks show that on this point alone about 15,000 experiments and tests were made by one of his assistants. A most casual glance over these notebooks will illustrate the following remark, which was made to one of the writers not long ago by a member of the laboratory staff who has been experimenting there for 20 years. Edison can think of more ways of doing a thing than any man I ever saw or heard of. He tries everything, and never lets up, even though failure is apparently staring him in the face. He only stops when he simply can't go any further on that particular line. When he decides on any mode of procedure, he gives his notes to the experimenter and lets him alone, only stepping in from time to time to look at the operations and receive reports of progress. The history of the development of the telephone transmitter, phonograph, incandescent lamp, dynamo, electrical distributing systems from central stations, electric railway, ore milling, cement, motion pictures, and a host of minor inventions may be found embedded in the laboratory notebooks. A passing glance at a few pages of these written records will serve to illustrate, though only to a limited extent, the thoroughness of Edison's method. It is to be observed that these references can be but of the most meagre kind, and must be regarded as merely throwing a sidelight on the subject itself. For instance, the complex problem of a practical telephone transmitter gave rise to a series of most exhaustive experiments. Combinations in almost infinite variety, including gums, chemical compounds, oils, minerals, and metals, were suggested by Edison, and his assistants were given long lists of materials to try with reference to predetermined standards of articulation, degrees of loudness, and perfection of hissing sounds. The notebooks contained hundreds of pages showing that a great many thousands of experiments were tried and passed upon. Such remarks as N.G., pretty good, whistling good but no articulation, rattly, articulation, whispering, and whistling good, best tonight so far, and others, are noted opposite the various combinations as they were tried. Thus one may follow the investigation through a maze of experiments which led up to the successful invention of the carbon button transmitter, the vital device to give the telephone its needed articulation and perfection. The 200 and odd notebooks, covering the strenuous period during which Edison was carrying on his electric light experiments, tell on their 40,000 pages or more a fascinating story of the evolution of a new art in its entirety. From the crude beginnings, through all the varied phases of this evolution, the operations of a master mind are apparent from the contents of these pages, in which are recorded the innumerable experiments, calculations, and tests that ultimately brought light out of the darkness. The early work on a metallic conductor for lamps gave rise to some very thorough research on melting and alloying metals, the preparation of metallic oxides, the coating of fine wires by immersing them in a great variety of chemical solutions. Following his usual custom, Edison would indicate the lines of experiment to be followed, which were carried out and recorded in the notebooks. He himself, in January 1879, made personally a most minute and searching investigation into the properties and behavior of plating iridium, boron, rutile, zircon, chromium, molybdenum, and nickel, under varying degrees of current strength, on which there may be found in the notes about 40 pages of detailed experiments and deductions in his own handwriting, concluding with the remark about nickel, "This is a great discovery for electric light in the way of economy." The period of research on nickel, etc., was evidently a trying one, for after nearly a month's close application, he writes, on January 27th, 1879, "Owing to the enormous power of the light, my eyes commenced to pain after 7 hours' work, and I had to quit." On the next day appears the following entry: Suffered the pains of hell with my eyes last night from 10 p.m. till 4 a.m., when got to sleep with a big dose of morphine. Eyes getting better, and do not pain much at 4 p.m., but I lose to-day. The try-everything spirit of Edison's method is well illustrated in this early period by a series of about 1,600 resistance tests of various ores, minerals, earths, etc., occupying over 50 pages of one of the notebooks relating to the metallic filament for his lamps. But, as the reader has already learned, the metallic filament was soon laid aside in favor of carbon, and we find in the laboratory notes an amazing record of research and experiment conducted in the minute and searching manner peculiar to Edison's method. His inquiries were directed along all the various roads leading to the desired goal, for long before he had completed the invention of a practical lamp, he realized broadly the fundamental requirements of a successful system of electrical distribution, and had given instructions for the making of a great variety of calculations which, although far in advance of the time, were clearly foreseen by him to be vitally important in the ultimate solution of the complicated problem. Thus we find many hundreds of pages of the notebooks covered with computations and calculations by Mr. Upton, not only on the numerous ramifications of the projected system, and comparisons with gas, but also on proposed forms of dynamos and the proposed station in New York. A mere recital by titles of the vast number of experiments and tests on carbons, lamps, dynamos, armatures, commutators, windings, systems, regulators, sockets, vacuum pumps, and the 1,001 details relating to the subject in general, originated by Edison, and methodically and systematically carried on under his general direction, would fill a great many pages here, and even then would serve only to convey a confused impression of ceaseless probing. It is possible only to a broad, comprehensive mind, well stored with knowledge, and backed with resistless, boundless energy, that such a diversified series of experiments and investigations could be carried on simultaneously, and assimilated, even though they should relate to a class of phenomena already understood and well defined. But if we pause to consider that the commercial subdivision of the electric current, which was virtually an invention made to order, involved the solution of problems so unprecedented that even they themselves had to be created, we cannot but conclude that the afflatus of innate genius played an important part in the unique methods of investigation instituted by Edison at that and other times. The idea of attributing great successes to genius has always been repudiated by Edison, as evidenced by his historic remark that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Again, in a conversation many years ago at the laboratory between Edison Batchelor and E.H. Johnson, the latter made allusion to Edison's genius as evidenced by some of his achievements, when Edison replied, "Stuff! I tell you genius is hard work, stick-to-itiveness, and common sense." "Yes," said Johnson, "I admit there is all that to it, but there's still more. Batch and I have those qualifications, but although we know quite a lot about telephones, and worked hard, we couldn't invent a brand new non-infringing telephone receiver as you did when Gouraud cabled for one." "Then, how about the subdivision of the electric light?" "Electric current," corrected Edison. "True," continued Johnson. "You were the one to make that very distinction. The scientific world had been working hard on subdivision for years, using what appeared to be common sense. Results worse than nil. Then you come along, and about the first thing you do after looking the ground over is to start off in the opposite direction, which subsequently proves to be the only possible way to reach the goal. It seems to me that this is pretty close to the dictionary definition of genius." It is said that Edison replied rather incoherently and changed the topic of conversation. This innate modesty, however, does not prevent Edison from recognizing and classifying his own methods of investigation. In a conversation with two old associates recently, April 1909, he remarked, "It has been said of me that my methods are empirical. That is true only so far as chemistry is concerned. Did you ever realize that practically all industrial chemistry is colloidal in nature? Hard rubber, celluloid, glass, soap, paper, and lots of others all have to deal with amorphous substances, as to which comparatively little has been really settled. My methods are similar to those followed by Luther Burbank. He plants an acre, and when this is in bloom he inspects it. He has a sharp eye, and he can pick out of thousands a single plant that has promise of what he wants. From this he gets the seed, and uses his skill and knowledge in producing from it a number of new plants, which, on development, furnish the means of propagating an improved variety in large quantity. So, when I am after a chemical result that I have in mind, I may make hundreds or thousands of experiments, out of which there may be one that promises results in the right direction. This I follow up to its legitimate conclusion, discarding the others, and usually get what I'm after. There is no doubt about this being empirical, But when it comes to problems of a mechanical nature, I want to tell you that all I've ever tackled and solved have been done by hard, logical thinking." The intense earnestness and emphasis with which this was said were very impressive to the auditors. This empirical method may perhaps be better illustrated by a specific example. During the latter part of the storage battery investigations, after the form of positive element had been determined upon, it became necessary to ascertain what definite proportions and what quality of nickel hydrate and nickel flake would give the best results. A series of positive tubes were filled with the two materials in different proportions, say 9 parts hydrate to 1 of flake, 8 parts hydrate to 2 of flake, 7 parts hydrate to 3 of flake, and so on through varying proportions. 3 sets of each of these positives were made, and all put into separate test tubes with a uniform type of negative element. These were carried through a long series of charges and discharges under strict test conditions. From the tabulated results of hundreds of tests there were selected 3 that showed the best results. These, however, showed only the superiority of certain proportions of the materials. The next step would be to find out the best quality. Now, as there are several hundred variations in the quality of nickel flake, and perhaps 1,000 ways to make the hydrate, it will be realized that Edison's methods led to stupendous detail, for these tests embraced a trial of all the qualities of both materials in the 3 proportions found to be the most suitable. Among these many thousands of experiments, any that showed extraordinary results were again elaborated by still further series of tests, until Edison was satisfied that he had obtained the best result in that particular line. The laboratory notebooks do not always tell the whole story or meaning of an experiment that may be briefly outlined on one of their pages. For example, the early filament made of a mixture of lamp-black and tar is merely a suggestion in the notes, but its making afforded an example of Edison's pertinacity. These materials, when mixed, became a friable mass, which he had found could be brought into such a cohesive, putty-like state by manipulation, as to be capable of being rolled out into filaments as fine as 7/1000 of an inch in cross-section. One of the laboratory assistants was told to make some of this mixture, knead it, and roll some filaments. After a time he brought the mass to Edison, and said, "There's something wrong about this, for it crumbles, even after manipulating it with my fingers." "How long did you knead it?" said Edison. "Oh, more than an hour," replied the assistant. "Well, just keep on for a few hours more, and it will come out all right," was the rejoinder. And this proved to be correct, for, after a prolonged kneading and rolling, the mass changed into a cohesive, stringy, homogeneous putty. It was from a mixture of this kind that spiral filaments were made, and used in some of the earliest forms of successful incandescent lamps. Indeed, they are described and illustrated in Edison's fundamental lamp patent, No. 220,898. The present narrative would assume the proportions of a history of the incandescent lamp, should the authors attempt to follow Edison's investigations through the thousands of pages of notebooks away back in the 80s and early 90s. Improvement of the lamp was constantly in his mind all those years, and besides the vast amount of detailed experimental work he laid out for his assistants, he carried on a great deal of research personally. Sometimes whole books are filled in his own handwriting with records of experiments showing every conceivable variation of some particular line of inquiry, each trial bearing some terse comment expressive of results. In one book appear the details of one of these experiments on September 3rd, 1891, at 4:30 a.m., with the comment, "Brought up lamp higher than a 16 CP 240 was ever brought before. Hurrah!" Notwithstanding the late hour, he turns over to the next page and goes on to write his deductions from this result, as compared with those previously obtained. Proceeding day by day, as appears by this same book, he follows up another line of investigation on lamps, apparently full of difficulty, for after 132 other recorded experiments we find this note: "Saturday, 3:30, went home disgusted with incandescent lamps." This feeling was evidently evanescent, for on the succeeding Monday the work was continued and carried on by him as keenly as before, as shown by the next batch of notes. This is the only instance showing any indication of impatience that the authors have found in looking through the enormous mass of laboratory notes. All his assistants agree that Edison is the most patient, tireless experimenter that could be conceived of. Failures do not distress him; indeed, he regards them as always useful, as may be gathered from the following, related by Dr. E.G. Acheson, formerly one of his staff. "I once made an experiment in Edison's laboratory at Menlo Park during the latter part of 1880, and the results were not as looked for. I considered the experiment a perfect failure, and while bemoaning the results of this apparent failure, Mr. Edison entered, and after learning the facts of the case, cheerfully remarked that I should not look upon it as a failure, for he considered every experiment a success, as in all cases it cleared up the atmosphere, and even though it failed to accomplish the results sought for, it should prove a valuable lesson for guidance in future work. I believe that Mr. Edison's success as an experimenter was, to a large extent, due to this happy view of all experiments. Edison has frequently remarked that out of 100 experiments he does not expect more than one to be successful, and as to that one he is always suspicious until frequent repetition has verified the original results. This patient, optimistic view of the outcome of experiments has remained part of his character down to this day, just as his painstaking, minute, incisive methods are still unchanged. But to the careless, stupid, or lazy person he is a terror for the short time they remain around him. Honest mistakes may be tolerated, but not carelessness, incompetence, or lack of attention to business. In such cases Edison is apt to express himself freely and forcibly, as when he was asked why he had parted with a certain man, he said, "Oh, he was so slow that it would take him half an hour to get out of the field of a microscope." Another instance will be illustrative. Soon after the Brockton, Massachusetts, Central Station was started in operation, many years ago, he wrote a note to Mr. W. S. Andrews, containing suggestions as to future stations, part of which related to the various employees and their duties. After outlining the duties of the meter man, Edison says, "I should not take too young a man for this, say, a man from 23 to 30 years old, bright and businesslike. Don't want any one who yearns to enter a laboratory and experiment. We have a bad case of that at Brockton. He neglects business to potter. What we want is a good lamp average and no unprofitable customer. You should have these men on probation and subject to passing an examination by me. This will wake them up." Edison's examinations are no joke, according to Mr. J. H. Vail, formerly one of the Menlo Park staff. "I wanted a job," he said, "and was ambitious to take charge of the dynamo room. Mr. Edison led me to a heap of junk in a corner, and said, 'Put that together and let me know when it's running.' I didn't know what it was, but received a liberal education in finding out. It proved to be a dynamo, which I finally succeeded in assembling and running. I got the job." Another man who succeeded in winning a place as an assistant was Mr. John F. Ott, who has remained in his employ for over 40 years. In 1869, when Edison was occupying his first manufacturing shop, the third floor of a small building in Newark, he wanted a first-class mechanician, and Mr. Ott was sent to him. He was then an ordinary-looking young fellow, says Mr. Ott, dirty as any of the other workmen, unkempt, and not much better dressed than a tramp, but I immediately felt that there was a great deal in him. This is the conversation that ensued, led by Mr. Edison's question, "What do you want?" "Work." "Can you make this machine work?" exhibiting it and explaining its details. "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Well, you needn't pay me if I don't." And thus Mr. Ott went to work and succeeded in accomplishing the results desired. 2 weeks afterward Mr. Edison put him in charge of the shop. Edison's life fairly teems with instances of unruffled patience in the pursuit of experiments. When he feels thoroughly impressed with the possibility of accomplishing a certain thing, he will settle down composedly to investigate it to the end. This is well illustrated in a story relating to his invention of the type of storage battery bearing his name. Mr. W. S. Mallory, one of his closest associates for many years, is the authority for the following. When Mr. Edison decided to shut down the ore milling plant at Edison, New Jersey, in which I had been associated with him, it became a problem as to what he could profitably take up next, and we had several discussions about it. He finally thought that a good storage battery was a great requisite, and decided to try and devise a new type, for he declared emphatically he would make no battery requiring sulphuric acid. After a little thought he conceived the nickel-iron idea, and started to work at once with characteristic energy. About 7 or 7:30 a.m. he would go down to the laboratory and experiment, only stopping for a short time at noon to eat a lunch sent down from the house. About 6 o'clock the carriage would call to take him to dinner, from which he would return by 7:30 or 8 o'clock, to resume work. The carriage came again at midnight to take him home, but frequently had to wait until 2 or 3 o'clock, and sometimes return without him, as he had decided to continue all night. This had been going on more than 5 months, 7 days a week, when I was called down to the laboratory to see him. I found him at a bench about 3 feet wide and 12 to 15 feet long, on which there were hundreds of little test cells that had been made up by his corps of chemists and experimenters. He was seated at this bench, testing, figuring, and planning. I then learned that he had thus made over 9,000 experiments in trying to devise this new type of storage battery, but had not produced a single thing that promised to solve the question. In view of this immense amount of thought and labor, my sympathy got the better of my judgment, and I said, "Isn't it a shame that with the tremendous amount of work you have done you haven't been able to get any results?" Edison turned on me like a flash, and with a smile replied,
Results? Why, man, I have gotten a lot of results. I know several thousand things that won't work." At that time he sent me out West on a special mission. On my return, a few weeks later, his experiments had run up to over 10,000, but he had discovered the missing link in the combination sought for. Of course we all remember how the battery was completed and put on the market. Then, because he was dissatisfied with it, he stopped the sales, and commenced a new line of investigation, which has recently culminated successfully. I shouldn't wonder if his experiments on the battery ran up pretty near to 50,000, for they fill more than 150 of the notebooks, to say nothing of some thousands of tests and curve sheets. Although Edison has an absolute disregard for the total outlay of money in investigation, he is particular to keep down the cost of individual experiments to a minimum, for, as he observed to one of his assistants, a good many inventors try to develop things life size, and thus spend all their money, instead of first experimenting more freely on a small scale. To Edison, life is not only a grand opportunity to find out things by experiment, but, when found, to improve them by further experiment. One night, after receiving a satisfactory report of progress from Mr. Mason, superintendent of the cement plant, he said, "The only way to keep ahead of the procession is to experiment. If you don't, the other fellow will. When there's no experimenting, there's no progress. Stop experimenting, and you go backward. If anything goes wrong, experiment until you get to the very bottom of the trouble." It is easy to realize, therefore, that a character so thoroughly permeated with these ideas is not apt to stop and figure out expense when in hot pursuit of some desired object. When that object has been attained, however, and it passes from the experimental to the commercial stage, Edison's monetary views again come into strong play. But they take a diametrically opposite position, for then he begins immediately to plan the extreme of economy in the production of the article. 1,001 instances could be quoted in illustration, but as they would tend to change the form of this narrative into a history of economy in manufacture, it will suffice to mention but one, and that a recent occurrence, which serves to illustrate how closely he keeps in touch with everything, and also how the inventive faculty and instinct of commercial economy run close together. It was during Edison's winter stay in Florida, in March, 1909. He had reports sent to him daily from various places, and studied them carefully, for he would write frequently with comments, instructions, and suggestions. And in one case, commenting on the oiling system at the cement plant, he wrote, "Your oil losses are now getting lower, I see." Then, after suggesting some changes to reduce them still further, he went on to say, "Here is a chance to save a mill per barrel based on your regular daily output." This thorough consideration of the smallest detail is essentially characteristic of Edison, not only in economy of manufacture, but in all his work, no matter of what kind, whether it be experimenting, investigating, testing, or engineering. To follow him through the labyrinthine passages of investigation contained in the great array of laboratory notebooks is to become involved in a mass of minutely detailed researches which seek to penetrate the inmost recesses of nature by an ultimate analysis of an infinite variety of parts. As the reader will obtain a fuller comprehension of this idea, and of Edison's methods, by concrete illustration rather than by generalization, the authors have thought it well to select at random 2 typical instances of specific investigations out of the thousands that are scattered through the notebooks. These will be found in the following extracts from one of the notebooks, and consist of Edison's instructions to be carried out in detail by his experimenters. Take, say, 25 pounds hard Cuban asphalt, and separate all the different hydrocarbons, etc., as far as possible by means of solvents. It will be necessary first to dissolve everything out by, say, hot turpentine, then successfully treat the residue with bisulfide carbon, benzol, ether, chloroform, naphtha, toluol, alcohol, and other probable solvents. After you can go no further, distill off all the solvents so the asphalt material has a tar-like consistency. Be sure all the ash is out of the turpentine portion. Now, after distilling the turpentine off, act on the residue with all the solvents that were used on the residue, using for the first the solvent which is least likely to dissolve a great part of it. By thus manipulating the various solvents, you will be enabled, probably, to separate the crude asphalt into several distinct hydrocarbons. Put each in a bottle after it has been dried, and label the bottle with the process, etc., so we may be able to duplicate it. Also give bottle a number, and describe everything fully in notebook. Destructively distill the following substances down to a point just short of carbonization, so that the residuum can be taken out of the retort, powdered, and acted on by all the solvents, just as the asphalt in previous page. The distillation should be carried to, say, 600 degrees or 700 degrees Fahrenheit, but not continued long enough to wholly reduce mass to charcoal, but always run to blackness. Separate the residuum in as many definite parts as possible, bottle and label, and keep accurate records as to process, weights, etc., so a reproduction of the experiment can at any time be made. Gelatin, 4 pounds; asphalt, hard Cuban, 10 pounds; coal tar or pitch, 10 pounds; wood pitch, 10 pounds; Syrian asphalt, 10 pounds; bituminous coal, 10 pounds; cane sugar, 10 pounds; glucose, 10 pounds; dextrin, 10 pounds; glycerin, 10 pounds; tartaric acid, 5 pounds; gum guaiac, 5 pounds; gum amber, 3 pounds; gum tragacanth, 3 pounds; aniline red, 1 pound; aniline oil, 1 pound; crude anthracene, 5 pounds; petroleum pitch, 10 pounds; albumen from eggs, 2 pounds; tar from passing chlorine through aniline oil, 2 pounds; citric acid, 5 pounds; sawdust of boxwood, 3 pounds; starch, 5 pounds; shellac, 3 pounds; gum arabic, 5 pounds; castor oil, 5 pounds. The empirical nature of his method will be apparent from an examination of the above items, but in pursuing it he leaves all uncertainty behind, and trusting nothing to theory, he acquires absolute knowledge. Whatever may be the mental processes by which he arrives at the starting point of any specific line of research, the final results almost invariably prove that he does not plunge in at random. Indeed, as an old associate remarked, when Edison takes up any proposition in natural science, his perceptions seem to be elementally broad and analytical; that is to say, in addition to the knowledge he has acquired from books and observation, he appears to have an intuitive apprehension of the general order of things, as they might be supposed to exist in natural relation to each other. It has always seemed to me that he goes to the core of things at once. Although nothing less than results from actual experiments are acceptable to him as established facts, this view of Edison may also account for his peculiar and somewhat weird ability to guess correctly, a faculty which has frequently enabled him to take short cuts to lines of investigation whose outcome has verified, in a most remarkable degree, statements apparently made off hand and without calculation. Mr. Upton says, "One of the main impressions left upon me after knowing Mr. Edison for many years is the marvellous accuracy of his guesses. He will see the general nature of a result long before it can be reached by mathematical calculation." This was supplemented by one of his engineering staff, who remarked, "Mr. Edison can guess better than a good many men can figure, and so far as my experience goes, I have found that he is almost invariably correct. His guess is more than a mere starting point, and often turns out to be the final solution of a problem. I can only account for it by his remarkable insight and wonderful natural sense of the proportion of things, in addition to which he seems to carry in his head determining factors of all kinds, and has the ability to apply them instantly in considering any mechanical problem. While this mysterious intuitive power has been of the greatest advantage in connection with the vast number of technical problems that have entered into his life work, there have been many remarkable instances in which it has seemed little less than prophecy, and it is deemed worth while to digress to the extent of relating two of them. One day, in the summer of 1881, when the incandescent lamp industry was still in swaddling clothes, Edison was seated in the room of Major Eaton, vice president of the Edison Electric Light Company, talking over business matters, when Mr. Upton came in from the lamp factory at Menlo Park, and said, "Well, Mr. Edison, we completed 1,000 lamps to-day." Edison looked up and said, "Good," then relapsed into a thoughtful mood. In about 2 minutes he raised his head, and said, "Upton, in 15 years you will be making 40,000 lamps a day." None of those present ventured to make any remark on this assertion, although all felt that it was merely a random guess, based on the sanguine dream of an inventor. The business had not then really made a start, and being entirely new, was without precedent upon which to base any such statement, but as a matter of fact, the records of the lamp factory show that in 1896 its daily output of lamps was actually about 40,000. The other instance referred to occurred shortly after the Edison Machine Works was moved up to Schenectady in 1886. One day, when he was at the works, Edison sat down and wrote on a sheet of paper 15 separate predictions of the growth and future of the electrical business. Notwithstanding the fact that the industry was then in an immature state, and that the great boom did not set in until a few years afterward, 12 of these predictions have been fully verified by the enormous growth and development in all branches of the art. What the explanation of this gift, power, or intuition may be, is perhaps better left to the psychologist to speculate on. If one were to ask Edison, he would probably say, "Hard work, not too much sleep, and free use of the imagination." Whether or not it would be possible for the average mortal to arrive at such perfection of guessing by faithfully following this formula, even reinforced by the Edison recipe for stimulating a slow imagination with pastry, is open for demonstration. Somewhat allied to this curious faculty is another no less remarkable, and that is the ability to point out instantly an error in a mass of reported experimental results. While many instances could be definitely named, a typical one related by Mr. J.D. Flack, formerly master mechanic at the lamp factory, may be quoted. During the many years of lamp experimentation, batches of lamps were sent to the photometer department for test, and Edison would examine the tabulated test sheets. He ran over every item of the tabulations rapidly, and apparently without any calculation whatever, would check off errors as fast as he came to them, saying, "You have made a mistake, try this one over." In every case the second test proved that he was right. This wonderful aptitude for infallibly locating an error without an instant's hesitation for mental calculation has always appealed to me very forcibly. The ability to detect errors quickly in a series of experiments is one of the things that has enabled Edison to accomplish such a vast amount of work, as the records show. Examples of the minuteness of detail into which his researches extend have already been mentioned, and as there are always a number of such investigations in progress at the laboratory, this ability stands Edison in good stead, for he is thus enabled to follow, and if necessary correct each one, step by step. In this he is aided by the great powers of a mind that is able to free itself from absorbed concentration on the details of one problem, and instantly to shift over and become deeply and intelligently concentrated in another and entirely different one. For instance, he may have been busy for hours on chemical experiments, and be called upon suddenly to determine some mechanical questions. The complete and easy transition is the constant wonder of his associates, for there is no confusion of ideas resulting from these quick changes, no hesitation or apparent effort, but a plunge into the midst of the new subject, and an instant acquaintance with all its details, as if he had been studying it for hours. A good stiff difficulty, one which may perhaps appear to be an unsurmountable obstacle, only serves to make Edison cheerful, and brings out variations of his methods in experimenting. Such an occurrence will start him thinking, which soon gives rise to a line of suggestions for approaching the trouble from various sides. Or he will sit down and write out a series of eliminations, additions, or changes to be worked out and reported upon, with such variations as may suggest themselves during their progress. It is at such times as these that his unfailing patience and tremendous resourcefulness are in evidence. Ideas and expedients are poured forth in a torrent, and although some of them have temporarily appeared to the staff to be ridiculous or irrelevant, they have frequently turned out to be the ones leading to the correct solution of the trouble. Edison's inexhaustible resourcefulness and fertility of ideas have contributed largely to his great success, and have ever been a cause of amusement to those around him. Frequently, when it would seem to others that the extreme end of an apparently blind alley had been reached, and that it was impossible to proceed further, he has shown that there were several ways out of it. Examples without number could be quoted, but one must suffice by way of illustration. During the progress of the ore milling work at Edison, it became desirable to carry on a certain operation by some special machinery. He requested the proper person on his engineering staff to think this matter up and submit a few sketches of what he would propose to do. He brought 3 drawings to Edison, who examined them and said none of them would answer. The engineer remarked that it was too bad, for there was no other way to do it. Mr. Edison turned to him quickly and said, "Do you mean to say that those drawings represent the only way to do this work?" To which he received the reply, "I certainly do." Edison said nothing. This happened on a Saturday. He followed his usual custom of spending Sunday at home in Orange. When he returned to the works on Monday morning, he took with him the sketches he had made, showing 48 other ways of accomplishing the desired operation, and laid them on the engineer's desk without a word. Subsequently one of these ideas, with modifications suggested by some of the others, was put into successful practice. Difficulties seem to have a peculiar charm for Edison, whether they relate to large or small things, and although the larger matters have contributed most to the history of the arts, the same carefulness of thought has often been the means of leading to improvements of permanent advantage, even in minor details. For instance, in the very earliest days of electric lighting, the safe insulation of 2 bare wires fastened together was a serious problem that was solved by him. An iron pot over a fire, some insulating material melted therein, and narrow strips of linen drawn through it by means of a wooden clamp, furnished a readily applied and adhesive insulation, which was just as perfect for the purpose as the regular and now well-known insulating tape, of which it was the forerunner. Dubious results are not tolerated for a moment in Edison's experimental work. Rather than pass upon an uncertainty, the experiment will be dissected and checked minutely in order to obtain absolute knowledge pro and con. This searching method is followed not only in chemical or other investigations, into which complexities might naturally enter, but also in more mechanical questions, where simplicity of construction might naturally seem to preclude possibilities of uncertainty. For instance, at the time when he was making strenuous endeavours to obtain copper wire of high conductivity, strict laboratory tests were made of samples sent by manufacturers. One of these samples tested out poorer than a previous lot furnished from the same factory. A report of this to Edison brought the following note: "Perhaps the blank wire had a bad spot in it. Please cut it up into lengths and test each one, and send results to me immediately." Possibly the electrical fraternity does not realize that this earnest work of Edison, 28 years ago, resulted in the establishment of the high quality of copper wire that has been the recognized standard since that time. Says Edison on this point: "I furnished the expert and apparatus to the Ansonia Brass and Copper Company in 1883, and he is there yet." It was this expert and this company who pioneered high conductivity copper for the electrical trade. Nor is it generally appreciated in the industry that the adoption of what is now regarded as a most obvious proposition, the high economy incandescent lamp, was the result of that characteristic foresight which there has been occasion to mention frequently in the course of this narrative, together with the courage and horse sense which have always been displayed by the inventor in his persistent pushing out with far-reaching ideas in the face of pessimistic options. As is well known, the lamps of the first 10 or 12 years of incandescent lighting were of low economy, but had long life. Edison's study of the subject had led him to the conviction that the greatest growth of the electric lighting industry would be favored by a lamp taking less current but having shorter, though commercially economical, life. And after gradually making improvements along this line, he developed finally a type of high economy lamp which would introduce a most radical change in existing conditions, and led ultimately to highly advantageous results. His start on this lamp, and an expressed desire to have it manufactured for regular use, filled even some of his business associates with dismay, for they could see nothing but disaster ahead in forcing such a lamp on the market. His persistence and profound conviction of the ultimate results were so strong and his arguments so sound, however, that the campaign was entered upon. Although it took 2 or 3 years to convince the public of the correctness of his views, the idea gradually took strong root, and has now become an integral principle of the business. In this connection it may be noted that with remarkable prescience Edison saw the coming of the modern lamps of to-day, which, by reason of their small consumption of energy to produce a given candle power, have dismayed central station managers. A few years ago a consumption of 3.1 watts per candle power might safely be assumed as an excellent average, and many stations fixed their rates in business on such a basis. The results on income when the consumption, as in the new metallic filament lamps, dropped to 1.25 watts per candle, can readily be imagined. Edison has insisted that central stations are selling light and not current, and he points to the predicament now confronting them as truth of his assertion that when selling light they share in all the benefits of improvement, but that when they sell current, the consumer gets all those benefits without division. The dilemma is encountered by central stations in a bewildered way, as a novel and unexpected experience. But Edison foresaw the situation and warned against it long ago. It is one of the greatest gifts of statesmanship to see new social problems years before they arise, and solve them in advance. It is one of the greatest attributes of invention to foresee and meet its own problems in exactly the same way. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on December 20th, 2007.